Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Merry Christmas. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show. And welcome to a night of hilarity and awkwardness and craziness. Uh, I hope you guys are all having a wonderful Christmas out there. Even though it's not quite Christmas, we still got a few hours to go. Hey, what's up, Bear? You know where the link is in my Discord top channel. It says live stream links. Those of you guys want to pop in and ring in the festivities. I know a lot of people celebrate Christmas tonight. I know over in Mexico, my son and his family, right? Like a first day, awkward and hilarious. And he might or might not join us. He's on his way to a late night mass as we speak. And if he is able to, he will come join us. If not, I'll just strangle him when he gets home. And like I said, I hope you guys are having a wonderful evening, a wonderful holiday. Man, this year went by really quick. It wasn't the worst year ever. It was actually pretty good for me. I don't want to brag. I knew that was you, Omen. How you doing, brother?
Good. Good. I'm just waiting until tomorrow morning when I'm going to go eat again.
Go eat again, right? I got a couple of steaks thawing out in the freezer. One for me, one for the hound dog. Because normally we get him like one of those silly Christmas stockings full of dog chew toys and stuff, but we didn't do that. Hey, Bear, what's happening?
Hey,
We didn't do that this year because no one was going to be here. He actually knows how to unwrap a Christmas present, and he knows like I mean he's almost 15 years old, so he's been through a few Christmases. And if we throw down a present with wrapping paper, it smells like a beef jerky or whatever. He'll tear into it. He uses his paws to hold it. It's really amazing. But this year, we didn't do that.
You know what? You just brush a little bit of a juice sauce or something on the wrapping paper, and they'll rip it right off. Yeah.
Well, he like I said, he's watched us tear open Christmas presents for 15 Christmases, and he likes chewing on things and tearing up paper. I caught him this afternoon. He was chewing up some of Jackie's like probably important note cards. I don't know where he got them, but he's like, sitting in there on the stairway chewing away, and I'm like, what the hell? So I had to take those away from him. But otherwise, he's been a good boy. So I'll share a steak with him.
That's good. Well, you just share the bone. Here's your bone, and I get.
It's a filet mignon. There's no bone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no bone.
You can get checked, boy.
Right.
No,
I'm surprised he's not here right now because he did see me bring the bag of popcorn up. But
I used to give whole femurs to the dog. It's like one femur per dog, and it helps really clean up their teeth. But they would sit there for like a week just chewing on it.
Yeah, our friend Grim, he sent us a bone that was bigger than he was practically one year for Christmas. And oh my God, you get near that, and he would just turn into a wild animal. It was like we don't want it. We just want to get it out of the way so we don't have to look at it, because it was pretty grisly.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean that was that was always good, especially if you get I don't know, I forgot what year I don't know if this happened last year or if it happened this year, but one of the donkeys died, and my son's mother had to was butchering it to give to the dogs, and they spent like a week on each of the leg bones. And
talk about grisly.
Yeah. I had to deal with the emotional wreck that was. She's like wrestling between. Well, it's just a carcass, and it was my animal, and I was like, all right, here, I'll just take my son away, just so he doesn't have to deal with this. Yeah, but
so how you doing, Bear? And here comes Doc.
No good.
Aces.
Hey, Doc. Yay, Doc's here. Yay.
I could have sworn I was just talking to you a minute ago.
There are rumors.
No. Hey, what's up, Dean? There's room for one more if you want to come in. I'm going to try and save a spot for Jackie later, but I have a
That's
feeling.
fine. If he comes in, I'll drop off. I mean, it's not a big deal.
I have a feeling he's gonna, be kind of busy. There's some like family drama going on, as well as one of our
What?
During Christmas?
What?
Never.
Family drama with Latinos? No way.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
No, that doesn't add up. I'm not going to stand for this kind of racism, sir. No,
I've
sir.
never even heard of such a thing.
What are you talking about? Like, come on.
Well, if it wasn't so personal, I would tell you. Maybe I'll tell you guys later. It's not pleasant. It's kind of almost life and death kind of thing. But otherwise,
Well, there are Latinos involved. Somebody's getting stabbed.
right.
Isn't this like the number one stabbing season between family members?
That or anytime there's a quinceañera. Hey, Squirrel. Hey, Dungeon Minister. You had an absolutely lovely video this evening. I was very moved. It was very touching.
This is like, so Dungeon Minister stops by your show. He stops by James's show. He never stops by my shows. I'm going to start taking it personally there, Father Aaron. Just saying. Of all three of us, who's the one you've met in person? Oh, wait, that might be why you don't come by. Oh, take it all back.
I thought it was like, Santa. You guys are up in Canada. You just like see each other all the time. Canada's such a small country. You live like right next to each other.
I'm going to do you, so as my Jewish friends call it, it's a mitzvah. I don't know if you know what a mitzvah is, but I'm going to do a mitzvah for you. You're not as funny as you think you are. So there we are.
Yeah.
How are you, Doc?
I'm hanging in. Just went through my ritual of watching the Art Carney Twilight Zone Christmas.
Isn't that the best Night of the Meek? That's literally my favorite Twilight Zone of them all. Even though To Serve Man is way up there, that one's
for Easter. That's for Passover.
I was watching Battlestar Galactica, and I was like, I recognize this guy in this Nazi uniform. I recognize that voice. Where do I recognize him from? And then it wasn't until the second episode he's in that I'm like, oh my God, he was the guy who was about to become an ingredient in somebody's soup.
All right. First of all, it's not a Nazi uniform. It's a Western Alliance uniform. Just saying. It's Experiment in Terra, not Experiment in Terror. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, James L? Oh, my God. You know what? I'm going to throw the link in the chat, something I never do because of obvious reasons.
I brought pussy. In case you're wondering, I brought some pussy.
Oh, dear God. Jackie was actually asking about you, James. And I told him, we had spoken a while ago. Where is it? Here we go. I'll probably regret this, but
no. It doesn't matter. They can get in the link. You don't have to let them in. That's all up to you.
Right.
AI go rhythm. Well, Father Aaron, you're probably not subscribed to my new channel since I deleted the old one, so that might be part of the problem.
Mm-hmm. And
I like it says malcontent under your name, Doc Flamingo. That's so fucking appropriate for you.
I was miracle. Since I see the Prince of Punk, I'm kind of tempted to watch Spinal Tap and Spinal Tap 2. So.
Oh no, that's from Road Warrior, the Prince of Punk, the Ayatollah of Rock and Rolla, and it's also for James's channel. So let me go ahead and add that and just put my YouTube channel.
Zeg Media.
Is there? There it is. Add Zeg Media. That's me. Yeah, I put that on because James insists on calling himself the Ayatollah of Rock and Rolla lately, so I have to put the Prince of Punk.
Yeah, I kind of.
I don't make the rules; I just follow them. All right. I
did make this. I'm right there on the same page with you. I try to abide by the rules.
I try to maliciously comply with the rules.
That sounds like you. That's you in a nutshell. And what do we have here?
You got a man from the future? Is he in?
Is it Penis? Is someone showing their penis?
No, it's
the
James
man from the
L.
future
Oh my God!
from Tomorrowland.
Merry Christmas from
Merry
like
Christmas,
24
brother.
hours into the future.
That's
It's been
right.
way too long. Jackie's going to rue the day that he missed a live stream because he misses you deeply and talks about you all the time. And has been, busy, but he's still, asks about you all the time. How you doing? Hello, how you been?
Oh, we lost it.
That is our brother from down under.
I blame Australian internet.
Well, as we know, Australia's not a real place. He's probably,
No, it's not.
somewhere else and just
Like
says
New
that.
Zealand. Look, let's be honest. New Zealand is the real place, and Australia is just a figment of everyone's imagination.
We only know that Australia is real because of the Lord of the Rings.
That's New Zealand.
New Zealand.
That's correct, sir. That is correct. I want to share this with you, Shadow. 7 swans to rule them all, 6 geese to find them, 5 rings to bring them all, and in a pear tree bind them.
I'm working on something similar, but I don't want to give it away.
I give it away. I'm a whore. Oh, no, they get paid. I give it away. I'm just a slut.
Uh-oh.
There you go. He says he's on a Samsung tablet from the Bronze Age.
Tink,
Okay.
tink, tink, tink.
Right?
Yes, but is this during the pre-Younger Dryas or the it's
Well, the Bronze Age is post-Younger Dryas, man.
I know, but I was looking at the bronze.
Come on, aren't you like an architect or something? Or not an architect, fucking archaeologist or some shit?
Actually, I mean, what amazes me is in how little they talk about the bronze.
Yeah, that wasn't an answer.
in Canada. No, you know that area around the what was it, 10,000 years ago? They had a bunch of bronze cultures over in the or copper culture in southern Canada, northern United States.
Omanel?
Well, no, I was trying to stay over by the Great Lakes.
Yeah, the whole Clovis people have been proven wrong so many times now. It hurts that they still fight this. Good God.
Well, I don't mean the Clovis people. I'm talking about there was a copper.
No, there's older
culture.
Civilizations. Is the point? We found them all over North America, and especially in Canada.
Well,
so
there's one 30 miles away from me where they proved it as well, and they still fight over it. It's the stupidest thing.
Oh no! The Clovis people are like the Clovis theory supporters are starting to feel like flat earthers to me. It's just like you're really just going to ignore all the proof, are you? Okay.
Well, 30 miles from me is the largest Clovis archaeological site in the United States, but even they proved that it was 5,000 years plus older than the Clovis culture here. So
yep. Crazy how that works, huh?
I know.
People in boats coming along the West Coast. Crazy.
Oh, yeah. There couldn't be any cultures underwater just because the sea level rose
400 feet higher, but it's impossible that 400 feet might have had people. Never mind what had they found in the Indus Valley 100 feet offshore.
I know. We need to stop all this. We need to stop spreading, misinformation and just go whatever the people
Listen,
in the Ivory Tower tell us.
Archaeology's going to get you, so watch your mouth there, all right? There's 2 groups you don't mess with. Clintons and big archaeology. That's just the way it is.
Right? Yeah, I had a very long discussion with DM James about this very subject. I'm okay with them hiding all the pertinent facts of the before times. I don't need to know. Bo has joined the stream.
Shut up, you antediluvian.
Just because I was there doesn't mean I know everything. Come on.
As I watched from the shores of Atlantis, the ships burning.
They keep getting the whole thing wrong. When I'm referring to Noki, I mean Enoch.
Merry Christmas,
Hey,
Bo.
it's Bo. Long time no see, brother.
Hey,
yeah, how are you guys doing?
There you go. Adjusting so we can see your smiling face. Lovely Christmas. Oh, I was going to send you my copy.
I've got all the books open. I've got all the world's monsters. I'm working on a B&B campaign.
I was going to send you my copy. You bastard. It's okay. I got a gift.
You can send me something else.
I got something else. You freaking
Careful.
I had to buy it because I've got to be ready for a game. And I have to have my ADD does not let my brand of ADD, and it's not ADD. I just don't do well on PDFs because if I have the computer open, I'm gonna like put Minecraft on or something. I need to have a dead child college days. I got multiple textbooks. I got my hold on a second. I got my flags. I got post-it notes. I got my graph paper.
Okay, but do you have your PC folder?
You know what I wish I had? Remember, if you're of a generation, you remember the old. They were like Mead or Trapper Keep. There were orange folders that had like athletes on the front cover, like the multiplication tables.
Yeah.
I wish I still had
I'm going to look it up.
Probably find it on Amazon still.
That had the multiplication table and the units of
measurement. And like the abbreviations and conversions. Yeah, I wish I still had a handful of those.
Yep.
But
and there were like in my neck of the woods there were like you would make word bubbles coming out of the athletes, and
there was like I think on the cover there was a guy like high jumping and he was going over the pole, and we used to make like a thought bubble. It was like fart noises coming out of his bottom, like fart noises coming out of his butt. Yeah, I remember that.
That was Father Aaron.
What?
Father Aaron's got to go prepare for mass. Have a good mass, sir.
Give the fam a hug for us, and I hope the kids are doing better.
Yeah.
Go save some souls, Father Aaron.
Go, yeah.
Or it's not these ones we're all lost causes, right?
Ultimately, condemn them straight to hell. You know.
There was a joke about that. So the Dalai Lama, he goes to New York, and he goes to Central Park, and he sees the hot dog vendor there at Central Park, and he said, and he says to the hot dog vendor, "Make me one with everything." And the hot dog vendor makes him his hot dog and hands it to him, and the Dalai Lama hands him a $20 bill. And the hot dog vendor stares at him, and the Dalai Lama stares back. And finally the Dalai Lama says, "Well, where's my change?" And the hot dog vendor says, "Well, change must come from within."
Yeah, you lost me at Make Me One with Everything. That was just like,
dad jokes. It's a two for dad joke.
Hey, that's okay. I found that there is a Trapper Keeper with the Stranger Things stuff on.
I'm looking at a lot of 7 old new stock PT folders for $34 free delivery, or 3 for.
How many is a lot? Is it like a gross?
No, 7.
That's for $34.
Yep.
So
those are Canadian dollars, right?
No. This is $17 for the Trapper Keeper Stranger Things one.
Yeah, but that's
a lot of.
This is vintage 1979, 1984 Peachy folders. I'll copy the link and throw it in Discord just for you weirdos, because I'll probably buy them just because I'm retarded and have a spending problem.
You need it for your D&D.
Just leave it as I'm retarded. You don't have to go deep.
Right. Yeah, but you know, I'm also OCD and my feelings get hurt easy.
And OPP. Yeah, you know me.
I don't even know what
I'm really bad at the guys that are like that are CDO.
Temple. The last P now, that's not so simple. It's kind of like another way to call a cat a kitten. There's 4 little letters that you're missing. No. Shadow.
OPP.
The fuck.
I've never heard
OPP.
that before.
Other people's pussy. Oh my god.
Oh, other people's property. Yeah.
I've never heard that
because they couldn't say pussy on the radio, but they certainly spelled it out for you, right? The most you want to know what the most tone deaf thing I ever saw in my life was? When that song was a big hit, the provincial police in Ontario, called the OPP, the Ontario Provincial Police, they released a commercial of a bunch of cops dancing to that song, and it was just like everybody's like, "You just right over your heads, huh? Like you have no clue what you're doing." But Wow, we're just all taking shots at Canada tonight, are we? All right,
I did
Merry
not
fucking
take shots
Christmas.
at Canada.
Not you, the chat.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, they should.
Wow.
James
What
L,
did we
I'm
do to
getting a
you?
giant Oni plastic model kit, and I'm giving myself a bunch of metal miniatures. They're Planet of the Apes, apes on horseback, and some orangutans to go with my Planet of the Apes game.
That's
Orangutans? Do they come in a
Yeah.
powder pack that we
You
add
did.
water to and we get an ape? Orangutan. What do they teach you in your country? I swear to orangutans.
Well, it's not what that they teach us; it's how long ago they taught me. Which is,
Oh, that's right. No. When you were learning, they were talking about how the angry god on the mountain was causing lightning. I get it. Okay, I'm so
Yikes.
sorry. I apologize. I take it all back there, ancient man.
I mean, come on. His history class was like 2 words. Yesterday.
Exactly. World War I for him was the Peloponnesian War.
What did I buy at Target?
Yeah, well, we were too busy making history for you guys to learn it.
Still doesn't forgive orangutan. I'm just saying that.
That's how I've heard it all my life.
You know, it says in Boy's Life that what is it that chicks dig astronauts because astronauts get all the tang they want.
Do you have children, Bo? That's my first question.
History.
Okay.
They're in the other room,
Clearly
and
you
I'm
need to
speaking in
spend less
code.
time with them.
I'm just.
Head
You
jokes
have
are
a younger
strong
child.
in
Does he
this
still
one.
believe in Santa?
Absolutely.
Well, then I'm just. Bo has to stay up late just to get everything ready.
That's true. And I've got my my rib roast is resting comfortably in the oven. I'm putting it in about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
So we can have it at lunchtime. It should take about 1 hour per bone to get to 119 degrees Fahrenheit.
Do you have one of those thermometers?
Yeah, cordless. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah,
it's got to that can be in because it's got to get to an internal temperature of 119 degrees, and then it comes out, and then I put it back in at the very end under a blazing hot oven to finish the reverse sear, and it should be a perfect medium rare.
Oh, that's good.
So
I
not
usually
only
do
is
sous vide,
Bo,
and then I just sear the outside with a on a pan.
Blowtorch.
so not only is
blowtorch
Bo,
works too.
not only is Bo a black belt on the mat, he's a black apron in the kitchen.
Black apron. Yeah, I can burn water.
What's
But I've watched
style, Bo?
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Oh, interesting. Cool.
And hey, speaking of which, I got your Christmas card, and it
Yeah.
was lovely. And the sheet that you guys put in with it, with what you guys have done this year.
Oh yeah, the letter.
The best part. Well, I hate to say it, but your youngest kid, someone edited his favorite part of the year out. Go check it. It's like my favorite part. It's like what? Don't keep me hanging.
Oh, I think Jules wrote that letter at probably 3 o'clock in the morning. Hey, I'm gonna give her a heck about it. So evidently the Christmas letter didn't say what Augie's favorite part of the year was. It just like left it as a blank.
Yeah.
It's multiple choice.
Well, if they come back to
Or maybe
hey,
Augie has a
I got
realistic view of 2025.
Augustus, where's your favorite part of the year? He's now Christmas time is his favorite time of the year, Bear.
Cool.
Because he's getting all the loot.
How old is he?
8.
Oh yeah, it's Lootapalooza.
It's Lootapalooza. Yeah, it's going to be really hard for me to sleep in past about 6 a.m.
Well, you're probably not going to bed till like 3.
Yeah. Well, most of the stuff's wrapped, Omen. Most of it.
I literally have no wrapping done, but the family won't be here until the 30th. And I've got a pack of like Amazon boxes to me from me. So that's what I'll be opening Christmas morning. It's like no surprises whatsoever. But I don't know which box is which. So I guess that'll have to do.
No, that's what dementia feels like when you wrap your own Christmas presents.
My father did that. He bought a bunch of Christmas presents for my mother and didn't remember what he got her.
It's worse
So
if he doesn't
my
remember
mother
where he
went through the
put them.
presents and said, "I like this one." But yeah,
Hides his own Easter eggs. Makes a new friend every day.
that's right. But no, that's what my father would do. Is he'd buy stuff like a year or two in advance, and then he'd start pulling stuff out for my mom, and so he's still good for about another year or two.
Oof. So you guys probably, I know some of you did, some of you didn't see my video. I think it was this morning about campaigns in the new year. I know Bo's going to be running a Barrels of Borderlands. What do you got going, Doc? You running anything?
You muted,
And
Doc.
you're muted. You're muted and going having a seizure.
Okay.
You're muted and silent.
This January we're picking up and finishing. You're going to be the last 5 episodes of Ravens Gather, and February we're going to be starting the new campaign, which is right now we have Bear, Coco, and oh my God, who else was in there?
Cody was.
Lord Mattias. Cody was going to be in it, but he might not be around, so he might come into it later. And we're actually still looking for a 4th person right now.
That's kind of an all-star cast.
Yeah.
I
don't play.
I was going to say, I was like, what? Bear's going to be in somebody else's game? Oh, crap. I can't miss that.
I think he was drunk when he agreed.
I don't drink, so I have nothing to fall back on other than I smoked way too much pot in college.
There's a lot
Well, whatever caused it, we're grateful.
Yeah, well, we'll see how long I last before I get pissed off and quit. But hey, anything's possible.
Well, that's not true entirely because I did see you playing in the game at CleriCon.
Oh yeah, that was I agreed to do that.
I kind of was expecting you to walk out of that one because they were just being.
Oh my god, that game was so tiresome. That's why after my my dwarf left because I just had enough of their stupidity. I really enjoyed playing Clem. Clem was just there to unlock doors and eat a sandwich. That's all. I'm going over there and eat a sandwich now. That was so much fun.
Right, but the dwarf, I was watching you play the dwarf.
Oh my god, I was gonna murder that gnome. I swear.
You were literally gonna go Jesus on that table and flip it.
Oh no! I was just gonna go and just attack the gnome and just see if I could kill him because he was pissing me off so bad. Think about this, guys. You've got a player that's been playing in the game that has been given the information we need to start the adventure by the DM. We all get there, and he's not giving us the information.
Oh, I have never seen
one of those.
Not
one
one
of those.
where he just happened to take the books and made sure none of us could access them. Yeah, that's never happened.
Is Omanal just having a seizure over there? What's going on?
It's hard to tell because he looks like one of the characters from the first series of Star Trek. 4 little clumps that flash.
Those peppers that I bought.
I was
10
actually
Quatloos on the newcomer.
I put 200 Quatloos.
What was the first episode of Star Trek: The Original Series with the
aired or produced?
The Pike. You mean?
No, not that one. Not
Aired
that one.
Pilot?
Aired. The first episode is the Man Trap with the salt.
Yeah, the Man Trap. I was watching that one, and I'm like, I don't know if it was maybe they remastered it or something, but the planet scenes of with the Enterprise and the planet down below were marvelous. I'm like, wow, this has got to be remastered.
Yeah, they
did
redid all of them.
Yeah, they look really nice too because they didn't.
But unfortunately,
they look good.
Cleaned them up.
The DVD set I got does not have the cage in it. It just goes right into the Man Trap all the way to the end of the first season, but not that. And I'm like, what the heck? Who does that? What you got to buy so I got to buy a special.
Well, the cage wasn't part of the first season. That's the thing. You're thinking of the Menagerie, which is the 2-parter, which comes later.
No. I was thinking the cage with.
No. But the cage is not part of the first season.
But but you can
It
throw it in
never
there.
aired.
Where? Okay, if you're gonna make the three-year set, which they did,
Yeah.
where do you put it? Number 3.
Third box special disc. I don't know.
I'll go look and check because I thought about
I
that
have the
after I
third
got pissed
box
off.
only.
But
I put it
I'll-
first because it's effectively a prequel.
It's like issue 0 or whatever, right? But no,
It's issue 0. Ew.
you know what I
Ew.
mean. Something like that. I mean, it's where do you put it? If you're gonna market 3 years, 3 separate box sets, you don't put it in 2, right?
A lot of times we'll put it in 3.
Hey, what's
It's
up,
the
Crafty?
final
Well,
with the
but that's
bonuses.
okay. So why don't you then insist that instead of playing the Man Trap as the first episode, they put oh shit, the one with Gary Mitchell, Whom Gods Destroy. No, it's not Whom Gods
No.
Destroy. What the fuck is that episode? God, damn
Isn't it called Where No Man's Gone Before?
Where No Man's Gone Before.
Is it?
Barrier. I think
Yeah.
that's that. I could be.
That's like the third episode, second or third
Yeah,
episode.
it is.
No,
It is Where
It's
No
the
Man
second
Has Gone
pilot.
Before. That's the second pilot. So that's Where No Man Has Gone Before. Yeah, you're right on that one, Doc. Yeah, so why not put that as the first episode? Because it happens before the Man Trap. Because the box set's only the episodes that aired and in the order they aired.
Did that not air?
Selection. It did, but it was episode 3 or something, or episode 2.
Well, I'll
So
check.
So
But
it's
if
season 1,
but if-
season 2, season 3. You want the complete original series, which is going to be
Well, I
a whole
thought I was
other
gonna-
box set.
I thought I was going to do that one at a time, because the reason why was that box set was $20 on eBay, but it came with not only this,
Nerd.
A Motorola flip
Right.
phone. Cool.
right, and but it also came with a next generation tricorder, both light up and make sound and stuff for $20, including shipping. And I'm like, yeah, nerd, I'll take that, and then I get it, and I finally get around to watching it because I just finished Battlestar Galactica and Thundar the Barbarian. I'm like, okay, what do I got that I haven't watched in forever? So I grabbed Star Trek, and I'm like, oh, cool, I want to watch the pilot, and I'm like, well, it's not here. What the shit? So I'm probably just gonna sell that season 1 to somebody who wants that particular exact thing, and then just buy the complete set because I was gonna do that anyways. But I thought I was just gonna parse it out slowly, but because the pilot is one of my favorite episodes with Christopher Pike. It was, as a matter of fact, when it was on Netflix, Jackie and I were watching it, and we made it through the first half, and then he got busy with stuff, and that was 3 years ago.
I got bad news for you, by the way.
Huh.
Maybe the original series Blu-rays DVD has it, but I don't know if they have one where they've released the cage.
I did
Oh,
see the
yeah.
cage on its own disc, separate, one disc thing. You could just buy the cage. I might have to do that, but that would suck. But if that's the way it is, I'll check out the complete set and see if it has that, because it looks like it's got a bunch of extras. And why would you not, do that?
Because Trekkies love to spend money, so create multiple sets, man. Come on.
Yeah. That's,
I was in a meeting one time. The guy running the meeting was doing a PowerPoint thing. He had a laser pointer that was one of the phaser ones.
Oh, cute.
It was
Nice.
actually pretty cool.
You ever see the original series blooper reel where they're supposed to do a shot where they're
Oh, yeah.
shooting something and they call action, and because they were all little Remington micro razors, they go action, and all through Bones, McCoy, and Spock, I'll just start shaving their faces. It's really funny. It's cute moment.
I've never seen that.
Oh, Shatner lost his shit, and so did Nimoy when that got released publicly. They were like, that's hours for us on the crew and the cast that went through it all. That's not for public consumption. They were really annoyed by it.
I would say shut the fuck up and share.
Well, you have to also remember, it was the first time that ever happened. It was after Star Trek
Right.
started making the tours. Other shows started releasing their blooper reels publicly. The blooper reels were always for the rap part. That's what they were for.
Okay.
So I can see where they stood on it because it wasn't a tradition at that point in time. But like many other things, Star Trek created a new tradition because that's what Star Trek did. Pioneer everything we love about movies and TV.
So as long as you get the complete seasons, they include the cage.
There you
No,
go.
And I
the cage. what is that? The cage? I thought the cage was the one where they respliced it in during the trial episode into the
So
regular
that's the
season.
menagerie, which is the
That's the
two-parter
Yes.
where they
menagerie,
spliced
Yes.
in the cage. That's not
Yeah.
all there.
100%.
No. Scenes are
I'm
missing.
always
That's
mixing
okay.
the two up.
And I kind of like the aesthetic of the uniforms
Ooh.
and things.
Velour. You see
Yeah,
that
from the
where
cage.
No Man Has Gone Before too. They still have the velour uniforms. It's quite cute.
And just
Right.
the different cut of everything of the uniforms.
So
and,
you guys know, Kirk's uniform, the command gold was actually green, right?
Is green.
But
Yeah.
the problem is
Which
the
is why
lighting and
the
all that
ones
they
that were
used-
green, yes.
Yes, but it was a type of green that the way they lit it and the way they shot it would come out as a mustard yellow on film. So now when you go see people selling shirts with the original colors, it's not really the original color because the original color was actually green, but good luck finding that shit.
We had the green
Well-
tunic one though too.
Because it was
I-
RBG, right? It was because it was in color, NBC, red, blue, green.
which
It was
is
a big
funny
deal,
because on the on one of the box sets it's red, blue, yellow, for the shirts. Like these like lines of color on the box set. And I'm like, but that's not right. But I guess they didn't want to,
So-
be equated with the stoplight.
One of the things I do when I run a Star Trek campaign is it's always an alternate universe because it's, you can't run it in the real universe. I make medical have green uniforms as opposed to blue. And here's why. Imagine you're on some planet, you've just been assaulted by the Klingons and you're lying there bleeding and you need a medic in the worst way possible. And you glance over and you see a blue shirt. You're like, help me. And the guy runs over and goes, what can I do? I'm wounded. I need help. Sorry, man. I'm a botanist. I'm from the science department. Are you a plant by any chance? If you're a plant, I could help you. It just makes no goddamn sense to have science and medicine in the same colors. It was such a dumb idea.
Well, then why did they
That's why
have
if you look at
engineering
the,
wait a minute.
Sorry,
Security
go ahead.
was yellow, wasn't it? Or was that
Security was
sometimes
red. Red shirts. Engineering, operations, and security were all red because they're the ones that kept the ship running. Command was gold, and sciences and medical was blue. Next gen comes, they flip it. But in between that, you have the movie generation, where from the first movie, in the pajamas, all the way up to the cool Wrath of Khan uniforms, every department had its own color on the tunics, right? So like security was like a dusty purple color, and cadets was a bright orange and shit like that. They really they mixed it up to make it more interesting,
Yeah,
Hey,
it
George,
makes
what's
no
happening?
sense to have security and engineering both have red. It's like,
Yeah, so security, engineering, and operations, so like communications were
Yeah.
red because they were ops, That's the way it is. It's dumb. Color coding your crew is a dumb fucking idea because the Klingons just have to have a color table. Okay, shoot all red guys and gold guys, fuck blue guys. Okay, got it. It just
Exactly.
makes no sense,
Well, you laugh at that, but the Navy,
Well, that's-
but the U.S. Navy actually has different colors depending on which group you're in. You have
James
got, like,
says-
firemen, airmen, seamen, and construction men, and they each have different colors.
Let's not talk about semen shadows here. Come on.
Color TV wasn't released in Australia until 1975. We only get Nanny State DLC first. That's so weird. I mean, I remember watching a lot of black and white growing up, but we had choices. The certain shows were just black and white, certain shows were color, and now it's like trying to get these younger folks.
How did they do that? How did they do that in the Athenian theater? Have people black and white when they were doing shows.
It was like
How
chalk
was
and
that?
charcoal.
A lot of makeup and paint.
It was
It
a
was-
flip
it was
book.
chalk.
It was a
It
flip
was like-
book in papyrus.
Chalk and charcoal and ash from your fireplace and things like that.
And a healthy dose of syphilis.
Wait a minute. They did have color. It was called ochre.
Okay.
They just couldn't see green. Or was it blue?
Blue, and that's
Oh my god, that makes me crazy. That is so not true.
They didn't have a word. They didn't have a word for blue. They treated blue as a shade of green. So then, hence, it was just a type of green to them. And
They just couldn't see it. It's like everything was in black and white until the 1950s.
Yeah, exactly. Until
right?
1957, 1958, everything was in black and white. You're right. You're 100%.
So they couldn't see
Actually,
blue until they invented it.
When I was a kid, I used to ask that to my parents. Right? I'd be like, "When did you first start seeing in color?" And my dad, was enough of a joker. He'd be like, "Oh, 1962." Oh.
It was during the Wizard of Oz when she got picked up. Then he could see color.
Yeah,
love that
there you go.
movie.
Technicolor. Technicolor.
All right. I think I need to get off of this and go. Evidently, I've got to go play a Christmas game with the family.
Oh no, what are you going to be playing? You
All
got to
right,
play something
Grinch.
like
Enjoy
Star Wars
enjoy
Is it
Rebellion or
a
something.
fun
Take a
game
full
like
hour.
how much money did you spend on us, Daddy? Is that the fun game you're playing? Guess the receipt.
That's funny because I told the family not to get me anything because I spent a bunch of money like on home improvements before, like last month. I said, don't spend any more money because I broke the bank putting in new light fixtures and switches and all that shenanigans.
Oh, that's what.
Make them
That's
sleep
what we should
outside
do
for the
so
night.
well now.
That's what the money went.
I mean,
I'm not spending money now.
well, you know what? It looks pretty good, Bo, because before you were like dark and dingy.
The out here I did put in new LED panels, and I put in LED panels, and the big 2-foot LED panels are, my gosh, they're expensive. But they're daylight balanced, and I said the older I get, the brighter I need the light. Why is it so damn dark in here? that's a night closing in on you.
Well, did you?
Yeah, my ex used to say that about my iPhone. She was always like, "Why is it so bright?" And I'm like, "Because I'm old, lady. Come on, you young kids, you can have I take their phones and it's like, how do you see this? Like, what the fuck?
Wait a minute. See,
never mind thumbprints.
Bo's got to put together
bifocals.
the Death Star Wars Lego for his kids. I think that's like
there might be some
7,000
Lego under the
pieces.
tree. No Death Star sets though. That's an expensive set. That's like a $700 set.
Oh, it's like $1,000 now. It's insane.
Oh, it's Lego. I mean, I remember it was about 10 cents per element plus about $3 per minifig. That's about how you could guess the price of a set based on how many pieces were in it.
But inflation and tariffs have hit, so it's gone
I
up.
mean,
Yeah, they are made in most are made in Denmark.
Unless you can actually get inside the Death Star, I'm not really, shelling out for that kind of
inside it. Is this where you start revealing your hall pass as the Death Star? Because that's really weird, Shadow. I gotta say.
No. I mean, it's just that's a lot of money to spend on a toy that once you put it together, you can't really take it apart because.
And it's a play set. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole play set. You get to.
It opens up.
Yeah,
like
with your little minifigs.
Yeah, it's got like 31 minifigs or something. It's something insane.
So basically, like a Star Wars dollhouse.
Yes,
sort of. Yeah, they're gonna make a to scale one. It's gonna have 800 million pieces, and it'll take up the entire
to scale.
It'll be nice.
That's what I was talking
about.
I'm
going to leave this out.
He's going to be playing with the Mega Blocks just so he can get it done faster.
The Chinese versions, the
knockoff. Shadow's old now. He's going to be playing with Duplo, and we all know.
Who did Amon play in Undiscovered Country? I don't remember that.
She was the Cameloid.
Oh, that's right. Oh my God, she's one of my favorite characters. The one with the death sticks, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
That Death Sticks is Star Wars, but that's
okay, I know.
You're all right, Boomer.
I was doing that on purpose.
Use the Force, Harry.
Janeway would just keep on going back in time.
Janeway would say something through clenched teeth, probably Chakotay. But anyway.
Yeah, I couldn't watch that show.
I hated her so much.
I hated Voyager just because it kept, every time I seemed to turn it on, it was either a holodeck episode or a time travel episode. I'm like, you're in the
don't get me started.
You can't come with anything better for a plot.
Look, we all know.
You know the two-parter Year in Hell, where they go up against fucking Red Foreman with his time ship. That was originally pitched as the entire season. And then Brannon and Braga were like, no. That would have been the most amazing season of Star Trek ever made. You know what I mean? It would have been epic. Oh, well. But it was a good 2 episodes.
The thing that bothered me about her as a captain the most was that she was like completely schizophrenic. On one minute, she'd be like super by the rules. We can't interfere. And then she would do something completely insane and evil and like off the hook in the next episode.
Yeah, my roommate at the time said, my roommate at the time said if the last 3 episodes of this series aren't her court-martial, it's not been worth it.
Wait, but Roddenberry, we know, we can all agree that Roddenberry used time travel as a trope in the original series as an excuse to reuse set pieces and costumes he wouldn't have to pay for because Westerns were big. So he could get Western costumes for free. He could film on the back lot at Paramount, like City on Edge of Forever, because it was free. But why did time travel become a trope in every single Star Trek since then? And it's the weakest, most boring, most played out. I can't do Star Trek anymore because it's all time travel in every series and every movie all the time. I hate it.
Let me ask you a question. Have you not noticed that ever since 2009, the vast majority of Star Trek writers have only ever seen Wrath of Khan? And the reason you know that is because they constantly make references to Khan Nooney and Singh. The characters related to them, people don't. But if you go watch the original Space Seed episode, they had no fucking clue who he was until they looked him up in the library computer. And even then, they were kind of like, they admired him because he was kind of like a dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's like admitted liking Stalin.
Well, see, I really enjoyed
exactly.
I enjoyed the fact that they used one of the original characters from the series to make into the movie. And I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. But yeah, after that,
but Benedict Cumberbatch was a really bad Khan.
Why?
But that was really, really bad movie.
I hate it when they try to remaking things and just use the same stuff over again for iconic series. I'm like, why?
Well, that's okay. Star Trek Academy's coming out soon. You can watch that.
Oh
Space
my God.
90210. Stardate 90210.
Actually, the only time travel I liked for the most part was what they did in Babylon 5.
I could kind of watch what they did on Enterprise, but
no, Enterprise was so good until the temporal time war, and they made it like this. They made this like this metaphor for the 2000, for the global war on terror.
Enterprise was good once, and when it was good once was the Mirror Universe episodes in season 3 or 4 or whatever.
Those were awesome.
Towards the end.
Those were awesome.
Those 2 episodes were fucking amazing. The rest of Enterprise, why are we doing this? Hey, let's put Borg in it. What? Hey, let's put Ferengi in it. What? Hey, look, it's a Romulan ship with a cloaking device. Did you fucking watch Balance of Terror? It was a surprise weapon. Like, oh my God,
I don't remember any of those episodes of Enterprise, and I watched the whole.
Oh, the only good thing about Enterprise up until the Mirror Universe two-parter towards the end of the series was any episode in the first 2 seasons when Shran would show up, because if the Andorian showed up, Archer was getting punched in the mouth. It was like, all right.
Chaos Barb.
Other than Deep Space Nine, I just couldn't watch any of it. Well, one is it didn't have television.
Still with the time travel.
Yeah.
Again, time travel was like a huge, non-temporal beings. It's time travel.
I mean, unless
it was like the whole.
I like the S9. Sorry, I like the S9.
I never.
I did like.
So I have no opinion on it.
All right, I gotta get off of here. I do have one question for Shadow before I turn this off, because I'm reading the Ardoin Grimoire again, page 68. It says that the Alchemist is a subclass of the Sage class, but there's no Sage class in the Ardoin Grimoire. Where do I find the Sage class, Mr. Oh Great Ardoin Master?
I don't know. I thought it was in the first. You've got the comp.
He's got the hardcover of 1 through 3,
right, which is re-edited and everything.
Alchemist, Assassin, Barbarian, Bard, Courtesan, Druid, Forester, Martial Artist, Medicine Man, Normals, Outlaw, Psychic, Runes. Oh, Sage, page 19. No, it's not page 19. So the page numbers are wrong. I guess there is a Sage class here somewhere. Okay,
I would just getting those bifocals looked at.
He's like, I need the PDF
it's really
so I can hit Control F.
Yeah, that's true.
No,
page 87. No, I said it's hard to study.
Well, for me, I like books because I just enjoy reading them when before I go to sleep. But when I have to actually play, I like the PDFs because I can hit Control F really fast.
I said I will eventually. I will make a cheat sheet. Eventually, I'll make a DM screen with all the copy and paste all this stuff into it with the PDFs. But I don't have the Ardoin PDFs because they literally just came out with the Ardoin PDFs like a month ago.
Only a couple of weeks ago, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess it's close to
That's
I'll have to ask George for
with the new Kickstarter, which I didn't back because, man, we should get the PDFs if we bought the hard copies.
Well,
or if they just make them reasonable. If they make them reasonable, I'll pay for them again. I don't care about paying for them.
If you back the Kickstarter on any print level, I think you got the PDFs.
But why would I back the Kickstarter when I literally already have all 10 volumes in paper?
Right.
I know I did.
I didn't want to buy them again. I already had them.
Wait, Omanal, you have the PDFs?
No. I talked to George a few
right.
weeks ago, and he said because I was talking about I didn't want to rip up the covers for his Arduin stuff because they have gorgeous back art.
What is he talking about?
He'll show us. James, I actually love the theme song, so I'm the weirdo.
I mean,
For
I like
Enterprise?
It was
I like
used
the
in
back art
Patch
that
Adams, man.
he's done for these, but this one's not so bad because I can open that up. But I mean, it's the some of the stuff like right back here, which is hard to tell with the reflection. Sorry about that, but
No, I can see it.
yeah,
it was all
Right.
quality. It was all everything they
Yeah.
do. Is
but
of the
see, I didn't
highest
want to
quality.
rip this top part. He said, well, he said I can talk to him about getting the PDF. So it's like, okay, that's cool.
I'll catch you guys later then.
I'll see you
Merry
tomorrow or
Christmas,
Friday,
Bo.
buddy. Merry Christmas.
Take care.
I mean, yeah, I've got all of these books right there. So
There you go.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when he did his map stuff last year, I bought all the Arduin stuff from them.
What do you want? I'm right here. You want to come say hi? Come on. Come on. I know you're feeling left out. You're a good boy. Yeah, steak is tomorrow.
And I just wasn't that interested in Barrows and Borderlands, which is the reason I didn't just back that Kickstarter.
I'm scared because Bo is like going at his next campaign like he's going to get graded on it, for college or something. So that's
Well,
that's
remember,
going to be.
I don't think he's ever played those.
What's up,
old
RPG
games.
Dad? What's up,
He doesn't-
RPG Dad?
I don't think he's ever played any of those old games.
He played BX back in the day.
Told me he wanted to play B2, but he never did. So
Right.
I bet if you played BX, you probably had B2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, okay.
I
Bear,
got shit to do.
good Christmas for you. I
Merry
hope
Christmas, man.
everything's going well for you.
Merry Christmas, Bear.
Merry Christmas, everybody. I don't know how long you're going to be on for, Shadow, but I might be doing something on my channel in a bit.
I'm
so-
going to be here till midnight, and we've only been doing this
Okay,
for an
well,
hour, so I got another 5 hours.
I'll be in bed by the time you guys are done. So Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry
Thanks for
Christmas. I'll
having
see
me.
you.
Send me a
I'll
link
tomorrow,
when
man.
you go on.
And it was lovely seeing you all. Be good, be bad, but
You
don't
too.
be
You
sad.
too. Yes.
And also, bye, Valorous. Bye.
I already got 2 copies.
Hey, you know what though? Speaking of which, if you haven't bought your lottery ticket, it's probably worth going now.
I don't gamble, but
It's not gambling if you don't expect to win.
well, then it's a waste of money because I could just spend that $2 on a Snickers bar or something. It just.
Oh yes, something that will actually kill you.
Well, yeah. Come on, right. You know how many Snickers bars I've had since the invention of the Snickers bar? I'm fine.
Wait. And then you keep complaining about health problems.
I don't have any health problems. I only have one health problem, and that was my back, and that's a once a year thing, just to remind me that I'm still mortal, or I can still feel pain. Dean, come on down. You're the next contestant. Merry Christmas,
Right.
brother.
I mean,
Merry
Dean put all
Christmas.
that stuff up, and he's leaving Grandma's house. He had all of the the chicken legs. And I was like, obviously, this was the the big bad wolf visiting Grandma.
Oh crap! I need to plug in.
I'm still of the opinion that your visits to grandma is a lot different than mine.
Yeah, I saw.
I just saw Grandma, and I saw a bunch of food right there, and I was like, well, someone's been eating Grandma.
Oh no,
Well, if it
Minecraft,
wasn't
the
Grandpa, I don't want
food
to hear about it, and I don't even want to hear about it then.
Oh no, the food on the picture was like in Minecraft. That's how much food you've eaten, not how much food you have.
Oh well, yeah, but come on, we've all read Little Red Riding Hood and what happened to Grandma there, so that's what.
Oh
No,
yeah,
Have you seen
doing
the
my normal
game
Christmas
Atomic
edition,
Tank Shadow? Hold on.
Except after the fact is I didn't get anything to eat for the next few days after Christmas because it was always bad turkey and terrible cooking.
Oh no, I haven't. Is that from Hydra Miniatures, James L? That sounds like right up my alley. Yeah,
10
yeah.
millimeter tanks is pretty. I like the smaller sizes for stuff like
I'm writing
that.
that down for other things I'm going to be spending copious amounts of money on this year. What's it called? Atomic.
I looked at the stuff coming out next year. I was not impressed.
From Hydra Miniatures?
No, I just mean for like RPGs.
Oh yeah. This whole last year was, honestly, except for Doc's game, Bear's game, Barrows and Borderlands, and Savage Swords. Everything else I looked at this year, I was like, not only not impressed, but I wish I actually got my money back.
I got a lot of stuff for it, but it took like 2 years. I backed on Kickstarter, and then it was 2 years later that I started getting the physical copies.
Are you taking off, James? I'm going to say howdy to Jackson for you. He's going to, like I said, regret that he didn't come on here when he had the chance. But he's at not midnight mass, but close to it. Atomic
Yeah,
Punk.
the only thing I backed this year is Alex McCree's Elf book.
Oh, you did the Elf. I did the Treasure Tome last year.
Yeah, for Axe 2.
Yeah, and then I backed, and I think the Axe stuff came in this year. So, it was. I'm not saying the problem isn't the stuff I backed. The problem is when I'm getting it, because I got.
Oh yeah.
I got Horus Cthulhu. I got my Alien. I got the Coriolis, which I'm not a big fan of the new Coriolis. And then I got.
Oh yeah, and then there was Planet of the Apes. That one looks cool too, or is cool. But I like I was saying the other night, I got no idea. Like I have no story idea. Like telling me, okay, this, I got no idea.
Not have the story idea. There's so much there.
Oh wow, there's a whole bunch of new stuff on Hydra.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not including miniatures because I just don't paint, and just getting them will just be more junk. Just because, because I'm not going to be playing with them. That's a hobbyist aspect.
Sure.
But it's not that I don't want to. It's just gorgeous. I don't have I don't have the setup for it. I guess the board games. Dune's been my favorite board game for getting this year, so I'll get some more. Because that's when I can play with my son, whereas all the other games I have to go hang out with my friends.
I'm going to share this real quick here.
Go for it. Let's go see some new minis.
It's basically a 10 mil, epic sort of scale war game.
I actually like 6mm or.
Well, I don't know what scale it is. I guess it's 10, but I mean, just look at these pieces.
Yeah, it looks
very retro, very, very, Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon.
It is pretty cool looking, yeah.
Look at that! Oh my god, that looks fun as shit. Oh, I love that hover thing. This miniature on the side, the big silver guys. I got a bunch of those already. The tanks, very, very goofy looking. Love it.
That's the kind of game that I would play if someone else paints it up and brings all their minis.
Right?
For me, I would not buy that.
Oh my god, that looks right out of Thunderbirds, doesn't it?
Yeah, very similar.
What's Thunderbirds?
Thunderbirds, the marionettes that went over there. 1960s. Have you ever seen those?
It was like. Do you ever see Team America from the South Park guys?
Yes.
Okay, well, it was inspired by this TV show called The Thunderbirds, where there were a bunch of special agents with special vehicles doing stuff, but they were all marionettes and puppets.
I think it was it British
I'm not
in the
sure
1960s?
that aired over here.
Yeah. Was that British from the 1960s?
I believe so.
Yeah.
So, question: did it also look awkward in Thunderbirds when they kissed, or was that only just in Team America?
I don't think they ever kissed, and
that's a good decision.
Well, yeah, but they did have sex.
James L. There are plenty of people I know who would play. Well, we tried to, but X2 is just basically BX with better rules.
Yeah, better rules, and they also have some actual modern game isms in them, and like the good ones with design and so forth. So it's not like it doesn't have to be static how a class is designed. okay, you still have to decide from like when you create the class what's finalized, but like it's not not every fighter is the same.
I want to put it this way: is for Axe, it gives a lot of toolkits for the DM, but for the players, they barely notice any changes between it and BX.
Yeah.
But from a DM standpoint, that's really who Axe is aimed at, is for the economy, spell creation. I really love how he does animals and monsters and henchmen, and like animal henchmen, and how they can get stronger over time. Also, he does. It's all on the DM side that I think that Axe really shines.
Yeah, I have noticed a bit of that, having stoning some of the subsystems for my Pathfinder game.
Hey, James L., didn't Jerry Anderson also do UFO, the TV show, with the girls with like the purple hair? I freaking love that show. And I think he did another show after that. But I can't remember what the name of it was.
The one thing that is kind of sad for me is I did not get to notice the. I was expecting Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles because it's my friend's birthday today, and I said, "Hey, you've done a lot of stuff for me here. Let me go get you some stuff." But I was figuring it'd be kind of nice to have that arrive, but that's probably not going to arrive for another 2 or 3 weeks. They're having problems getting all of their.
That's what I thought, James.
Their distribution.
Well, James, there's a crap ton of people playing online, and that's most of us here, as far as I know, except maybe Omen and Omen and Dean. These days, it's all online gaming. It's a lot easier, other than scheduling time and stuff like that. But it's easier on your house and your family and things like that.
Here's the thing: is it's not the reason I like doing it in person and everything else. Is we always made it to an event very similar to how people go watch football. Mm-hmm. It's like, come over, we'll play for 2 hours, we'll take a break, we'll go eat a full meal. So we would have like casseroles and fajitas and brisket. And one time my friend did a pancake buffet. We do that, and then after about an hour of eating, then we would go back and play the game. It's the whole social aspect for that, so that's really nice. But
I do like a good lasagna in the middle of what do you call it? Slain orcs.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're making me hungry, man. And I just had a really nice dinner.
I've now I'm now effectively on past hour 96 on my fast, so I got one more.
Wow.
No, I'm sorry. I'm on day 70, hour 72. So tomorrow I'm going to go eat.
Wow, I can't go but a couple of hours before my stomach says you will eat.
Well, that's what I'm having now. Is I'm having feverish dreams of like, oh look, it's pancakes. You start watching food channels like, oh, but yeah, no, it's I like to go on a fast.
Oh, I didn't know Total Party Skill was a system. I thought that was like.
Yeah. I've got most of them. It's really, really simple. It's like a tri-stat kind of thing. I think it's been years since I touched those books or even watched one of his videos. It's been a while. I haven't seen him one of his videos, but it was a really it works, but it lacks some of the crunch that I prefer. What's up, Death Angel?
I mean, the crunch is also why I like Axe over regular BX or Bigamy.
My whole thing for Axe is it does everything I wanted as a kid as a DM to do things, but I don't. But like for players, we went from OSE, so BX, and then we went to they barely noticed a change. There was hardly any it's like 95% compatible with BX. If you know how to play BX, the players can just like walk right in without any issues, which is what I like.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I really have to notice people need time to adjust to with the Axe is the proficiency steps. Not because, what do you call it, the demographic I come from don't like skills. It's more like they're used to universal resolution systems.
Yeah.
with skills.
Well, it's all 20s. I mean, you roll a d20. But what I also liked is that they have that adventuring proficiency, which is as a DM, if you're like, yeah, I think you can do it, roll your adventuring proficiency.
Yeah.
And you can do it. You know, they kind of have a catch-all. But if you want specific things, then you have your own proficiencies on top of that.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Jackie's getting ready to run his first game, like a campaign starting in January, like January 4th, and he's been calling me pretty regularly. How do I do this? How do I do that? I'm like, just make it simple. If you think they can do it, then they can do it. If there's going to be some sort of consequence by failing, other than like minor, then you have them roll like under their stat or a target number, something simple, just to keep the game going. Because he doesn't, he's got like a week and a half to learn and create not just a system, but he's got a whole new race, like 10 or 20 alien races that he created that he had me go through this afternoon, and I'm like, holy crap, this is pretty ambitious for creating a game in a week.
I gotta run, guys. Merry
right,
Christmas, everybody.
Take care,
Everybody have a
Doc.
great
I'll
night.
see you when I see you.
So what system is he planning on using? Is it basic D&D or kind of
He's
thing?
either going to use AD&D or 5th edition.
So 5th edition, this is all he has to do. Tell him normal stats, whatever the bonuses are, or whatever he wants from that. But don't use skills. There's an option, the Dungeon Master's Guide for 5th edition, that just simply says use your stats, and that gives you the bonuses, and just roll for that. It's like,
yeah, that's kind of what I was telling him. Figure out what stat that if it's like driving or piloting, it's dex. If it, and just roll under or something like that.
That's the problem I find is all too often, as we start getting proficiencies, players start thinking that that's all that they can do on the character sheet, rather than when it's just open and like just attempt it and you can do it.
I mean, that is a problem as old as the hobby.
Death Angel, I have a D&D game that usually ends about 8:30 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, but I do try to come in and check out your show, even if I'm just decompressing from the game. But I said I would be on your show. Just keep hitting me up, and eventually we'll make it happen and see what happens. And yes, James, he's got some kooky, but some most of his aliens are like bug related because he's like a big into bugs. If you guys are familiar with the game Hollow Knight, it's a video game.
Yeah.
It's like a side scroller. That's his like favoriteest thing in the world. So he's taken a lot of influence from that. Plus his videos, The Fourth Agenda, which James L. was in. And so he's using that world, but with more of the anime kind of characters doing stuff. It's going to be a lot of work, and he kind of should probably postpone it. But since he's got like 2 more weeks left of Christmas vacation, so they want to get the first big game in next week, right before he goes back to school. And we're going to break out the Dungeons and Lasers terrain and cover the table and just have a big old. He's got like 7 or 8 kids already signed up.
Well, you know what he does is he creates 24 characters of various things, and then says, "Here, just pick from the pile." That's the easiest way I found for starting a new game.
I told him that, and he's like, "No, they all got thoughts and ideas of what they want to run."
That I will say that is a good thing. What you call about modern players is they do have an idea what they want to play.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you sometimes have to temper it or remind them that like they do not know the world yet.
Well, that's the thing, is they've been watching Jackie's videos and talking to him about the lore and things like that. So he's kind of got a good group.
And James L., I agree with you about simple games. Traveler's an easy one.
Welcome to the show, Mike.
Hey.
Merry Christmas, fellas.
Merry Christmas.
OG, what's happening, man?
Not too much.
He had me scared there for a second. I'm like, uh-oh. Got to check the video, make sure it's a real person and it's not a lap. How's your Christmas going, Betty?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. No complaints so far. I haven't got my Christmas gifts wrapped. That's something else I got to do.
Well, are they for you? You know, the unwrapping is, open up the box, but no, it's just
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want to open up the box. Weird needle people usually jump out of them.
oh, okay.
And
Slender
James,
Man?
with using the Dungeons and Lasers terrain, he's what we're gonna do is we're gonna build the dungeon and then cover it with foam boards, so we can do the fog of war, and then he just lifts up the roof, and there will be the room with the monsters already ready and the little scatter terrain and all that cool stuff. The only problem is I backed this Kickstarter. Tell me if this doesn't sound great. It was a Kickstarter that was a bunch of Reaper miniatures, but instead of them being made out of plastic or lead, they were made out of gummy worm or gummy bear material, so you could eat them.
Oh, that's
And it had-
awesome.
And it had dice, like 20-sided dice. It had potion bottles and other potions made out of gummy material, so the GM could hand that stuff out. And if you
That's
killed
fun.
the monster, you got to eat the monster. Tell me, as a mid-teen, senior, whatever. I think they're all seniors. That wouldn't have just been like, fun as hell.
Hell,
All right, I
I
killed
used
the
to do
green
that with-
slime. Give me him.
wait a minute. I used to do that with M&Ms. The M&Ms by their different colors would be different monsters. And as
Yeah,
they
but these
died,
are
I
like
would
literally
eat-
Reaper miniature molds,
That's
but
cool.
filled. There's a dragon. There's a green slime. There's like orcs and kobolds and all kinds of crap. But the Kickstarter has not fulfilled yet, and it's
Oh,
been
man.
like 2 freaking years.
Yeah, it's not
Uh,
coming out.
Yeah, well, I've waited 4 years for a Kickstarter, but it was just like this. I got it when he was actively playing D&D and having people come over, and then that stopped because of JROTC. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe in the future he'll play again, and the likelihood that it's going to fulfill and that we'll get do
You know what? I agree with the James Ellis. Make the cookies. You can do ice. The freezer pops. As they come out. I think you can make your own gummies too. What's sad is what they should have done is giving you the molds, so then you can make your own gummies.
That would have, mind you, I only paid like 60 or 70 bucks
okay.
for double the Kickstarter,
Yeah.
so it wasn't like really expensive. But I've seen silicone molds for dice, so you could fill them with chocolate or something else, But that's a whole different process versus having like a bag that's got potions in it or dice or whatever. And just think if they did it right and you marketed it to game stores, you could have it right there by the cash register with those little racks. Here's gummy dice or gummy monsters. They would sell like freaking crazy at your standard, kind of trendy game store that also sells the Funko Pops and all that other crap. They would be gone the first 2 days. Your whole supply would be gone.
Well, I mean, those are the kinds of
I know.
things that everyone just comes over and picks up anyway, even if they weren't going to buy things. Like, oh, I'm going to find these gummies. I'll go buy those and then give them to my friends. And yeah, it's just those are great, especially now
Don't
Christmas
get your
gifts.
gummies mixed up.
Oh yeah, my son gets.
Well,
like
you
a
know what?
5
There
pound
are like gummy
bear.
worms.
Don't get
There
them
are
mixed up.
gummy worms and gummy bears. You could use the gummy bears for
I
like
know.
kobolds, or depending on the color. Like, okay, the red ones are kobolds, the yellow ones are bugbears.
Yeah. But what we're saying is, but with all the monsters instead of just proxies.
Mhm.
I agree with you on that because like my son gets like 5 pounds of gummy bears during Christmas, and so
Wow.
Your dentist must love your family.
well he has to share them with his mom. So,
Mm.
but
I was never a big fan of the gummy
I didn't like
thing,
gummies.
Yeah,
Sour gummies were the close. I don't even like sour gummies, but at least I thought they were better. But that's perfect. You get the Rust Monster gummy, and it'll have a certain flavor, and you get this, and you
Cinnamon.
get the ogre gummies, and you can get different sizes of gummies, and oh yeah, it's just and you know what's even more fun is if you mix it with potassium and you light it on fire.
Are you trying to get kids to the emergency room? What's
I am trying to teach them chemistry because they did that with the gummy bear when I was in my chemistry class. And I was on the front row which was about 20 feet away, and I could feel the fire off one gummy bear. It was pretty impressive.
Sounds like
Yeah, I don't
napalm.
want my house burning down. I already risked that by having 7 teenagers in my house at one time. I don't want to, add fire to the mix. Next, you're gonna, oh, let's do some shots, kids. No, no.
It
Mind
can
you,
be
guys,
non-alcoholic.
I like gummy bears, but I like mine regular size, not like those giant ones.
Well, I don't mean giant, but I mean like 2 or 3 times bigger than regular sized gummy bears. Not the
not
one
the
that's
1 pound gummy bear
Yeah,
that's like
yeah.
this big that you could
I don't
knock
mean
somebody
that.
out with if you hit them with it. I've seen
I
those.
will say that is an intrusive thought that like I do want one of those like 1 pound ones, but just so I can throw them at people. I don't know
Put it
why
to
that's an
sell.
intrusive thought, but I want to do it.
Yeah,
Swing it.
yeah, it's in the shape of a sap, so you can pretend you're a 1920s burglar, and just hit him in the head with a blackjack made out of gummy. It won't leave a mark, like the oranges in the grifters.
Now, speaking of which, if we
One of
use
those
gummies, why don't you also use like Monster Peeps? For that time of the year as well. I mean, if we're gonna go that whole route, you can do chocolate, you can do gummies, you can do Peeps.
Yeah, Peeps only come in 2 shapes: the gingerbread man and the little chicken. So unless they're being attacked by the penguin, I don't know what I would use the Peeps for.
No, I'm saying, but you do the Monster Peeps. So now you put them in the little shape of the monsters.
Peeps
I've
or
never seen
Sturgis?
What's that?
Peeps would be Sturgis.
Oh yeah, you could use that for Sturgis. Oh yeah.
It's just swarms.
Well, no, I'm saying, but no, we're talking about different things that you could do. Is if they did the molds for the Peeps and they made them into little
Edible
monsters,
novelties,
you could do
you mean?
that. You get monster cookies, like they're talking about. There's so much you could do for this whole thing.
Well, they had that show, Delicious in Dungeons. It almost sounds like that's a cross promotion. With all the
that'd
little,
be good.
I've never heard of that.
It's pretty funny. It's like they take on this chef guy that apparently wants to cook and eat most of the stuff that they kill, and goes through it in like an anime style, where he like goes through the cooking of it and how to prepare like a green jelly into like a dessert, or
Oh, is it
all these
Delicious in
different stuff.
Dungeon?
It's funny.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Delicious in Dungeons.
Yeah.
It's on YouTube. All of it's on YouTube.
I've never heard of it.
It's funny. A friend of mine
basically,
that
That
so
sounds
the premise
something
is
I need
what
to write
he
down.
told. The premise is
it's
what
quite
he
funny.
told,
Like
but
in
they're
about 40
also,
minutes,
like,
it's all. Sorry.
it's made by a Japanese woman who like grew up in like Ultima and like all those old D&D inspired RPGs.
Hmm.
So you will find a lot of D&D isms in it. But the thing I think it's funny. So Resurrection is
Angel.
cheap in that series, and yes, they do take advantage of it with their meat shields.
It's funny. I watched it. I think in a total, maybe
I'll
40
check it
minutes,
out,
there's like a montage video that shows all the cooking and
tomorrow,
stuff.
I guess. I'm going to be here for a while, but I can't pull that up here.
Let's see. Everclear is 190 proof. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
I'm never using Everclear. That sounds like a bad time. Like,
It
Yeah,
also-
there's a comedian, I forget his name. He's an old bald Italian guy. He does like Everclear part number 44, or of people trying to do the Everclear challenge, where you take a shot of it and try not to make a face. I'm pretty sure I'm going to make the face as soon as I crack the bottle open. I tried it once, like as a teenager, a million years ago, and yeah, no thanks. Yeah.
yeah, I had a friend. He tried like Everclear, and he kept asking for a bigger glass so he can pour other things into it, like juice and so forth. Goes, yeah, I think like he ended up like having like a half a liter glass and just a little bit of Everclear left, and then like everything else.
Well, I think that's the way that you're supposed to use Everclear. You're supposed to mix it with other
Everclear is
stuff.
meant either as an industrial thing or you mix it.
Pine Sol kind of thing.
Well, you know what is I had
degrease your engine.
I was saying
yeah,
double.
well, in
pink
high school, my friends used to light it on fire. Then they would blow it out and take the shot. So
That sounds
fancy.
like you're going to wake up in a field naked. Just Just saying.
If I feel what you call it is a hospital bed, then yes.
No. Wait, we're talking about like where cows are licking your face in the morning. You're wondering how you got there.
Yeah, I never gotten that drunk because I have the issue that I'm a
Like the
tired drunk.
angler.
So like I
Paint
never
thinner?
get to the point where it gets fun.
Yeah, that's the way I am.
Well, the problem with it, from what I understand, is that the fun part happens. You just will never remember it.
Yeah,
The
a lot of my
Intergalactic Angler
D&D
says
games
paint
are
thinner.
blurry.
Yeah. Hey, you know
And
what? If
Angel
you're
doesn't
using it
remember
for,
anything from that night either.
Last
Yeah, that
night's stream was blurry. Oh,
you could probably
Surfy
put that in,
Dragon
you know,
stream.
for your what is it, the enamels or whatever, instead of the, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys probably saw the Christmas video I did for Jackie. I got him the paint thinner because he wants to start painting with oils, and I got him that stuff, the
Mineral
thinner
spirits.
Mineral spirits. Oof.
Yeah, mineral spirits. There you go. But I knew he couldn't take that on the airplane, and
Fair enough.
and then he's like, "Oh, I'm sure I won't be able to buy that in Mexico because
Really, he'll be able to buy that in Mexico.
not where they're going. It's a little ranch. They own some ranch property out in the middle of nowhere, and so there's no chance. So he ended up leaving all his painting supplies
It's called
here.
moonshine. If they're out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, no, we're kind of the whole family is like almost entirely like staying away from alcohol, even though one of them did just get married yesterday or the day before. But alcohol has suddenly become like a thing their family's going to be like the en masse staying away from.
Okay.
I hope.
Well, good news that there'll be less stabbings. 50% less stabbings.
Well, in that tiny little area, sure. The family's not that big. I mean, it's maybe 20 people, in a 5 or 10 mile area, but it's not.
This is the best time for reading the news about like so and so's brother stabbed so and so over the ham hock or something. I was like, good God, I'm glad that we always had nice small Christmas.
Yeah, it's just 3 here for our Christmas. Yeah,
is that your brother in?
No, he's in Ottawa. We'll be visiting him, but yeah, just 3 of us.
Yeah, they all can't be gigantic, family affairs. I even if I wanted to, I can't go to Mexico because they're going to be gone, like 2 weeks. 2 weeks leaving your home empty with nobody watching it is never going to happen.
Now, wait a minute. Shadow's not saying the real reason. He's been put on several lists and not able to cross borders.
Well, and then there's my dog.
Yeah,
we literally know nobody. There's nobody we know who could watch him, and any sort of kenneling him or anything like that, we'd probably come back and he would probably just literally die of sadness because he's never been treated that way. Even when I take him to the mailbox, I don't put a leash on him. He's got, he stays by me. He's free. We go to the mailbox. We come back. He's happy. If we go any further than that, we'll put a leash on him. But, throwing him in a cage for 2 weeks because he wasn't even, he didn't do anything bad. Just, he would not understand that. And I couldn't do that to this guy. He's been such a good dog. And, leaving my house for 2 weeks with nobody here, you can guarantee it would get broken into.
That's kind of sad where you live.
Living in it.
Well, from my experience, it's usually your neighbors that break into your house when you're gone for a long period of time. It's not random burglars because they wouldn't know your house from another house, unless you don't have your lights on and they're casing the neighborhood like in Home Alone. It's usually your neighbors go, hey, they haven't been here for a couple of days. Let's go see what we can grab. And I've got stuff I don't want people grabbing, and so somebody's got to stay here and be responsible. Plus, I don't speak Spanish, so I get there and I'd be surrounded by people who don't speak Spanish. Don't speak English except Jackie, and I just be sitting in a chair somewhere, just being bored, on my tablet or something. It's like I'm not paying $1,500 to do that when I can just sit at home and spend $1,500 on
We're
Damn
just giving you hell, Shadow,
Kickstarters.
for the whole thing.
But yeah, but then for New Year's, the whole family's going to be here, and it'll be crazy.
Oh, I know the whole thing about, like he says, West Coast. It reminds me when I went up to Chicago.
Yes, I
I
am
did-
in California, Death Angel.
I was just going to leave my coat in the back seat, and the lady I was with was like, "You got to hide that. They'll break into the car." Like, really? It's not even that great of a coat.
So do you get much family, Shadow, that come in, or is it all like your wife's family?
Oh, I don't have any family.
Okay, all right.
They all passed away. I have one aunt who's 90, and she might be watching the show. But that's it. Everybody else.
Ant.
Hi, Shadow.
Hi, Lynn. If you're out there watching, I called her earlier and told her I was doing a show, so she might tune in. But again, she's 90, so she might not be able to find the channel. She used to leave messages every once in a while, but yeah, everybody on my dad's side passed away decades ago, like everybody. And on my mom's side, she's the only one left that I know. There's some others, but I've never met them. And her kids that I met when I was 4, so I have some cousins that are in their 50s and 60s. But again, we've talked one time in my lifetime. So like insinuating myself into their life, they're going to be like, well, what does he want? And I'm like, nothing, just,
Connect up.
kind of like why, other than for Jackie's sake. And again, they're all in their 50s and 60s, and he's 17. They're gonna have nothing in common. Plus, they don't think like we think. My aunt does, but her kids don't. Her oldest son is a college professor, so.
Well, you know what?
Right,
If he has any kids, they'll probably rebel against him by being, like
Yeah,
Jackie.
Yeah, well, I knew that was going to happen because, like, my dad was a certain way, kind of like I am now. But when I was young, I was, awful. And I realized before I had Jackie, it's like, well, I got to pretend to, for a little while to be like, a certain way so that he rebels against that. And so I reverse psychologied him. So now he's like the way he is, so, he thinks he's like, got one over on me, and I'm like, no, you're doing exactly what I wanted, because I figured it out. It's like, oh my God, my parents were right. How your parents always say, well, you're going to get kids just like you. And I'm like, no, I'm not. There's no way Jackie's ever going to find himself, in some completely random girl's bedroom at 3 a.m, not knowing how he got there. Never going to happen. Oh, wait a minute. What the fuck did I do? Oh, my God, I'm terrible.
I'm still laughing when he says, I'm in my 50s now. I'm still young. I'm like, no, you aren't. And I can tell you why. Go do some heavy work and then come back inside and you'll feel really old. Like
Right?
2 days later.
So, Shadow, I can hear you did a good job because your son didn't join the Panzer Division in the U.S. Army.
Right. No, but he is still planning on becoming a dictator of some part of Mexico or some such in the future. He's just got to raise an army. I think that's what he's doing right now is recruiting for his army.
He just needs to take over some small South American
be a good formula
island.
for that.
He says your son's just going to take over a small South American island, and then sell it back to the United States at some point, when they're about ready to invade him. Like, no, I'll do. You can put a military base right here.
Yeah, he'll disappear and change his name and his identity and disappear.
Just don't call himself Che and wear a beret.
No shit. I still don't get that. I don't get that. I mean, back in the like the 70s and 80s, I saw those shirts.
It's cringy.
And yeah. But I understood, less than I do now, and I could see why they would be like that. Now, I mean, everybody knows, and it's like the people that wear those shirts actually hate his behavior more than anybody else.
Yep.
Like,
they would hate his behavior if he wasn't propped up, and it's like they don't care.
It'd be like me wearing a John Lennon T-shirt, I can't stand that guy. You know.
Yeah,
Well, you know what?
Unfortunately.
Too. Yeah, that's okay.
To be fair, I could see you go with a John Lennon T-shirt, but it would be something like "Always make your shots" or something like that.
Or him going feet first into a wood chipper.
No. He would have the Yoko Ono shirt.
Oh, dear
Oh
God.
God, that woman!
Wow.
Like
And
I
you-
knew they fought each other, they basically deserve each other, but it's still like her trying to sabotage like a show.
even Danny DeVito made out better with Rhea Perlman than John and Yoko. I mean, all you have to do is say Yoko, and everybody around you, if they do not cringe, you know to get them out of your life.
That's
You know what I
my
mean?
whole. I'm not a Beatles fan either. We're making fun of the Beatles right now.
Yeah, same here. I'm an Elvis guy. You know, like in
yeah, like
was it
Elvis.
Pulp Fiction? You know, you're either a Beatles fan or an Elvis fan. I'm an Elvis fan, but I really like Paul McCartney and Wings.
I'm
So
a
that's-
country
Sinatra
fan
and
from the
Elvis.
'60s. I mean, from some of that.
Dean
that
Martin.
whole era.
and
I
stuff.
am
There you go.
country. But no, it's but yeah. No, I'm trying to think of
Is
the
that that guy who wore jeans and like hip thrusted the people?
which one?
Elvis.
The
Well,
hip
he wore
thrust.
jeans, but I'm trying to think of what
Yeah,
else.
he did the hip thrust, and that drove all
Yeah.
the girls crazy back in the day because that was like the big
And they
risque.
would literally like
Yes, I am messing with you, Shadow. I know he didn't wear jeans because it reminded him of his
Leather
his
pants.
roots.
Or whatever.
No. I think he wore jeans until the '70s when he went to Las Vegas or whatever, and that's when he became all the sequins and all the other crap.
and the
Yeah,
polyester and
Yeah.
stuff. Because I remember there were like when he was doing some of his movies, he wore jeans in them.
yes.
It could
Yeah.
also
What
Early on
we
in his
think of
career
Elvis
when he
is
was
his.
trying to
it
do
could
the
also
James
just be that
Dean
he
look.
didn't want to wear designer jeans.
Yeah, I'm a big metal guy too, but I also like a lot of other kinds of music. Live and Let Die was best performed by Paul McCartney. Sorry.
When
No,
Elvis first
no,
started, that was
no,
that James
sorry.
Dean look that was hip.
Yeah.
He was always doing that James Dean, greaser look
Mhm.
very early on, and then he just upgraded from there.
Well,
Well, I don't know that that's an upgrade, but
Well, I don't know.
Well,
he
the
looked like a
sequins-
drapery. Looked like a fondant drapery most of the time that sparkled.
well,
yeah,
the
he
sequins and
looked like
everything-
he looked like Evil Knievel before Evil Knievel.
In
Yeah,
weird
but
color.
that was his
It's weird
but that was his Las Vegas stage. That was the Las Vegas stage.
Yeah,
That's after he started. That's when he phased over that way.
it
That's
started
not-
doing hardcore drugs. Yeah, we get that. Yeah,
Yeah, he.
But you know what was popular around that same time, I believe, was the Liberace effect.
Yeah.
He was dressing weirdo like that, right?
Well,
So it's
yes, but
almost like
Liberace was very flamboyant.
Oh yeah,
to put it
and
nicely.
he's probably performing in Vegas.
Oh yeah,
So, bit of cross pollination stagemanship there.
hmm Plus, Vegas has always been famous for the bright lights and the mirrors and all that sparkly crap. I heard a version by Paul and his wife. You really? Ah, man. Especially the version on Wings Over America, the live version. Oh,
I'm
I have to
sticking
say
with my.
something to this Hankel Shadow. I'm sorry to hear that your favorite metal singer now looks like your lesbian aunt going through a biker phase, aka Axl Rose.
I'm not a Guns N' Roses fan.
I'm sticking with the Who, and my Viking metal, dwarven metal.
Intergalactic Angler. I
Or,
used to actually hang out with JJ French. He lived 8 doors down from my house. I was just thinking about this earlier this afternoon. JJ French lived 8 houses away from me growing up in Orange County, California. And one of the best concerts I ever saw, or I should say the funniest concert I ever saw, as in I was literally laughing through the whole concert, was Twisted Sister, Lita Ford, and Y&T. If you guys remember Y&T, three. My girlfriend and I, we wanted to see the show. We went to the parking lot, got 2 tickets for like $12, and had great seats and had the time of our life.
nice. I'm a total homebody when it comes to Christmas. I just want to like get everything, sit inside, and not go anywhere.
Well, I'm the same way because my parents used to drive 12 hours to my grandparents, and then it was
Yeah, definitely hard.
And then it would be 12 hours back, and it was
But
like.
your grandparents probably loved it. Like my parents wish that the grandkids would be around more.
My grandparents lived on the coast, the Gulf Coast. Going during the winter is the wrong time to go. I'm like, why can't we go during the summer when I can go out and play on the beach and everything?
Yeah.
It's like, I said, they don't care when we go see them, Dad. But that's when my father had downtime more than anything else.
Right.
So that was, and we did go see them. We would go take his summer, but during the summer, that's when all my friends were out and we had plenty of time. But during Christmas time, it's like, this was the only time I had free from school for that time. And like, I didn't have time to decompress. And and then my mother was a terrible cook. She made the worst turkey ever. And then we'd have to eat that for 3 days.
Yeah, I have not made a turkey because I do the holiday cooking here unless I want just tamales, which is a thing. My family will make like 100 tamales, and there'll be like 40 tamales left for the next month in the freezer. So if I want anything else, I've got to cook it, and I stopped making turkey.
What did you just say? Did you say Somalis?
Tamale.
Oh, sorry.
Tamale. It's you take a corn husk, right, and you use it as like a piece of paper, and you spread on corn masa, and then you put like either more corn or beef or pork or chicken inside it, and then you use the wrapper to roll it up and to make like it's almost like a pastry filled with meat, and then you steam it. Why steam? Because cooking in oil would make it taste better. So they would steam it until it was properly cooked, and then you just eat that with like some sauce on it. And
that sounds like a corn pierogi.
It kind of is. They're good if they're one made with beef and covered with the right sauce, which there never are at the household I live in.
Well, let's see. They also can be sweet because we used to get some dessert tamales as well. But yeah, I don't understand why everyone loved tamales. I got my parents to just go over to steaks because one, they're much easier to cook, and then the other one I did is I also
That's
did.
a name I haven't heard in a long time. Killer Dwarf.
The turducken. The turducken's good though, but that doesn't get overly.
I've always wondered about that. I mean, aren't there like a crap ton of bones and something like that?
No. They debone it, and then what they do is they debone all of the chicken and everything else. They stuff it in there, and then the stuffing I like is the crawfish and rice stuffing. But other people but my mother can't take seafood, so we'll get the pecan stuffing as the other option, and that's really good because it gets that Creole Cajun stuffing all in there. Oh, it's so good.
I always wanted to try turducken, and
I did too when I saw the episode of Supernatural when they're with the Leviathans and they're talking about the turducken. It's the first time I ever heard of it, and I'm like, what?
It is the first turducken I had.
I'm like, oh my god, that's either like, dying and going to heaven with every mouthful, or going to be really, really nasty.
So the first turducken,
it's probably pretty good.
I bought it from it was pre-made. It was the Tony Cacheri. You put it in the oven just to cook, and that one was a 15-pound, which at the time they had it for sale at Walmart. They're trying to get rid of it, so I bought it, and I tore into it, and then we brought it over to the neighbors, and their kids tore into it. I had nothing left. It was damn good.
So is it just like baked or roasted?
It's very similar. Yeah, you just bake it in the oven.
Okay.
But it's already. I mean, I already buy the stuff that's already pre-made.
Well, okay. Okay. Everything it's like the duck is stuffed inside the chicken, stuffed inside the turkey, right?
The chicken goes inside the duck, and then the duck goes inside the turkey. Okay. And then you put the stuffing inside of the chicken. Okay, so
the turkey's got to still have the bones in it, right?
No, they debone they debone all three of them.
Then how does it like not just collapse?
Well, they stuff it full. That's how they do it. Full. Yeah, they stuff it full.
At the same time.
Only the legs.
Rope.
The legs.
You know what the rope is? Like a twine.
Yeah.
when you sew it shut.
Yeah.
Huh.
And then pack the
Yeah,
rest
yeah.
of
The,
it
the only
back
thing
with,
with the legs,
stuffing.
the legs.
What about the
legs
wings?
So the legs are the only things that have the bones in them, and that's just for the look.
How do you take the ribs out of the without
Have you
it?
never seen people debone a turkey
No,
or duck?
no.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
without not cutting into it first, and then doing it the hard way like we do, with a regular turkey.
Well, no. Well, you can debone the turkey. That's not. They just cut around all the bones, and then they keep the flesh all pretty much intact with it. And
So
then,
like a big sack of turkey.
yeah, go look. You can go look on the internet. It's not that hard.
It's new to me, man. My parents couldn't cook, so
Oh.
I didn't start to really learn how to cook until my 20s, and even then, not professionally or anything like that. I just learned as like a lot of this stuff is like brand new to me.
Oh, see,
when it comes to like preparing it. I
So
mean,
if
it
you wanna
sounds
have-
delicious, but it sounds like black magic too.
Well,
how do they do that?
Well,
Without
I buy
all the
the
parts
ones
and
that are
stuff.
already prepared, and I just have to cook it. I was watching the show Anti-Chef. If you've ever watched that one,
Never even heard of it.
it took him like 12 to 14 hours to do all the work to make a turducken. And I said, well, it's just cheaper for me to just buy it already
Yeah,
prepared.
I mean, 'cause that's like in 12 hours, I'm going to eat 3 meals and get a nap.
Yeah, well, if it's 15, 20 pounds, I'm.
I just want to make dinner. Don't need a hobby.
That's right.
Right? Yeah.
Well, this
Like I used to tell Connell, if it takes me longer to cook the meal than to eat the meal, I'm not going to cook the meal. I'm going to cook something else.
Yeah.
See, you know what my view is? I have to make
Unless it's a
enough
slow
food
cooker.
that it
I'm
will
a
last
slow
me.
cooker.
It will
Let
last
them
me
cook
this
on stews.
meals. Oh, sorry. But yeah, that's why I said is if it's already prepared, if they prepare it, I just throw it in the oven for however many hours. What is it, 3 or 4 hours, and then it's done. You pull it out, and it's so good. Except they used to have it where they had the crawfish stuffing, and they used to have it with the pecan stuffing, but recently they've only been doing the cornbread stuffing. I'm not a big fan of cornbread. I want the crawfish.
I don't deal well with corn for some reason. Like I was talking to a dietitian, and they wanted to know my blood type, all this stuff, and basically they're saying I got like a hunter-gatherer type of system where I like whole real foods and stuff that I would basically kill myself or find along the way. So anything that's too weirdly produced through agriculture or like weird combinations,
GMOs and stuff like that.
yeah, heavily processed or weird stuff added in, my stomach doesn't even want to process it right.
Really?
It could just be corn because there are some people where it
Yeah.
has what do you call it, an anti-food effect where it annoys the stomach lining.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it has a lot of that. From the Roundup.
Mm-hmm.
They use that a lot. Or they use that a lot with
like
corn.
that. Yeah.
So I steer clear of a lot of, stuff like that. I have a pretty simple diet that I stick to.
No, that's fair. This is one of the reasons I like, and I'm going to get some next, hopefully in January, is a half share of a cow.
Nice.
Which
grass
is all
fed?
grass fed because the guy
Nice.
just puts it on his property to get the ag.
What's the other thing you're supposed to look for? Grass finished. That's it. Grass fed, grass finished.
Well,
So it's
yeah.
like it's moved off to some other place and fed a bunch of other shit before they finally get done ready to kill it.
Well, I understand why people don't like grass fed, but and you're right. What I'm saying is grass finished, but I mean it's just grass all its life. And
it's not so much about eating the grass. It's probably in a better environment. It might even be more outside, walking around, getting vitamin, D and sunlight and stuff. And
most cattle are done is that they're started on grass, and then it's the last month and a half that they put them on that grain to finish them, and they put them in the feedlots. And the feedlots they're not healthy places when you look at them.
No.
But
they're a depressed animal when they're dying.
But I'm saying, grass
thought
fed.
Their life was a bit shitty, maybe when they were on the farm. It's like when they're in those lots there. It's like.
Yeah. But I mean, the taste is a lot stronger, and I can understand why some people want it grain finished because it doesn't have that strong of a taste. But I'm like, I want my meat to actually taste like something, not just be
Yeah.
bland.
Well, the grain finish also like adds fats
Yeah.
to the cow. Although
Right.
the issue with that is okay, it's not as big as problem with cows because like they are made to like convert what do you say polysaturated acid into like regular fat. But at least with other animals, it has the issue that like now they're polysaturated fat into fat.
Yeah.
It's basically like giving the cows diabetes. It's-
And you are what you eat.
That can't be good.
well, that's my whole point. Is they feed them on especially. Don't get me wrong, cows love silage, but there's a certain point where it's like it's just not healthy for them, and you know it's.
Oh yeah, a hybrid approach is totally legit. It's just not the last feeding process there.
Yeah, but everyone that I know that has cattle, they're almost all grain fed. I'm not grain fed. They're all grass fed for the first year of their life, and then when they're sold off to go to the feedlot, it's that last month and a half or so that that's where they really fatten them up with the corn and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like people who don't like when they say that chicken is bland. I'm like, yeah, chicken's bland because you're getting everything from the factory. You're not getting animals actually wander outside. Same thing with eggs.
Or you're cooking it in water, which I can't stand.
Well, the same thing with eggs. If you ever look at the eggs, the difference between the
Hey, what's up, Hungar?
you know, like
Yeah,
a farm,
Or-
you know, a chicken that free roams, and go look at the eggs versus what you get in the store, and the color of the yolk. One is like a sad yellow, and the other one's like almost bright orange.
I've never seen that, but I do know that like right now our favorite chicken is like a rotisserie chicken at like Sam's or Costco, where they're freaking rotisserie cooking like 50 of them at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't, you know, as far as I can tell, they don't do anything to the chicken except cook it that way. And oh my god, that's like the best chicken I've ever had.
I cook a lot of my stuff in butter, so it's just surrounded by butter, and that just makes it so good.
I can see that. I mean, if they told me they don't season it at all, I would not be surprised.
I think they add some salt and some other stuff on the outside. You know, I think they brine it.
Probably, but whatever it is they do, without fail, it doesn't matter what time of the day we go on the weekend because they don't do it during the week.
Yes,
it's an emotional support animal for me. Me too. I mean, they're freaking delicious, but there literally will be like a line waiting for the chickens because they're $5 for a fully cooked chicken.
That's a good deal.
Cheaper than an uncooked chicken. I don't understand that at all. But there will be a line of people, and the first like dozen people, they're grabbing like 4, 5, 6 chickens. You know, as many as they can get away with without everybody else just freaking wailing on them. You know, for like taking all the chickens. And we've literally waited for you know, like the hour that it takes to cook the chicken, only to find out that we're at the end of the line and there's no chickens left.
You must live in a dystopian place. Well, you do live in California, but I mean,
you said it, brother.
But I lived in Chicago and it wasn't that bad.
But yeah, I know. I have friends that like however you pronounce it, chicken.
Rotisserie.
That's their depression food. So like they go like to Costco and like get one, and then also like buy what do you call it? Wet napkins, and then just eat it in the car, and then
there you go.
I knew that's their depression food, not like like a thing they do every day.
Yeah, well, I mean, rotisserie chickens I think are really good. We have them here at HEB. If you can get one of those, one of more of the traditional, you know, artisan breads with that, and then you throw in some slices of cheese, I'm like, oh yeah.
and you know, some sort of green veggie and
no, I don't do veggies.
QB blue, I don't know what that is.
I do not do veggies. I have 50 plus years, and I'm okay not ever eating a veggie.
My family's been gone a week and a day now, and the only vegetables I've had in that week were onions.
Yeah, my favorite vegetables are basically carrots, broccoli, and what's that green thing?
Candied onions.
What's that thing Popeye ate?
Spinach.
Spinach. Yeah, those are basically my favorite vegetables, and Garlic I also really like, but that's not a vegetable.
Well, garlic, shallots, onions. Those are things I usually buy. I'll do
Onions is a bit
tomatoes.
up and down with because white and yellow onions, they give me a headache
Okay,
Really?
so-
when I cook with it. Not like when I
onions are-
eat it, but like when I cook with it.
so what do you use? Red onions?
I don't know about red onions.
I'm just
But
asking.
those we usually pickle over here, so I don't eat them really.
Okay, I was just
Because I
curious
can't
because
stand
I've,
pickle onions. Like I don't need that extra vinegar taste to my
Anything?
silver.
Pickled
Anything?
onions. You eat those little ones, the little small ones.
the
Come
pearl
in the
onions.
jars.
Like the ones for martinis?
Talk about olives.
Onions.
No, he's talking about little pickled onions.
Oh,
These
I was thinking that the pearl onions are those small ones.
Mm-hmm.
little white ones. Yeah.
Yeah, those are.
Another thing that's been popping up a lot is garlic, basically put into like organic honey.
Yeah, we get those every once in a while.
Those little buds,
Really
yeah,
onions.
those are good. Cloves.
I know about Vidalia onions, but I'll be honest, I don't like it. Some things are sweet. I want my onions to actually have more of that acidic taste to them.
Yeah, I'm a white onion guy.
I get the yellow onions. I can't really tell the difference, but usually I like the yellow onions when I cook, and then I'll cook them down.
I get like instant heartburn from eating an onion. Just like eat it, and I can just like feel like the heat of it
Oh, yeah.
right
Really?
away.
Yeah, that's usually
Yeah.
a sign that you're allergic.
Yeah,
Even if it's minor, just a minor reaction.
yeah, probably
Because
am. That's why I don't have.
for it to be a sulfuric reaction.
Yeah, Vidalias are super sweet.
Oh yeah, and I also love spring onion.
Okay. Oh, the green onions?
Well, I think they also call that, but basically the
Yeah.
ones you use for Asian food.
Okay.
Onions are amazing. Onions and potatoes. Like, you can take one, throw it in the ground, like an onion or a potato. You throw it in the ground, and next thing you know, like a couple of months later, you've got like 50.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
tomatoes
I also
are pretty
love
good, too.
potatoes.
Tomatoes are pretty easy to grow in a lot of areas as well.
They are. They're not even native to Ireland. You guys know that, right?
Right.
Yes, I do know
Yeah,
they
that
come
they're all a
from
new
South
world.
Africa, and even then they don't know how they somehow bred them. But that's the same issue we have with weed. That like we don't know how we got from wild weed to domesticated weed.
Let's see. The other one was the corn. Well, let's see, potatoes. They had tons of variety. I used to get blue corn, and it amazes me on how people won't touch anything made with blue corn. I'm like, it's the same corn, but because it has that dark color to it, they're just like, I don't know what's going in there. Like, it's the same. It's
Yeah,
just
but
corn.
I know what the
Funny that
problem
you're
is, Omen
corn and
Owl.
maize,
They're afraid they're gonna turn into Sonic fans.
I'm trying to think of but yeah, potatoes, tomatoes. There are a couple of course,
Tomatoes
corn.
give me. I have a reaction to the acidity of tomatoes.
Okay, are you sure? Do you have a thing generally you like with the nightshade or
What?
like the nightshade family? Like, are you allergic to those?
Well,
Not
nightshade, I assume we're all allergic
Not
to.
sure.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Well, not the plant, like the family nightshade.
Yeah, I know. We're just
I'm not
teasing you on
sure.
that. It's the whole
Oh,
thing. We
sorry
said nightshade. It was like, yeah,
Okay.
that's the reason that tomatoes had some problems. But yeah, the other one was,
Yeah, that they come from Peru. The potatoes.
yeah, they grew up in a lot of high elevations too.
Mhm.
And what
So
makes
you can't do like pizza or spaghetti or lasagna.
I can in small amounts. I don't want to have a whole bunch of sauce, or else like it's basically heartburn, and
Do
gastro.
you know what I've done to cut some of the acidity for that? Is I've put in baking soda.
My mother, like, she'll add honey. Like, that's the thing to
Yeah.
counteract it, and it actually helps a lot.
Yeah,
She
I
adds
use
honey
baking.
to the sauce mix.
Wait,
I use
honey?
baking.
Like for bees?
Yeah,
Yeah.
honey from bees. Yeah, the sweetness counteracts the acidity.
Really?
I-
Yeah,
Yeah, I also use
and it
baking
works
soda.
really
because
good, man. It helps a lot.
So if you use baking soda in some of your cooking, that'll cut down the acidity too.
That's weird because
Okay.
like my wife has lupus, and all the things you're mentioning are things she has to stay away from as well.
Mhm.
And lupus, men can have lupus. You might want to
Oh yeah.
get yourself checked.
I should write that down. Yeah.
Because she has and like It also is giving her like arthritis, and if she eats any tomatoes whatsoever, her joints and stuff are all messed up.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Shadow. Did you ever read some of the material I sent you way back you asked for
Refresh my memory.
concerning vitamin B1?
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought you were talking about. I did.
Okay.
It's hard because she doesn't listen. I've been telling
That's
her.
fair.
I was the other day. She was diagnosed with lupus.
Oh.
And before we even went in, I went and studied up on it because she was specifically getting. We knew she was getting her results for lupus, so I looked into it. And when the doctor said, not only you have lupus, and mind you, this is almost 20 years ago, 15 years ago, you have lupus, and there's nothing we can do.
Yeah.
And since then, she has been, fighting with all this stuff. But there's a whole bunch of stuff she's never supposed to have ever again, like coffee, like tomatoes, and she has those things like every day. And I'm like, you're not supposed to have it, yeah, but well, she says, well, I'm Mexican, I have to have both coffee and tomatoes. And I'm like, well,
could you shift over to tea, honey? Rather than coffee?
She does drink a lot of tea.
Okay.
But even that, is not great for her. But
look into chaga tea. Chaga tea might actually help.
Like the mushroom tea?
Yeah, it grows on trees, and it's it has
I tried that. I also
antioxidants, all kinds of positive.
Tried a couple of different supplements, and all the supplements taste like dirt, but they're supposed to be helpful. But if you can't stomach it or stand the taste of it, it doesn't matter how helpful it is.
Yeah, chaga doesn't taste that great. Like you kind of have to just drink her down. But it's a health drink.
But yet she, because I used to do the apple cider vinegar and lemon juice every day, and after like 2 years, I was cured of the problem that I was having, and I couldn't stand the smell of it anymore. It was like I was not going to wake up one more morning and chug a big old glass of water and lemon juice and apple cider vinegar. I'm like, I'm done. And I went to the pills, and even then, just opening the bottle of the pills, I could smell it. I'm like, fuck this, I'm fine. But then she started doing it, and I was like, well, if you can stand drinking the apple cider vinegar, and she drank it like straight, not with the lemon juice, not with the water, not holding her nose. I'm like, if you can do that, there's a whole bunch of other things you should be able to do. But
what amazes me is just how many things are caused by diet.
Like 90%.
My father has had liver issues that they were trying to deal with. He had cirrhosis of the liver. It was either cirrhosis or pancreatitis. Anyway, they were talking about it. Didn't drink. I mean, lived really healthy, and ever since he's been in the nursing home, they've changed up his diet, and all of his liver issues went away. And he spent thousands of dollars going to the doctors trying to figure out what was wrong with his liver. And just recently, they came back and said, your liver's fine. And what we did is we cut out all of his sugar not all of it, but most of it. And so when my father says he wants a Coke, I don't tell him, but I swap it with Diet Coke. And he's like, Coke just doesn't taste the same. I'm like, I know, Dad, but
this is the new Coke.
Well, it has that aftertaste, but some of it was that my father used to have the freezer was full of steaks. And the last couple of years, it started just being full of like Klondike bars and everything else. And you could just tell that something was off. And then, like, every time he'd go out to eat, he had to get ice cream. And I was telling my mother, only let him do that once a week. I said, anymore. And his blood work is coming back normal. Don't get me wrong. Dementia is what's taking him out. But his blood work is now coming back normal. And I was like, man, it's amazing on how unhealthy sugar is for you.
Poison.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I still can't, I still have my vices and weaknesses, but I try leaving it out for the most part.
Yeah, but like soda, that's like one of the worst things we've done to us as a people here in the United States. What's up, Cold Iron Oven? My soda killed my old man. I mean, he was drinking like 4 liters of it a day.
Oh.
Man, wow! See, peanut butter M&Ms are my vice.
That's extreme, yeah.
Yeah, and coffee, and This was before there was even before like, well, I don't know what diet sodas there were.
The heart would have been like,
yeah, you know, and eventually it ripped his stomach to shreds, and I haven't had a soda in like 10 years,
oh wow.
and I miss the coffee, but I do not miss the soda. Maybe a cream soda every once in a while,
Yeah.
but or root beer, but not like Coke or Pepsi. It's like fuck that. If I never have it again, I'm fine.
I like those Mexican sodas that are made with like the cane sugar.
Yeah.
The Jarrito, I think they're called, aren't they?
Well, some of them are just called like
or-
Mexican Coke. You know, you look at Mexican Coke, it says like real cane sugar. You're like, oh, okay. But,
What? Oh, sorry, the other Coke.
Yeah. But yeah, I will admit I still drink soda, even though I have diabetes. But that is also because like I manage around the other things, so I can
I have
actually
it once
drink
in
it.
a while.
Although there is another thing concerning health that I will give everyone like a tip on. That's like really important. I think should have been in like when you study health in the US, the Minnesota starvation experiment. So between 1944 and 1945, they basically wanted to know what would happen like if people were on half rations, and then how to recover from it. And like it turns out that like being between 2,500 and 3,000 calories is apparently important for a human being, unless like they have been low calorie so long that their basal metabolic rate is low.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going on a fast right now, but I'm going to pop out of it tomorrow. So it's you know but it's supposed to have some benefits to go through that every so often. If you're trying to lose some weight, you know, it gets that insulin down and slowly ratchets you down. But you know,
yeah, I can't fast because
No, you
first
can't
of all,
with
I'm
diabetes.
treated with insulin, and second off, I have well, it's gotten a lot better the last year, but like basically last year I had too much like cortisol and other stress hormones going on. So if I started fasting, first off I couldn't do it, and second off I would get sick, and not like oh I'm getting a headache sit, but like actual couldn't do much sick.
No, I mean, I can do it, and some of it's just willpower at this point to just go another 12 hours. But yeah, I like I said, I looked at it and they have the autophagy, but the other thing is going to work out, eating better, you know, getting some sunlight, which is the problem at this time of the year. I know for you guys over in Europe, it's worse.
I'm about the height of New York or a little higher, so it's gets dark around 4 p.m. here right now.
So, Deempal, where are you?
Denmark.
Denmark. Okay, so you're further north than I was in Germany. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you're like what 52, 53, something like that, which is actually a lot further north than you think it is for the U.S.
Yeah, and the weather is really seriously mild, but it's also because like we're regulated by oceans. So
yeah. Yeah, I was just talking to Ye Old Geek, and I said, you know, we vacillated like when we had the storm again down here in Texas. We had it went all the way down to like 10 degrees Fahrenheit, which I guess is about -10 Celsius, and then within the week it went back up to like 25 or 28 degrees Celsius. You know, that's pretty normal around here. So going have that large vacillation in weather. I'm not saying it gets that cold all the time, but last week it was almost freezing, and today it was up near 80.
It's very snowy where I am. It looks like the typical Christmas.
Yeah.
Like when you drive down the road to get to my place, there's no power lines, so it's like at least a mile where like the old growth trees all like hang over the road, and we get these fresh snows almost daily, so it's like everything just looks like it's frosted and white. You don't see any neighbors. It's just like the woods, and then turn down my area, you just see like a log house covered in snow.
Well, no, I mean,
pictures. It's like,
I mean,
Christmas
that's one thing I
pictures,
had to laugh because I grew up in the
cheesy pictures
South.
of Christmas.
Yes, we had a lot of people that were coming from like Boston and New York down to Florida, and they're like, "It's not Christmas. It's not snowing." I'm like, leave your fucking snow up north. I said, "This is the South." I said, "I want to go outside in shorts." You know.
I like the weather though. I like it. It's like I'm acclimatized to it.
Well, right. I'm just
Yeah, a certain way the weather's like a moat as well. I like the weather. I like the cold.
I like watching it on TV.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's great whenever you can do a role playing game and you want them to do survival. You know, Shadow keeps talking about deserts, but I'm like, winter's just a cold desert.
Yeah, winter is going to be the death of me.
Those are my two favorite environments to play in if I'm going to be role playing games, because now it's not just the monsters; you've also got the weather to deal with.
My favorite place to role play in is usually like a frosty place, like cold, temperate, northern. It's like that's where I want to be when I'm in fantasy.
Okay,
that's what I want to see.
I just like southern France. Like, can I get that weather?
I mean, to be fair, since I grew up a lot in the Southeast, native habitat would be swamp. But I'm like, yeah.
Nobody wants that. That's like the stepchild of terrain. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to live in a swamp.
I think
and if they say they do, they're inbred as fuck. Sorry, but nobody wants that.
Or they like racing around on those hover things.
Yeah.
It looks cool on TV and in that one James Bond movie, but you can't do that every day.
Well,
and if you can,
the great thing
that's
about
probably
swamps,
because that's how you get to work.
Well, the great thing about swamps is that's where you put your pyramid that's half sunk in the underground, and then they have to get over there, and the giant monsters are coming up with the alligators and snakes and eels and all the other stuff that's
Yeah, it's like a one adventure and done.
Going to Cobra main hidden base.
Yeah.
That's right. It's Anaconda. That's it.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of snakes. Those snakes, any of that shit. I don't want to be around that. Don't like spiders. Don't like any of that.
I don't even work. It's funny because you're talking about that. Yeah, that's what Florida is, just the land of bugs and alligators and snakes.
Yeah, nasty stuff.
And but I never had any problems with snakes.
Sorry, man. Every time I've ever been anywhere near a swamp, it always had like just this connotation of because it's the terrain that it is and very unpopular, only the poor people can afford it, and that always comes with those jokes. I mean, you it's not like you can
hey, it's no different than the Appalachians.
You know what I mean? Like if you're like a book guy like me, that's like the worst environment to live in is a swamp. If you're a book collector, you can't do it.
Yeah,
also,
but boy, if you like fishing,
I will give you a free one. Got girls in a swamp, but they're witches.
Oh, come on, Cold Iron! Like I haven't been there since day one.
Yeah, swamps, bogs, marshes, they're kind of not too bad. Marshes aren't too bad though, as far as things go. Like marshes are kind of nice because they'll filter your water. Like if you're on a well water,
What's
that's
a
like
marsh?
natural. A marsh?
it's just a wetland.
Yeah, it's a wetland. It'll have life in it. Fish, turtles.
Here in California,
fish, more like frogs and turtles.
Here in California, we have like you have the beach, the ocean, and the beach, then a little bit of dry land, and then like 50 feet away is this wetland. It's like a swamp without trees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
pop up all over the place around us.
Almost like a rice paddy field. Really tall grass, but you'll never see the ground. It's always covered in 2-3 feet of water, and you get a lot of waterfowl and frogs and mosquitoes.
Oh yeah, a lot of mosquitoes. Let me tell you about that.
Also, Shadow, are you feeding your dog popcorn, or are you doing like it over your shoulder to chase the devil away? Or
No, my dog actually is the greatest catch when it comes to like food. I can take this tiny little piece of popcorn, throw it over my shoulder, and he will catch it. You got it.
So I mean, generally fire ants are going to be in sand, going to be in clays. So if you're in a clayey area, you can probably find fire ants. But no, fire ants are a pain in the ass. Scorpions. There's a lot of stuff out there. But that said, I like looking at trees that are tall. I don't mind a lot of this stuff. But if you're going to do an adventure in D&D, it has to be desert, swamp, or
Forest.
Or no. It's got to be northern, cold, because those are like where real adventures happen. That's the kind of area that civilization's not at.
Wild.
Yeah. That's
What
sort of
in
like
the world is a love bug? What are love bugs? I've never heard that.
So a love bug are these little bugs that are about this big or so, and then when they mate, they get two of them like this, and they fly all around, and there are thousands of them, and they all get plastered right across your windshield when you drive.
Never heard of them, other than
Oh yeah, they're
other than Herbie the love bug.
Well, no, but that's what they call them love bugs, because when they mate, they stick together like this, and then they all get splattered.
Oh, so like Yorkies.
Also, Omen Owl, did you not like scorpions?
I love scorpions as a monster. I do not like scorpions as a as house residents.
So why did you live in Germany? That's where they're from.
I didn't find any problems with scorpions when I was there.
Nice.
Oh, and to be fair, mountains are there too. But no, actually, one of the biggest scorpions I ever saw was when I was in Iraq.
And the dreaded Michael Schenker group.
Oh yeah. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't get the reference to the band. Sorry.
It's okay.
The sad thing is, I even have them on my playlist.
There's only like 2 songs of them I like: "The Zoo" and I forget the other song.
I like "Send Me an Angel."
Yeah, I will admit the Scorpions. I probably know like if they come on their radio, but otherwise I just know them as the band and that my father has a CD of.
Well, come on! What is it? "Walking Like a Hurricane"?
Yeah, I will remember that one when I heard it. I just don't remember them whoever sang it or made it, because everyone referenced it. So it's like, okay, who is this actually?
I had the Animal Magnetism album, but I didn't buy it. Someone gave it to me or left it at my house. And I know that's the song that had the zoo on it. And I think there was another song on it. And I kind of liked the album cover because it had kind of a, double entendre kind of meaning with the cover. Hey, what's up, Cal?
Yes. Yeah, pretty much the only thing you have in Florida is like elevation of like up to 100. It's not very tall.
The only mountains I had back in Florida was Space Mountain, Thunder Mountain, and Splash Mountain. And they destroyed the last one. Oh, man.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah. That's why I always have to laugh when people think about Texas and they all think it's all West Texas. I'm like, you understand it's Houston, and Houston's a swamp. 100%.
So those are 3 good parks, theme parks in Florida?
No, there are 3 rides.
Disney World,
they're just individual rides.
Yeah, the individual world. Yeah, but it was like I think Disney World's the one that they did that for.
Well,
Thunder Mountain, was that Six Flags?
Space Mountain and Thunder Mountain were also, or Splash Mountain, were also at Disney World, Disneyland in California.
Okay.
Sad that those are all gone.
One of them was like the Indiana Jones ride. Space Mountain was awesome, just because it was like an entirely enclosed roller coaster. Like it was in a building.
Yeah.
Because it was all dark, like you were on like this great space coaster kind of thing, going through space, seeing planets and moons and stars and crap. It was kind of fun. But it was kind of crazy because you couldn't see where you were going because it was, dark in there except for the lit up stars and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Cal says, I'm testing new paints on minis locally produced.
That's did you produce them and write them, or?
Also, I think I'm gonna head back to bed.
All right, well, take care, Dean.
Fair enough. I'm going to be here for a while.
Hey, Dean, Merry Christmas.
Unless everybody also
And
has.
sorry if I've spoken over you, sir. I'm the latency is like 200. There's like a 200 ping between me and North America, so I haven't I don't intend to speak over people.
Oh. That's fine. Well, get some sleep. Come back in the
Take care.
morning.
Merry Christmas, buddy.
Merry Christmas.
We'll see you. We'll see you in a day or two.
God bless.
God bless. The only remaining Splash Mountain is at Tokyo Disneyland. I've ridden Space Mountain with the lights on. Oh, really? That must be weird.
Wrapping presents.
He's
Oh, I'm
wrapping
sorry.
presents. I haven't wrapped a single present this year, nor have I opened a single present. But I will be doing a bunch of that tomorrow morning. I got some. I got some Amazon packages that I ordered for myself and for the channel, and I'm like, well, there's no presents under the tree for me, and I kind of already know what I'm getting for Christmas from the family, and I won't see that until almost January when they get back. And so I ordered myself a couple of little extra things, and I just left the pile of Amazon packages and stuff under the tree, and I'll just open them tomorrow. It's like, I know what they are, but
Well, I mean, everything comes on Black Friday. They generally have 2 RPG sales. It's usually in June/July, and the other one is in Thanksgiving, Black Friday. So that's when I do my
guys,
big spending.
you're gonna have to hold down the fort for a second. The dog is barking, which means he needs to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
All right.
Got to hold down the fort. I was just like looking for my time to break.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm looking at all my wrapping paper and the wrapping table just over there.
So how many presents you getting for everybody?
Thankfully, a lot of it's like more stockings and stuff like
yeah.
that. So that's always great. You just put things in a stocking. You don't have to do much. Sometimes if you want, you can throw a ribbon on it. But
So what are you giving in the stockings?
Usually just like little things, like I don't know, like as an example, like different candies and
Yeah.
lip balms, chapsticks, different things like that people use. Like you put in like clementines, sometimes like mixed nuts, different things like that. Just like little small things that you normally pick up at like retail in the point of sale area kind of thing.
Yeah, and then if you want to, you can always cut them out and just put them in little bags and just drop them in, or if you want to be festive.
Yeah, like,
or if you don't want to be festive, you just drop in the bag itself.
I guess I could just show some things actually.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, let's grab some stuff here.
Well, I've been to Orlando, and then my parents live in Northwest Florida, so we also call Lower Alabama by Destin.
Yeah. Well, I just grabbed a few examples.
Okay, cool. Of course, you know that we don't have any video right now since you walked off, so just want to make sure.
Yeah, like
I didn't want you to hold it up and say, "Look at this."
Got this for Dad.
Oh, okay. I can't quite read that.
Very closer.
Well, you don't have to bring it close. You can just say what it is.
Anyways, it's an arrow puller, like for when you get an arrow like stuck in something. It's like
that's actually pretty useful. Yeah.
Let's see here. Got that for Dad. I like buying them Osprey books.
I was going to say, I recognize
that
it's an Osprey book. I recognize that a mile away.
No, Osprey books are awesome.
Another good one there. I like to give books.
Yeah, those are great gifts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as a matter of fact, Jackie's got a couple of Osprey books that Grimm sent him.
Okay,
and
let's see.
It's kind of flipped around too, eh?
Yeah, it is.
Children of the Dead End. It's an autobiography of an Irish navvy. And what navvies were like Irish people that kind of just got picked up and put somewhere to work, and kind of like a work camp kind of thing. It's like they worked kids too. Apparently.
Yeah,
that's like a story.
That's Omen, Death Angel. That's Omen Owl.
Yeah, no. He was asking which part of Florida, but I already answered.
Little propagator kit.
Yeah.
With a light, like it has the light that's in there and everything, and you get them started.
The grow light. Oh, that's
awesome.
No, those are all great.
Some examples, like Mom likes that show. What's it called? Outlander. So
yeah.
Like a bag. That's it's all just basically like stuff from the show. Yeah.
Nice.
I just kind of I got this funny gag gift from my brother who has a ton of Tesla stock, but he's never bought his Tesla yet. So I
Okay.
bought him a Tesla dinky car for the
Hey,
family.
there's nothing wrong with that.
And I'm going to tell him, I'm going to say it's like even better on fuel than the real deal.
I just walked by a Tesla just a day or two ago. That was in my neighborhood for some reason. They're weird as hell looking, but I kind of like them.
Have you?
know?
I'll say this much, which is because the factory is about an hour south of me. The factory is literally a mile long. I mean, when we drive by it to go to the airport, it is
one big huge process.
What's that?
It's one big long process line. That's probably why they do it like as a long.
Like good old Henry Ford, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they keep adding to it, which is so it keeps getting longer. And then about 5 miles away where I am, they do the testing for SpaceX. Well, 5 miles from where my property is, they'll do the SpaceX. And so I forgot how often they test it often enough that when we've been out there, my son and I have seen the smoke come up from them testing the engines. And you can hear it, but it's not too bad. Some people complain, but where we are, it just sounds like a low rumble, like. I'm like, okay, and it's not too loud. But
speaking of SpaceX, I just got like another little Starlink mini dish, which is like it's a mobile dish.
Yeah.
So it's like one of the ones you can just take with you wherever the heck and have high-speed internet, basically.
Now, how much is it per month for you?
Well, like you have to pay. It's like $7 a month Canadian just to have it, just to have the equipment.
Okay.
With it enabled, and then when you want to actually go and use it, you pay more, and it's based on how much you want to use it, basically. Like, as far as how the plan goes.
Okay.
My video is really breaking up at the moment, so I'm just gonna disable the camera.
All right. Well, for us, it was a little different with the when I looked at it. Is you had to pay for the equipment initially, so it was. I don't think you rented the equipment, and then after that, you'd pay a monthly.
That's how it is with the Starlink you put on your house.
Oh, okay.
When I first got in, I was kind of an early adopter, so I ended up spending like almost $800. Whereas now you can almost get the equipment for free. And yeah, you pay every month for that. It's like for us Canadian, it's $155.
No more popcorn, buddy. It's all gone.
Okay, that's not too bad. I think that's similar here in the U.S. for depending on what the exchange rate is.
Sorry, we had enough.
And then they made a mobile, like they had like a larger mobile unit, and it was quite expensive from what I understood to take it mobile, because you couldn't take your normal house one mobile. Once it gets all locked into where it's supposed to be centered, it kind of stays that way. But it's fun to watch them, like, you know, it's slow, like be like watching molasses, you know, drip or whatever. But you can actually watch them move, like as you know the day goes on.
Oh, so it points to whichever the satellites are.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, points and moves. Which is like why I'm always careful to make sure that the snowpack on the roof and like where it sits next to where I mounted it never gets like too high or actually like touches it, because it'll melt. Like it'll do the thing with generate heat and melt the snow. But the problem is, it's like if you do that, you know,
hey Judd, Merry Christmas.
Close, it can attach itself almost to an ice block and then probably try to move around.
Because it refreezes and
But that thing works all the way down. Like I think the coldest we've had here is -37.
That's still pretty cold for us.
Yeah, -37 Celsius, and it was like still working in that cold.
Oh wow, that's really impressive for it to be that cold.
Yeah, it has a heating unit built into it, so like, needless to say, it's always running when it gets cold.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe in about 2 or 3 years, I'll save up enough to build my house here. But I have an AT&T wireless thing because I got fed up with Spectrum. They kept on jerking me around. So you know what, AT&T, I had to pay initially, But after that, it's mine. I don't have to screw with them. I don't have to worry about it. So they've been
You
pretty
guys don't
good.
have to worry about so much about the Starlink and remote internet, where you guys got like such amazing cell phone plans for like the cost of them and the coverage around the country.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
so I was with AT&T. I mean, I'm still with AT&T, and I only had to pay like $10 extra a month to actually have it work in Iraq. So it was just in text messages and everything else, which was great because it worked around the world. So when I was in Hungary, at the same time, and then after that, I flew. At one point I was flying to Hawaii, so it worked the entire way for me to go from Iraq to Hawaii and back. So yeah, it's don't get me wrong, it's somewhat it's expensive, but but because of the areas I go to, if I pick any of the other lesser carriers, our choice really is AT&T or Verizon, because the other carriers, if you go outside the major cities, tend to be crap. So
yeah, so there's not the good coverage out in the country then.
well, yeah, but I mean, AT&T and Verizon will cover you just about anywhere. But if you get like Sprint and some of these others, as soon as you go outside of the major cities, it's like, yeah, no.
The only place it's probably good is if you were to go, but you wouldn't want to go there, like some place where it's like Aspen or Salt Lake, some type of place where, or Salt Springs, like places where there's a lot of wealthy people. There'd be the infrastructure there, but like, so but the problem.
It's weird though. Our friend Grim, he works, working on like really expensive properties in the middle of nowhere, and like these rich old fricks, they don't have internet. Like none of them.
Really?
Yeah, it's like they're all Tucker Carlson, and they don't want the internet on their property.
Well, to be fair for this, and then because I go out those, a lot of them either are using they'll use their phone or whatever else is out there. A lot of them will. Some of them will have still just dial up, but now everything's becoming wireless. It's not that hard. If your cell phone works, you can get internet.
No, that's just it. He can't get internet on his phone when he's working on these properties. Because
what is his plan?
I don't know.
No, but these rich guys are purposely locating themselves where you can't get signal. That's what.
Yeah.
But I mean, I work in a lot of these areas where you do have.
Well, mind you, this is on the East Coast where he lives.
Oh, okay, that may be a bit different.
In Virginia, but yeah, and I used to live there, but that was like before the internet was a thing. But I just can't. I can't imagine.
If you're up in the mountains, it's real easy to get like nothing. Because like when I was driving through Wyoming, there were certain.
I am up in the mountains, but we have great internet. But
no. I mean, like Wyoming, there are like blank spots in several areas, just because you physically cannot get the towers to communicate across solid, masses. And if he's up in certain areas of Virginia, it would be the same thing with the Appalachians.
Yep.
But I've never had any problems wherever I go. Like I said, I have AT&T. My work phone's Verizon. If I can't get one, I have the other. So I've never had any problems getting connectivity in most areas. There's a few areas, like if I'm in like when I was driving through Utah, in that area where there's like a lot of desert to the south, then I wouldn't get, we would be out of contact for about 30, 40 minutes. But it just depends on where you are. I mean, it's like most things. But yeah, you can get blind spots in there. Where my son's mother was, it's hard to get internet or anything out there.
LOS, line of sight, is that what you're trying to say there?
Yeah, line of sight. Yeah, that's the big
That's
part.
what those the police, like, they use what is it, a high frequency stuff basically, but then you have to like have all kinds of towers that basically bounce the signal, relay the signal.
Yeah, well, that's where AM radio did so well, depending on
the wide wave, where you could just cast it out there and catch it around the world if you have the
yeah. Just depending on how you reflect it off, because those long waves will bounce off the atmosphere.
Yep. Well, anyhow, guys, I got to head out.
All right. Well,
Merry Christmas, man.
Tell
Thanks
your
for stopping
family,
by. Give the fam a hug for us.
Yeah.
And I will see you tomorrow or Friday for Savage Swords.
Yep.
Awesome.
For sure. Won't miss it. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Take care.
It looks like a good. good Christmas presents for your family.
Thanks. Now I got to get them wrapped.
Okay. Have a good night.
Take care.
But
Yeah, I just ordered my stuff on Amazon, sent to my son, and let his mom will decide if she wraps them. So he already knows what he's getting. I did get one of those rolling. What's it called? One of those rolling knife sharpeners. So we'll see how they work. They're supposed to work pretty well.
Oh man, Hungar freaking gave me a freaking phone call at like 7:30, which is about an hour ago, but he was here. That's weird.
That's probably why he's here. Is you bastard? You don't pick up the phone. You don't
Sorry,
love
man.
me. I don't know. Why doesn't he come on? Speaking of which, why isn't George on?
I don't know. I actually put the link in the chat and everything.
I don't know. Well, George, it's not like George doesn't know where your stuff is.
Right.
In the live stream links. I'll have to call up my friend tomorrow to have him test out my the Foundry server, so we can get that all up and running. So when we do the Alien game, it'll just be easier, just because I can put the map up and everyone can see what the roles are and stuff like that. Plus, you don't have to learn the rules as much. A lot of stuff is automated behind the scenes. You don't have to learn as many rules.
All right, cool. Off grid. Yeah, I won't be wrapping anything for a couple of days. There's no point.
I know. I bought my mother an oven. That was what I bought my mother for the.
No, what a good son you are.
I bought her a combination microwave oven. I'm sorry, the regular like convection oven / microwave. And because she had this big oven, I'm like, Mom, that's a big hassle for you. You don't need to do this. If you have to bend over and grab things. And I said, here, you just treat it like a microwave effectively, and it actually cooks everything like a regular oven.
Yeah, I've been noticing a lot of like innovations in that kind of cooking. Like multi-cooking systems, microwave, rotisserie, convection oven, etc. What used to be like toaster ovens are now like
real ovens,
right? Hey, what's up, Mike and Jen? How you guys doing?
I mean, mine right here is the same thing with it has the air fryer.
Merry Christmas.
They call it 4-in-1, but I always laugh at it because it's basically either an air fryer, convection oven, or a microwave.
And I saw this. I was at the store. It was like really weird. One of those like stores that are like full of stolen merchandise.
Oh, okay.
They had this thing that looked like your microwave oven, but it was like a hot air oven, microwave, freaking,
Yeah, that's what that is. Yeah.
All in one little freaking tiny little gadget. And I'm like, yeah, I know there's just going to be a bunch of rocks in it if I buy that. It was just, this place was so shady. It was just boxes piled everywhere, on half pallets, still wrapped in shrink, not shrink wrap, but the other kind of plastic wrap. Most of the boxes were dented and, they literally fell off a truck, like literally, not the euphemism, fell off a truck. And I was like, just like nervous, just standing in the building, waiting for the cops to raid it kind of thing.
Well, what gets me from some of those is and I don't know what's going on with it, but with Amazon, if they don't deliver it, for whatever reason, or it gets damaged, then they do those auctions.
Yeah, this didn't have that kind of look to it. It was like everything was dusty. There was a woman running the store who didn't speak English, and the lights were not on, but the door was open.
Yes.
It was like literally like shady. And then there's this other place that used to be like a furniture warehouse, and it's like kind of got the same vibe to it. That's where I got that. Of all things, I mean, they had everything from motorcycles to furniture in this store, right? And in this one little section, they had some books, and I found a Blood Angels Codex, brand new. I paid $3 for it, and it was 2024. But there's all kinds of like weird stuff, and they had these weird giant like table bins just full of random crap, just like. But then over in another corner, they had jet skis and motorcycles and electric bikes, and then over there was a showroom full of furniture. It was everybody there had like turbans and things like that, and
Yes.
it was just really weird vibe coming off that store. And
Yeah,
the
I
only
know.
thing
I
I
agree
got
with you.
was,
It's if you feel like there's something wrong, probably best to leave.
well, I got my book, and I looked at everything, and they had a jewelry counter, and I'm like, oh yeah, that was from a heist somewhere, and of course Jackie's mom, she bought a bunch of weird crap and then regretted every single purchase, and I'm looking at my book going, I just bought a $50 book for $3. I'll never read it. I'll never do anything with it. But when I open the shop, I'll put it on the shelf and it'll be full price.
Well, I had to laugh, for Cambodia, when I was over there, and the books were like $2 or $3, and they were all, like American books and things, all coming from China because that's what it cost to print them, and so they were.
Oh yeah, the book section had like 9 books in it,
Oh, yeah.
and they were all like weird, off the wall things that I had no interest in, no fiction,
Okay.
like Michelle's Obama's book and
Oh.
other weird stuff. But then I saw this freaking Blood Angels Codex, and I'm like, how does that end up in a place like this? I'm grabbing it, and it was like, even if it's $10, I'm still grabbing it. And I asked her, she's like, I have no idea, $3. I'm like, here, take my money,
Oh, I know. One things I did grab, for the sale, which I'm beginning to think I just need to stop trying to get the exclusives. Though some of them are good, but a lot of them are just not up to my normal standard. But I did get this, which I thought was kind of cool.
What is that? It's backwards also.
It's the Herbalist Primer.
Oh, okay.
So it's one of those that the person, I think, was a botanist, but they decided to kind of make it as a for role playing games. So they'll put in like medicinal properties, magical properties, poisonous properties. So they put in like real world information along with other stuff that you can use in your games. So I think that it's
okay. Was it like meant more as a game? We're not going downstairs. What do you want? Come here. We're not going downstairs. We just went down there not even 20 minutes ago. Not even 20 minutes.
It is not meant to be for a on how to use this at home for like medicinal properties.
Oh, it's not. No.
What it is, it's intended more to be like what it could be used for, and for games. That's what they're referring to.
Okay.
Like like it says, magical properties, and it'll say this. It'll say, medicinal properties, but it doesn't tell you anything about this. But then habitat, cultivation, foraging and preparation, culinary properties. But yeah, it's not intended to be like a lot of it's probably true because the lady was a botanist who did this, but I would stick with something that's like 100% that way.
Right. I like what's the old ways. I want to pick up that book, but I looked at it. It's like $100+, and I'm like, yeah, I want it, but they're kind of. I only see the commercial for it on certain channels. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
you're talking about the book of like how to rebuild society or whatever it is.
Yeah. But it's always got those 2 old guys that are probably AI, but they seem legit. Talking about how to make medicine out of that weird lettuce that looks like a weed and all the other stuff. And the book looks legit, but it looks like they're
so like it has catnip and then gives you the different things it can be used for,
Okay.
But it's like if you're playing a druid, this would be a great book if you wanted to really lean into it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, I'd like to do this. I'd like to use Comfrey or Snapdragon. They use actual.
Yeah, the only problem with that is that literally none of that shit should work, unless you're literally playing on Earth. You know what I mean?
Well,
if you're
be
playing
honest.
if you're playing like Mystara, let's say,
Yeah.
none of that shit should be there. But
Why?
of course it is. Well,
Why?
because the likelihood that 2 planets have the same exact plant types should be like a 0% chance.
Well, then
Same
there
with
should
the
be
animals.
humans in. There shouldn't be humans or anything
I
human
know,
like.
I know, I know.
To be fair, look, the reason that people play fantasy is it's close enough to reality with their own,
Yeah, I know.
which now for sci-fi, I 100% agree with you. But otherwise, I have no frame of reference for people. If we're going to do it that way, then like that's, we
Yeah,
might
because
as well
I tried doing that because there was that one book, there was that weird book that people discovered, like the Dresden book, Dresden Codex. It had all these plants that no one had ever heard of or seen
yeah.
before, and plants and animals and things, and like, yeah, I want it to be like that, but I don't have the time or the patience to write up, 100,000 different plants, bugs, animals, 100,000 of each to make it like
Right.
realistic. Nobody's got that time to do that. But I did play like No Man's Sky, and there literally were like randomly generated worlds with randomly generated scores of plants and animals
Yes.
and all that stuff. And I'm like, man, that's why I like the game, because it was like so
Oh, yeah.
realistic. Hey, there's my little brother.
That's the way it should be.
It should.
Hey,
Merry
Connell.
Christmas, little brother. How you been?
Working yourself?
Not working. But missing you, wondering where the hell you been. Thought you fell off a cliff or something. I've only sent you like 5 messages since the last time I saw you, and it's Christmas
Bartending.
Eve.
Bartending.
Yeah.
I know, but I know you use the internet.
Yeah, but
Right?
see right there, you can do plant generation tables if you want. So then you can just you can create stuff on the fly if you need to, which is
What
cool.
are we talking about?
This book that he's got that's chock full of strange and unusual plants and how you could use them in games. And
Well, it's got the real world plants, garlic, heather, stuff that people may not be familiar with. It gives you nice pictures, and then it gives you how you can use them in your games. But then it also has an option in the back of you just roll on the table and you find out what it can do. It's like, here, we'll mix these two up. And
it's kind of like it strikes me like the random abilities or the perceived abilities of gemstones throughout the
Yep.
The world and ages, where pearl is good for this. You go into those little bodegas and they got those little Ziploc bags of garnet and stuff. It'll cure you of this and that. And I'm like, if any of that worked, do you really think big pharma would let little bodegas like you sell that crap? No.
Well, it doesn't matter. Those little bodegas, they completely vilify, just like they did ivermectin. And,
Well, no, I mean, if it did those things, they would have to regulate it, because if you misused it, you could get killed or grow a third.
Well, what I'm saying for the whole thing is there's a lot of stuff that they say about that, but no, I'm just saying I like stuff like this. They actually are going to do this. This group it's going to do 2 more. One is on fungi, which is going to come out, and then they have one on geology. So I mean, again, I agree with you if you want a completely alien world, but that's not what most people want in their fantasy world. Is they want a alternate Earth. They don't want alien.
Speaking of this, I'm writing a module right now.
Oh, okay.
Tell us all about it.
I'm having issues with the spirit realm, or the Never Never, or the land of the Fae. There's aspects of it that I'm trying to work.
Which game system?
It's going to be 5e, but it's
Okay.
just a module. It's my bullshit, just using 5e engine.
Okay.
So the party has to get from Ireland to Egypt for reasons. They're getting chased the entire time by the Fomorians, which is out of Celtic mythology.
Right. Yep.
So Merlin has made a deal with one of the fairy queens, the fairy queens, to let them use the ways.
Okay.
Now, the fairy realm, Feywild, does not exactly line up. You can't just. It's not like putting, let's just say, clear plastic on top of the map. Things sometimes line up, but most times don't line up. You can't get from point A to point B.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. It's not the way you think it's going to be.
You know what you could
And
do?
what?
Have you thought about doing random tables?
Yes, I've
Okay.
thought about doing random tables. I'm thinking, well, there's a couple aspects I've been thinking about. One of them's like the first time the party goes into the Feywild. I really should use a different name. The land of the Fae.
Mhm.
They're going to walk in. They're going to go through a portal. They're going to be in this luscious field of grass, and you're going to see these great big, what look like, I don't know, oak trees that are growing this great big, what looks like an apple. They're going to get closer to it. Well, the apple turns out to be a great big fucking ruby,
Okay.
and the leaves are going to be emeralds. So, like every other party, what do you think the party is going to do? They're going to start grabbing these things and shove them in their bag because I get back to the mortal realm and I'm going to cash this out and get some gold out of it, right?
Right.
Well, once they get back to the mortal world, it's either going to turn into ooze,
Okay.
or it's going to turn into stone.
Okay.
Really, I would have gone for something like the rubies turn into like a like crab like monster, like crab apples, but like like a crustacean or a spider, and then
I've thought about that, but I'm trying to curb. Not that I think that everybody at tables are like this, but you see loot. Most people, when they see loot, the first thing they're going to do is take it. The hell with the consequences. It's not mine. I don't care. I'm taking it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I would do instead of it changing to that? I mean, I would change it once they leave.
Yeah.
But then I would go over and I would have creatures that now are angry at them for defiling the tree or something.
Yeah. No, I've been kicking around that thought. But what's really kicking my ass, and I need to make a table for this, and I suck at shit like this, is let's say from point A, you have to go from what would take you, in theory, a 6-hour walk. If you if you take the right ways, it could take you only 20 minutes.
Okay.
From point A to point B. But that's when you're in the land of the Fae. Now, real time and fairy time doesn't exactly line up.
Right.
You could be there for 3 hours, 2 days, 5 minutes. It's just whatever flow of time that's going on at that juncture of time.
Mm-hmm.
So what I would do in this case is I would do the fairy world and then set up, if you could do it as a point crawl, which is, hey, they go from this direction to this direction. And then I would set up as a real time and put that as the dice, on how long it takes them. So you know how long it's going to take them within the fairy world. But like you said, you know what? It's equivalent of 5 miles in the fairy world. But in the real world, I could have that going over 200 miles. And then I could also change on what the time is. So you have somewhere between, it takes a second. So from the time they pick up to leave, or you could set up to like it's a year, and you just roll it randomly so the players don't know how much time has elapsed, but you as DM do. But when they're in the fairy world, it's consistent without it being too weird. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I would think I would take into account like what do you want to change? Like how do you want to show that like say they were in the fairy realm, for like a day, but then when they get out, like a year has passed. What would you want to use that to show or move along in the story to make them like regret the action? Like, oh my God, we've been gone too long. How would you like change the world while they were gone, or would you?
I would change the season. I would definitely make a change of season.
I would definitely change the season. What they're after, the big MacGuffin, is the ruin. They're trying to get to the ruins of the Library of Alexander. There's something there that Merlin wants.
Okay.
That he's sending them to get because he is still stuck in Ireland. He's trying to deal with the full.
Are you going to make them the ones who burned it down?
No, it's already been burnt down.
Oh, okay.
It's the ruins.
Okay.
But with the time manipulation, they could show up before it burns down, or after it burns down, or why it's burning down. I haven't quite figured, aspects of that.
I think it would be way more exciting if they got there and it was literally burning down, for the first time kind of thing. That would be like amazing, They get there and they're like, oh my God, they already knew, like say they already know that the library is burned down, but they went back in time to when it's burning down. So, not only could they try to get what they're looking for, but maybe they could grab a couple of as actual treasure and save these these precious volume of literature or treasure that now they're holding on to the Necronomicon or something, or one of the other Lovecraftian books that you could look up, the Cult of Ghouls or some of the, and then they end up with this book that normally would have been burnt to the ground, and they thought the lost copy was gone, but now they've got a copy of one or more books that are now priceless freaking artifacts, even if they aren't magical in any way, shape, or form. They're just this precious piece of literature that now could open up all kinds of avenues of adventure. And just the idea of they arrive and the library's now on fire, and they got to try to get the thing that you sent them to get, but what else can they how can they use this to their advantage, but at the same time avoiding the cave in and collapse and burning of this place, and can say they were there. That would
so I'm gonna add
awesome.
I'm gonna add one more factor, because he's right about that. But as it's burning, now they have to deal with the Roman legions and the opposing Egyptians. So now they have to deal with those two as they're trying to get to the Library of Alexandria as it's burning down. So now you have so you have the two different factions they have to evade, while they also have to deal with the environmental factor of the burning down of the Library of Alexandria.
Because I was just telling Jackie, more so than monsters, in a game, I like to create. Like classic. I was telling him in the White Plume Mountain. I know you know it. The lava chamber with the chains and the discs hanging from the ceiling. That was one of the most classic, brilliant, awesome spectacles to watch. Like a fly on the wall, to watch people trying to jump from table chain to the next table to get up to that chamber. Kind of Mario style, but but it was so like, oh my God, at any minute you can fall off and into the lava pit, or as you're hanging onto the chain in the table platform, this vent of lava, oops, spoiler, will shoot up in between some of the platforms, and roast you alive. If you could see that on the big screen, like Peter Jackson style, would be freaking monumentally epic. So creating, like what I call them is, chases, escapes, running and jumping scenes where they have to do those kind of things, dodging the falling, burning pillars from the ceiling and things like that, where it's just as harrowing as fighting, say a dragon, but there's no combat rolls. You're just making agility, dodges, saving throws, trying to avoid the conflagration or whatever. It could be a snowstorm. It could be an avalanche.
But the other thing is, with a fire, it forces players to move.
Yes.
Instead of, that's the big thing to me with environmental, is it forces players not to spend forever trying to figure out how to do something.
Or like the rickety bridge and the enemy is chasing them and they got to go across the rickety bridge, but you got a horde of natives or orcs or something chasing you, and you got to traverse the bridge, but make some rolls to make sure it doesn't collapse on you, and try to make it across the other side. Maybe then freaking hit it with a torch, or you just hit it right with the axe and it just crumbles so they can't chase you.
And that's why I was mentioning when he was mentioning that, is because that's when it was being burned down is when the Romans were fighting off the Cleopatra's brothers' forces at the same time, and so now you have to also deal with evading the Romans and the Egyptian forces
as you're escaping with the MacGuffin.
Well, no. As you're trying to get there, you have to evade them, and then you have to as you're trying to leave. So now you have that kind of thing, and then of course you can always, if you want to have fun, is you can always have a Fae in there to stop them within the Library of Alexandria itself.
Well, like I said, I have more or less as of right now, I have two of the main two of the big bads. One is like I said, the Fulmore, which came out of Celtic mythology. They're basically water Fae.
Right. Okay.
Going to be dogging their ass. Then once they get there, plus if depending on which route they take, I have like several different mythology creatures I can throw in there, monsters, so I can spice it up with a little bit of everything. The third and the big bad in the end is a group of, I guess the closest way to explain what they are evil paladins.
Okay.
Because what's in the castle, this is anywhere from this is several hundred years before King Arthur.
Okay.
So why can't the sword be there for a hot second?
You could.
What,
You know what you could do is go look up, because you're getting over by Egypt. Look up if you really want to. It's when you go to the Library of Alexandria. It also should have the burial of Alexander the Great, and you can put a magic sword within his burial chambers, and then they have to deal with that.
Right.
So, and of course it's Egypt, so you can do whatever the hell you want. You can put them in the the necropolis. You can put but the reason I mentioned is no one knows where Alexander the Great was buried now, and so now you can give a place where, hey, this is where. So they have to find the map to find out where Alexander the Great is buried. So then they can go over to retrieve his sword and use that as the sword at some point that they're going to put in for. If you really want to have fun, that's the sword that Excalibur is going to be. Well, that wasn't Excalibur, the one that he pulled from the stone, but you know what I mean. You can use that, and now you have the whole lineage that Alexander sword was then picked up by King Arthur, and that's what made him have the right of the Britons.
Right. Yeah. No. I mean, I'm loosely using the role that Dresden built in this to a certain degree.
Okay.
And I mentioned on Shadow Show and I mentioned on Mac Show, I do not want to bring Christianity into my games. I don't like doing it because there's always somebody at the table who's going to get butthurt. And I just don't want to do it.
But I haven't done anything with Christianity in there.
Right. Hold on. There's three swords. These are three holy vengeance swords, or whatever the hell the term is. There's three different swords.
Yeah.
Each one of the swords was made from one of the nails that Jesus had nailed into him.
Oh, okay.
And I'm trying to, because these are not your everyday holy swords. These are big magic, big faith, big deal swords.
Well, that's what I was trying to say, is use Alexander the Great, because you aren't going to butt hurt anyone if you use one of his swords.
Right.
Even though that's not tied to Jesus. You don't have to worry about that one. You can do, of course, you always have the Lady of the Lake, so that makes it easy enough. So she's, whatever hers is.
There's also, was it Akhenaten, or there was a pharaoh that was buried with like this dagger that was
the meteor iron.
Make it something like that. An anachronism. It shouldn't exist because of the, for the time, it's way better than its, current technological, it's not feasible that this weapon was made in this era, but here it is, and it's,
Oh yeah, well, that's like going with the spear of Siegfried, the spear that Siegfried stabbed the dragon with before he got soaked in dragon's blood. I have no problems with that. I got like 3 pages written of the storyline because I'm like, I gotta get this out of my head. I have to get this.
Well, there's always alcohol.
I'm not really drinking much anymore.
No. You know what you can do is
then heroin.
No. Actually, what you can do for the whole thing is just set up certain encounters and then give an explanation of why they go from encounter to encounter.
Right.
And you can always, give them no explanation and make them find it. That gives you enough time to figure it out yourself.
Well, but he's writing the module, so he has to. Yeah.
Well, there's like classes I'm taking out. There's not going to be no monks.
Right. Yeah, monks don't make any sense in a Western environment.
I'm keeping barbarian. I'm keeping ranger. I'm keeping rogue. I'm keeping warlock. I'm keeping paladin, but I'm not going to use paladin as the pretense they're using in 5e. If you're a paladin, you're a champion of your people, of your god. It's not going to be completely. I mean, it's close enough to the way that Dungeons and Dragon handles it. I'm just tweaking a little bit.
You're just going to limit the subclasses within most of them, and then you're going to take out the monk. That's all
Right.
that's really you're saying.
I'm getting rid of some of the races. The only race that can be a wizard is humans.
Okay. So you can go. So you're kind of going back to old 2e style.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't elves be able to be magic users?
No, elves can be sorcerers. Elves have their own magic.
Right, but I suppose I could see them being sorcerers, even though
because Merlin is a what?
He's a magician. Actually, he's not a druid.
He's a wizard.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it depends on your source of Merlin, but I actually always thought of Merlin as more traditionally actually what we call druids in like 1E.
Yeah,
you know,
no, he's nothing like that. If you actually look at it, he's more of a sorcerer for his stuff. He's not.
Well,
he's not a druid like the.
My understanding of sorcery is just someone who's just happens just born magical and can do whatever magical shit they want because they think about it and it just happens. To me,
okay. Let me bounce into this. Elves, if you're playing a fae, you have
that's what I thought it said, but my eyes
at will you'll have like maybe up to 5 spells, a couple 0 levels, a couple in first levels. Then if you want to take a sorcerer, because faes in my head, the fairies, the faes are magic. They don't have to learn magic. They just are magic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. No, sorcerer makes sense for the way he's doing it. Yeah.
Humans have to learn magic. They're not. They have the spark, but that's not who they are. They have to take the time and learn it. Where the fae are just are. They are just.
Yeah. Okay. Then I got to ask, what are they learning it from?
No. What he's saying is that the wizards, which is your traditional D&D, is the hermetic style. But he's saying sorcerers.
Where do they learn? Where do wizards learn magic from? What source? Where does it come from?
They learn it from the fae, but they don't have the same connection to magic as the fae.
But how? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense that they learn it from them when they don't have it written down because they don't need to write it down because they just do it.
You ever? Well, you don't cook. Well, you do cook.
Yeah.
Maybe this will make sense to you. You ever come up with a recipe? There's you know
what each ingredient tastes like, so you can make something new.
Yeah,
right. But I guarantee you, whatever recipe you just came up with, someone's already come up with it before you. And who was the first person to do that?
There's always differences, and I'm going to bring up this much because
there's a finite number of
ingredients. You're too hung up on elves. All he's doing is saying is sorcerer class, which is innate, which means that they can cast it. They don't have to memorize spells.
Then why would they ever write it down?
They aren't writing it down.
Then how are humans learning it from?
Because maybe there was a fae.
The same way that you learned it from your grandmother for cooking. She never wrote her recipes down. You just stood next to her.
Right, but if the fae can do that, then wizards.
This is insider baseball you're talking right now.
Yeah, I just see that
you're talking insider baseball, and I'm not there quite yet. Once I have an answer for you, I would love to give to you. But as of right now, just trying to break down what classes, what races, and the beginning and the end. I'm really just pitching in the dark here.
No. I mean, going through your thing, and I really don't care about the classes. If you want to say that elves have sorcerers and humans have wizards, that's cool. I don't understand why you have to go any further than that. But
I'm bringing in warlock because there's always going to be that one person is willing to make a deal with somebody that really shouldn't.
Yeah, that's always been a thing since the earliest writings of fantasy fiction. Whether it's Lord Dunsany or Beowulf or whatever. There's always someone. Morgana Le Fay was, she clearly made a deal. There's always someone willing to, sell their soul, so to speak, for power.
Oh, there you go. this might not work, but I'm spitballing this. A wizard, a human, long ass time ago, became a warlock through one of the queens of the fairy, Titania or Map. Through the warlock, he learned how to do spells. Once he got the on button, the switch was turned on, he started creating more and more magic, which made spell books and tomes. There, because of that, that's how wizards came to be.
Well,
Yeah,
you know
'cause
what?
that
I
was
would
my
do a little
point
bit
is-
different than what you have there. Is I would go look at the Hermetic tradition that you have in Egypt,
Yeah.
and that's what they did for their wizards. And then
Hmm.
the sorcerers were the ones, like you said, is that's the innate. They're born with it, which to me makes sense for elves. Elves are
Yeah, but it
innately
wouldn't
magical.
make sense for other people. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
Well, no,
I
that's
totally
innately
get-
magical for them. No,
Well,
you
there's
don't have to
humans.
give all classes to humans, is what we're saying.
Right, right. There are humans, then there are fae.
Yeah.
Everything from the Never Never or the Fae world is fae. The only thing that is human are people from the planet. The goblins and all this, they're all fae. If you're not a human, you're not from Earth. Therefore, they have more natural connection to magic
I can
than
see that.
humans do.
Okay, now, going back to this because I think we're getting way off track on this. It's going back to your module.
Yeah.
No. I mean, we're arguing about the stuff in the background when it's like that's not really relevant.
That's
You can
insider
argue-
baseball. I'm not there yet.
Yeah. Well, what we're saying is, but for your adventure, the question
Yeah.
is, how long do you want your? Is this a campaign, or is the module going to be like 6 to 8 sessions? How many
No,
hours
it's going
do
to
you
be a
plan?
campaign. It's going to be 1 through the minimum will be 1 through 15. The maximum will be 1 through 20 because I might also have them invade Harry's treasure room. Not Harry, Hades' treasure room for
Okay,
other
so-
artifacts.
Okay, got a couple questions because I like Jackie's writing a game. He's running a game that has no rules because it's all made up shit. Kind of like what you're doing, kind of. In 5e, how long would it take to get from 1st to 15th level in real time, playing once a week?
So for my friends, you're looking at 2 to 3 years, based off my friend's experience.
If you play once a week and you're actually able to get together for 4 to 6 hours, you're
Mhm.
looking, as Omen now said, 2 to 3 years.
Okay, let's drop it down even more. 1st to 10th level, how much time? Then even I'll knock it down even one more. 1st to 9th level, how much time once a week? A year,
About a
9
year.
months.
Well, there's a couple things you have to add in. How serious are they taking this? Are we talking serious
A
players?
group of seniors in high school.
No.
serious-
He's not playing with a group of seniors in high school. He's playing with his own module here.
Well, yeah, I thought you meant the players.
Well, oh yeah. Well, how old are your players?
The oldest is 51. The youngest
okay.
is
No,
36.
Well, I guess really, Connell, the question is how long do you want to run your campaigns? What I'm asking you.
I don't want to run it until the story's done. I don't care.
Okay.
And I was
if you could-
asking for Jackie's sake
Oh.
because I don't know what because he's gonna his players are all 5e players, but he doesn't know 5e.
Well, there's two ways to do. There's 2 ways to do it in 5th edition. There are if he's writing his own stuff, you just take the XP, add up all the XP, what they should be at, and cap it. Okay, that when they get to this place, that's a milestone. Then keep doing it that way.
So there are 3 different ways to do this. You can do regular XP, which is based off of each monster. You can do milestone, which means every time they do a milestone, they get a certain amount of XP. But people confuse this with also sessions, and instead for it is the you can do sessions leveling, which I've done, or you could do milestone XP, which is once you complete X objective, you get so many experience points. That's the way it's supposed to be. But
Yeah.
And really you're talking we're focusing on Connell's module here. For Jackie, it really depends on how high of a level he wants to play. because he can start all the characters at 5th or 10th level if he wants. Says, guess what? You get all these powers. Boom. And then just move it from there.
He could end it at 5th level. He could end it at any point. I only run. I've been in campaigns that ran from 1st level to 5th level. They piss me off, but they do exist.
And then you're saying for the, because you always talk about the games you want to play. If you really wanted to, because we've been here long enough, is why even start people at 1st or 2nd level? You just start them at 10th and go, boom, there you go. We're going to do domain level play.
Right. With Mike one, I need for more of my sake, just to, because the people I'm going to run this for is the test bed.
Yeah.
I need to put this game through the paces, so I need to start them off at 1st level.
So here's my suggestion for you, Connell. Keep it small. Have an endpoint that you're thinking of right now. That's what you're kind of doing. But I would look at okay, what does it take to get them to 1st to 3rd level? Because the 3rd level will get their subclass, and the subclass should be a big milestone for them, right?
If they can get from Ireland to Scotland, Scotland to France, that's 1st level.
I would have that up to 3rd level.
3rd level.
And here's the reason that I'm saying that I do it 3rd level, because then France would be their milestone.
Right.
But what I'm trying to say is the big things that happen with characters, other than the normal levels, is at 1st level you kind of start off, you don't have anything. By the time you get to 3rd level, you got a subclass.
Right.
So that should be kind of a big event. And then the next one would be what's the next level that they usually get some ability for their subclass? 5th. So then I would do a kind of a milestone at the 5th level. And then what's the next one after that? I can't remember. It's been, I haven't pulled it up.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but I 3rd level and 5th level in beginning campaigns are your 2 big ones. Then it just kind of settles into a little bit of a rhythm as you're leveling.
So those are the 2 I would do.
8th level is your next big one, I think.
So that's what I would look at is, hey, when they get up to the 3rd level, guess what? That's their time to train and everything. So they've kind of accomplished what they were looking for of doing up to 3rd level. And then say, hey, guess what? There's going to be some downtime. And you say, hey, guys, it's going to be a couple seasons. What do you want to do during these couple seasons as you go train to get your subclass? And then, 5e does have those carousing tables. You do a couple of those. And then I would go over and then do the same thing for that 5th level. And you can allow time to pass, which I always like different seasons because it's really easy, especially up north, because you have clearly defined seasons. You have summer, you have fall, you have winter, you have spring. And especially if you can do a Fey realm, because you get the Seelie and Unseelie, depending on you can really start flipping it back and forth in those. And so now you can play off the time effect.
I need the campaign to end on Halloween. In game, not like in real life. Halloween is the one time of the year where gods, small g, not big G, for those who get all pissed off with that thing.
So 10 months.
What?
So 10 months.
Yeah. Well, October, the day of October, the night of October, from when sun hits the ground to the time the sun rises, that time period is also the wild hunt. Mm-hmm. And that is the one day of the year where a god, small g, not big G, can die and their powers get sucked up by something else.
So from my perspective on this is you're going to end it on Halloween, but it doesn't mean they can't go over multiple Halloweens. So you can have world-changing events happen on every time that Halloween occurs.
Yeah.
Until the players get strong enough that they're the ones that influence it. So, you can do your little crumb threads when they go through, and all of a sudden you say it's Halloween, and all of a sudden everyone's hiding out, and then I don't care if you do like a comet in the sky, stuff like this. You can set all of this. You can set certain things up, and you can have like certain gods die, or you can have like Merlin die on like Samhain or whatever you want to do for this, and then say, oh my God, this just happened. Now we have to go do this. And if you ever watch Dragon Slayer, we resurrects the old wizard. Hey, you're gonna have to do this, and on this certain date at this certain time, that's when you can bring this back, and that's what you can do a lot of, like you said, if you can do this, you can kind of move them along as you want on there, and then if you think that they're too far back or too far forward, when you throw them into the realm, it can maybe feel like there's months they've been in there, and then all of a sudden they come back into the real world, and only like one day has passed. And then other times you can fast forward them like 20 years and go bam, and all of a sudden it's like, well, the whole world has changed now. You're like, what? It's like, did you ever watch Gargoyles?
Yeah.
Do you remember the second season where they went into the Fey realm? And they said,
Bits and pieces.
Well, it was the thing of where they said, well, we're looking going home. He says, no, you don't understand. The boat sends you where you need to be, not where you want to go.
Oh, that's when Goliath was with his daughter and the female cop.
Yeah. Then they have like where they go to the different, like they go into Easter Island and all that other stuff. You can, I mean, if you really want to be cheesy, go watch Gargoyle season 2 again, and you can go steal as many things as you want from there. Take them to Easter Island, and then take them all over, and then have them end up at the Library of Alexandria.
That's actually a really good idea. Like I said, I think this will flush out. Ideally, this should be a fun campaign for somebody. It might just be a fun campaign for me.
Well, you know what? All it has to do is if you're having fun, the players will generally have fun.
Right.
I mean, as long as you're fair to everyone. But I think that's a way of doing it, is looking at it just like you would as a, like I said, steal shamelessly. Go read. We read, what was that called? The Lion. There was one of the books that we did where they talk Fae. Shadow probably remembers it. I have to go see where that book is. But there was one of the books that we read. I forgot what it was called. But they had the Fae where basically one of the children was taken and replaced. And
changeling?
Yeah, well, it was kind of like a changeling. It was kind of like a troll. And then what happens is that his real child, the main character, not the main character, but the human, his child is taken, and he doesn't realize it's been replaced. And then his child goes, it's basically a troll, but doesn't realize it's a troll, and comes out of this brutish being. And then he finds out I enjoyed it, but at the end, of course, our hero dies, our villain dies. I'll have to go look up the appendix in, then I can give it to you. Sorry about that.
Okay.
It was
like I said, I'm leaning heavily in the Jim Butcher Dresden's world just because I like it.
Well,
but I'm
that's what I said. Go ahead.
I kind of don't mind. God, I really wish there's like I said with the sword. The sword being in a tower. Merlin gets hold of the sword. Well, this is before King Arthur, so he gives it to the lady in the water, and that's how that comes to be. I don't know. I'm still working shit out.
I'm trying to remember if it was. I think it was Paul Anderson, because I think the one that we did, and it was called. Was it called The Broken Sword? Yeah, it's called The Broken Sword. Is the one that we read, which has those elements of the Fae in it as well. And like you said, I mean, it's your world. You can do all sorts of crazy nuts things. But like you said, of course, I have the World of Darkness stuff for Changeling as well. So I was used to seeing a lot of that stuff. But that's where you get the Seelie and Unseelie, and then you can do all sorts of weird things with the Fae, because you can have them have I forgot what they're called. But basically, there are things that are done to call them or to keep them placated, and then other things that are done that hurt them. Just things like ringing a bell 3 times can cause injury. Weird stuff that they wouldn't know about. The players, they'd have to find out the hard way on how to defeat them. The other, I don't know if you have it. Sometimes they have it. I actually they advertised at one point where it was for free on drive-through, was Vaesen, where they do the Swedish one. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that one.
No, I don't know that one.
So, well, they've done several now. Now they've done one in Ireland. They've done several of them where they talk about the Fae, and the players have to figure out how to defeat each of the monsters, because they can't just pull out a sword and kill them.
Right. Well, unfortunately, depends on the way you look at it. Iron will always be the bane for the Fae.
Yeah.
So Yeah, there's a few other things I'm dealing with. It should be fun, like I said. I don't know if I really want them to go through to burglar uh Hades treasure room. I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be fun for the players. I don't know.
So what I'm trying to tell you is, instead of trying to create this mega module,
Yeah.
just set small milestones where you want the players to get to, and work on that. And
Yeah.
then figure out what would happen after that. Because if you think something overarching one is the players will always do something weird. but like the first through third level, that's going to be a few sessions. So you say, okay, I'm going to work on that one, and then you can go through there. And then when you do
Merry Christmas, Grumpy.
like third through fifth level, that's going to be another milestone that they can do, and you can slowly work your way up until literally the point when you want the end of the campaign is where they have to go fight the gods or whatever. To at that point they should be high enough level.
Right.
But yeah, how do I want to say it? It's like everything else. It's, are you, do you want to write like Tolkien did and write like 4,000 pages of notes before you get there? Or do you?
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
If I think the 4,000 pages worth of notes would enrich the game enough where the juice is worth a squeeze, I'll fucking do it and hate myself the entire time. If I can just look at something, that's a great idea, and squeeze it in, that's an awesome situation. And I'm going to, everything you said, I'm going to bounce around my head. I am going to go rewatch season 2 of Gargoyles now. Thank you. There's aspects of it that I really want to impress. There's other aspects of it I'm like 25, 75% on. One of the things like with wizards, right? Wizards at first level will have true sight. But here's the catch with true sight. If a wizard uses its true sight, whatever it sees, it's forever stuck in that person's mind. Now, if it's absolutely gorgeous, beautiful, that's wonderful. If it is mind-bending, breaking, horribly disgusting, mind-rapingly bad, they have to make a will save, or if they fail, they'll take there's so many points. It's going to be a point system for sanity. They could end up losing their mind if they do it too many fucking times.
So no, that's fair. If you're going to do, there is a sanity mechanic in 5e, so that works out pretty well. Yeah,
There's just got to be. Yeah.
Well, you know what though, is you can work your way slowly up towards that too, which is you don't have to, like, you say first level, you can set up at third level or something like that, so everyone's getting into it, and then say, hey, guess what? When you also get your subclass, you also get this. You're like, oh, and some of it is that gives you time to work out your mechanics. It's not that you don't know how 5e plays, you know how that goes, but if you're trying to like figure out how am I going to do this, man.
I could run this. The bitch of the matter is I could run this tomorrow in concept in Pathfinder, no bones, no problems.
Okay.
But all my players are 5e guys and women. They've never played Pathfinder, and I'm like, I'm not going to have them jump from 5e, which is fairly basic, to a master class in math.
Well, that's true. That's not what you want to do. Well, the reason I'm asking is you can take the ideas from there, and then just slightly modify them, like you said. It's not, and 5e, as much as everyone knocks it, is actually a fairly flexible system depending on how much you want to do.
Oh, it's a great engine. It's a great engine for bullshit.
There's certain rules I don't like, but
welcome to the show, Busy Badger. Merry Christmas.
But you can fix a lot of them by just going at the optional rules in the Dungeon Master Guide, which always gets me. People complain about, like, why aren't you using this optional rule in the Dungeon Master Guide? Or why don't you do this? And they never read those. Anyway, but yeah, I don't think you're going to have too many problems. Like I said, is if you're trying to create an adventure, just start small enough. That's the way the old Dungeon Masters, old modules were. Levels 1 through 3. The idea was you play 1 or 2 of those modules, and that'll get you to level 4. And then after you play, or at least through 3, and then the next ones, it's 4 through 7. Okay, you play like 4 or 5 of those to get you past 7th level. and you know, and that gives you some variety, and you can start tailoring it for that. And those modules were, what do you think, Shadow? How long do you think most of the modules were? 6 to 8 sessions?
What like 1E?
Yeah, the 1E modules, the 32-page modules.
It depends. I mean, like, mind you, assuming that back then we played 6 hours or we didn't play at all right off the bat, I would go like 4.
Okay, so if you assume 4 hours, then let's
So
assume
like
that there'd be
24,
6 sessions.
24 hours straight if you could.
Yeah.
Because I know there were some modules, especially like if you had a dry erase board, map, so you could just draw everything real quick and whatnot. We could do certain modules like the B series or the U series, some of the bigger ones, like the S series, not so much. But we could do like a module in 8 hours. If we had the like I said, the dry erase setup and miniatures, and the GM knew the module, or if I knew the module because I was usually the guy,
Yeah.
we could run a whole module in 8 hours, no problem.
Well, I'm
Right.
just thinking because I saw some of the other modules, but when I'm looking at them now, they always
But
have
like
blank
any of the
areas.
S series or even the A series or any of the tournaments and things like that, the tougher ones, not so much.
Well, even the B modules, if you look at B2, the expectations, you can go back and forth several times.
Mhm.
You were not
Yeah.
going to just clear everything out. And
But
so,
like B1, that was different. You weren't going back. You were in.
Yeah.
You're going to do it, and most of it was empty, anyways. So
Yeah, it was
there was a
1/3,
lot of just
1/3,
looking
and
around in
1/3.
empty rooms.
but even then, the idea was you go in, you come back, you go in, you come back.
Yeah, B2,
B-
Keep on the Borderlands was absolutely, you were expected, not only that, but because you could. And if you
Yes,
didn't take advantage of the fact that, hey, we can't carry anymore, and the keep's just over there, let's go back and forth, that was a thing. But some of the other ones where it's out in the middle of nowhere, and you better rely on your cleric creating food and water, and resting, and then you're good to go. You didn't need to go back, and you weren't finding hundreds and thousands of gold, to weigh you down either.
Well, the other thing I've been kicking out. Well, the Feywild has certain set of rules if you're
Sure.
immortal. It's like dealing with the Fey is one thing, and I have a list of rules that you have to kind of understand when you're dealing with the Fey. Very simply, don't make any deals, don't offer them any gifts, don't take any gifts, stuff like that.
Oh, well, speaking of your tree, then that would be a good one as far as, if you take it, then you get, how do you pronounce that? GEAS? I can never remember that.
Giz?
No.
Yes.
No, it's an Irish. It's Irish.
Oh, yeah. I can't pronounce it right now either, but I know what you're talking about. So here's the thing. Besides for having to deal with the politics and the Fey.
Yeah.
The other big thing that the players will have to understand is you can't drink the food. You can't drink the liquid there, or you'll get stuck there, or it'll mess with you somehow. I'll have a different chart for that. Food is the same problem. So you're going to have to bounce back to the really real world every so often to restock.
Yeah.
Because I'm not saying the food and water over there is poison, but let's say you break down and there's a stream of water passing through you, and like, I really need water. You lean down and take a drink, you might start growing feathers, horns, wings, just random.
Oh, you're going to do mutation? So you just need to find the mutation table.
Whimsy line charts.
That, or you can end up being stuck there, where you can just not ever really. You can go back to the moral plane, but the
Hold on a
longer
second. My fireplace is acting up, and I smell smoke.
Okay, that's not okay. Yeah, be careful.
So there's some nuts and bolts I'm still working out. Like I said, I have a general idea. And
no, I was just saying for your adventure, because you're saying the module. That other stuff you'll have to work on, and some of it is you don't have to stick them so much in the Fey. You can do, one of the great things to do is do rumors. That's what they used to do in the old first edition. Was everything had rumors, and so you just write like 10 or 20 rumors, and some of them are true and some of them are false. You can put down superstitions, and you don't have to say which ones are true or which ones are false. You just have, like,
never do this or never do that, or make sure you do this. And some of them can be wrong and some of them can be correct. And the players have to learn. And then some of it is like you said, is, if these are new players, we're assuming that they're new players, and they're just playing 5e, or you may have some more experience.
No, they're not new players. They've been around. I've been playing with this group for about 6 years now.
Oh, okay. Well, if you've been doing that, then they already know all the rules. Now you're just changing things up. So now you're really just dealing more with the setting.
Yeah.
So you just simply say, hey, look, guys, I'm going to put a sanity mechanic. I'm going to do whatever else you can go in here. I'm going to limit your subclasses, and I'm going to limit the classes based on your race. And like, okay, here you go. You can always have it where elves, like you said, are fey, and if they're going to be that way, if they get hit by certain weapons, they're going to take an additional damage die. Yeah, whatever it is, D4, D6, whatever it's going to be. Or you could have it where it's not necessarily just damage. You could say, hey, look, it's going to reduce an attribute until you take a short rest. Every time they get hit, guess what? Your strength is going to go down by 1, or your dex is going to go down by 1. Like, ow, that adds up after you like a couple of hits.
Right.
But, you're not doing extra damage. You're just reducing the stat until they can take a rest.
Right. I'm going to talk. Seamus doesn't know. Jay doesn't know this, but I'm going over. He has a real mind for this. Not saying that you don't, but he has a real mind for this, and he knows the Dresden Files as well as I do. So I'm going to be bothering him. Oh, by the way, I went to my first Buc-ee's.
Oh, okay. Where did they bring one up, or
it's just a log burning, or not burning? It was just smoking.
Yeah, it's not
needed to be poked.
Last Monday, not yesterday, not this week Monday, but last Monday, switching gears a little bit, so my head can just digest everything that we talked about. But moving on, different.
He just wants to get the wonder that is Buc-ee's with the beavers.
I went to Buc-ee's.
What the hell's Buc-ee's?
It is a gas station of like 120 pumps. It is massive.
And really? Okay.
Yeah. It has a barbecue place basically inside, along with lots of kids. Think of it as a combination of it's takeaway, but it's got its own bakery. It's got its own barbecue.
So like the ultimate truck stop.
Oh yeah.
Yes, except trucks aren't allowed to stop there.
Did I get any? Yes, I did. I got 2 pounds of jerky as well, and the jerky did not survive the trip.
Yes. Oh, that jerky's really good.
Rumble Condor. I don't recognize the name.
That's cool.
Welcome to the show, I guess.
I had to drive. I didn't have to.
A wall of jerky. That sounds good.
I drove my oldest stepson down to, let's say Miami, because that's probably the closest where people know. From Pekin, Illinois to Miami, which is roughly about a 19+ hour drive.
So you stopped in Alabama for the Buc-ee's in Alabama?
I did not go through Alabama. I did Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, which Atlanta, Georgia can go fuck themselves.
I know.
That's where my only living relative lives. But you didn't stop by and say hi to Bubba, or did you say Florida?
Yes, I sent DM James like, hey, I'm gonna be in Tampa. Hey, but he's like, yeah, I'm gonna be somewhere else. I'm like, well, fuck you.
Oh, I think he was in Atlanta.
Yeah, no.
DM James is in Orlando, but if he's going to Miami, he's going to drive through Orlando.
Merry Christmas, Eldrad. I will see you soon, I hope.
But so it's a 19-hour drive, plus a 19-hour plus drive, and we got into Georgia right before Atlanta, Georgia. I'm like, there's a Buc-ee's.
Merry Christmas, Travis.
Fuck yeah, we're stopping at Buc-ee's. Got to go down to Tampa. After I dropped off the boyo, I swung up through Tampa, which is basically the home, not really the home, but the mecca of cigars for those who are in the cigar or into cigars. That place, Cigar White, was absolutely fucking gorgeous. I don't ever want to move to Florida. With that being said, yes, that's the when I was driving back up to Illinois, it was about 2 to 3 a.m. when I was driving through, and I flew right past it. It was
don't feel bad. On my way back from when I lived in Virginia, and I Greyhound all the way from Virginia back to California. Yeah, by myself. And I only lost one thing out of my luggage, which was one of my really nice shoes because they were in the top of my duffel bag. It was like a huge, like it was like a backpack duffel bag. But anyways, the only place that I had any problem was Atlanta at the Greyhound stop. I almost got into a fight with a couple of usual suspects, and otherwise, it was smooth sailing. Greyhound. Don't stray too far from the bus, you'll find. Don't
Yeah.
stray too far from the bus.
In March, I'm driving back down that ways to go pick him up, and I'm taking my daughter with me next time because it's her spring break. We're going to go back through Tennessee so she can visit. She's going to so we can visit her godfather. Then we're going to stop by where my aunt lives. Then I might take her to Universal Studios so she can see have the Harry Potter experience, which I kind of want to have too.
That's fine.
You mean in the real world or?
Yes. He's talking about at Universal Studios. Yep.
Oh, okay.
She's been a fan of those. I read the books to her when she was a little. This is when I knew my daughter was really mine. They're reading The Witch, Lion, or Wardrobe in school.
Yeah.
Good for them.
And she's like, it's a great book. I have a couple problems with it. And I'm like, too much Christian references. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, I get it. But the author was a huge Christian. So it kind of goes with, it just kind of goes.
Yeah, there's no such thing as too much. It should be more, but that's me.
The third one was the main
one was in the Bible. No,
what?
Sorry, that's good resist.
So yeah,
I said there's too much Christianity in the Bible. That's why I'm just, go ahead. Sorry.
She's like, my main problem though is right when they leave the Beaver family, who shows up? Santa Claus. And I'm just waiting for her to say it. And she did. She's like, that's some lazy fucking writing. I'm like, I know. And I'm like, high five, you're my daughter. Now I claim you.
Okay, so what was going on with Bucky? So how did you get there?
Oh, I was driving through Georgia and I had to fill up my gas tank, and I was like, there's a Bucky's. And Laszlo's like, what's a Bucky's? I'm like, it's a Walmart of the gas station world.
Okay, who just joined us? Who is Timber?
I don't know. Anyway, so you did the Bucky's. And
we did the Bucky's. We did Waffle House, which
how do we know you, Timber?
I was never allowed to when we went on
the
road
private
trips.
chat. Yeah.
Hey,
when we went through when I traveled around with my ex-wife, she would never stop at a Waffle House because she thought those places were horrible. I disagree immensely.
Which one? Waffle Houses? Okay, yeah.
I think Waffle Houses are amazing. You get exactly what you're paying for there. They're amazing that way. So we stopped. The first hack of it, first big stop I had to do was in Metropolis, Illinois. I was really hoping to get to Kentucky, but
hey, it's your son.
Yeah. I was like, you had me scared there for a second, buddy.
What?
You know how it is when we've got to be careful we let on the show. Merry Christmas, Sport. How you doing?
Oh yeah, God. I don't know why I picked this name. This was I know what it means.
Okay, not important. Just you also didn't look like you with the darkness. It looked like you had a goatee and everything. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? I don't want to let this guy on and him be,
another wanker.
Right.
That has two
I can't do that. There's babies around.
You can't do that at all because you're a decent human being.
I'm living now alone. I mean, he does have a porn stash.
It's the shadows. It doesn't go down. It's just straight across.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Lou. That was one of my favorite nephews.
I'm doing good. I've been dealing with my nephews, actually.
I enjoy them. Family is the F word for having a somewhat good time?
I mean, they're fun when they're not jumping on my bed and
What you're
making
saying is
strange
that
noises
there
in the middle of the
The
night.
famous vexillologist. It absolutely is Death Angel.
Well, what he says is that there's an age gap that's causing the issue for yeah.
Very
They're very young.
Yeah, they're still in diapers, right?
2 of them are.
Yes.
So how was church and everything else and your festivities?
So here's the thing. I didn't know we were going to church until 5 minutes before we walked into the church. And then when we walked into the church, we didn't actually go into the church. We walked up to the choir area because apparently we were in the choir.
So how was your singing?
All right. I didn't know any of the songs, but I managed.
Good job.
Well, I did not the last one. It was just Jingle Bells, but in Spanish and with lyrics instead of whatever the original song's about. But other than that, I didn't know.
Slavery.
What was the
original song is about slavery.
Wait. He's had
Death
years
Angel
of practice at this.
consider it an honor. Just Death Angel wants us on his show on Sunday night. That might be hard for Jackie because it's a school night.
No, por eso. ¿Por qué?
Surprise, you're singing, right? But
Well,
Death Angel,
well,
a friend requested me from GM James' Discord, and then we can work on scheduling, okay?
When he said you guys, does he mean you and Jacko?
Yes,
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
The Shadow and Sun.
Well, he said, not kidding, I want you guys.
Well, I'm sure if you go over and sub and watch his show, because he does you do a lot of the Babylon 5 stuff, right? So
No, I'm out. I got nothing for Babylon 5.
He hasn't been
Babylon
through
5 is
season
one of the
1 yet.
best.
You have to get through season 1 before you can start really getting into Babylon 5.
Dude, it's awesome. Everybody you know loves it, okay? But everybody you know also says season 1 is rough.
Everybody I know are idiots. No,
No. Really, everyone?
Depends on the day.
So here's the thing. Jackie's had years of practice with his karaoke to do the singing on cue. So now he was perfect for going up into the choir.
That's fair.
Oh my god. So I was down in Miami as I was telling these guys this, and I had a bunch of good-looking Cuban women and old Cuban women come up to me and start talking to me in Spanish. I'm like, El Gringo. No Spanish. I speak English, drunkenese, and a little bit of sign language. And one was like, what's drunkenese? I'm like, Irish?
Okay, Death Angel, I'm on. I don't care who it is. Even if it's Bill Mummy, I'm on. Just send me the link.
I was told I look Cuban, which was a new one for me.
I can see that.
I know one Cuban, and he doesn't look like you.
I know one Cuban, and he doesn't look... Well, I know more than one Cuban. I know some Cubans, and they don't look like you.
I'm not Cuban.
Well, that's fair. I'm Irish Romanian. And my daughter's Jewish, I found out.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Same?
What?
No,
I know. Yeah, no. I was talking to my me and my ex-wife are not talking, but her great aunt, one of her aunts reached out to see how I was doing. Oh, she's like, by the way, looking at our family tree, we're Jewish. I'm like, wait, who's Jewish? She's like, I am. Kronda's grandma is. Kronda's mom is. Kronda is. I'm like, oh my god, my daughter's Jewish. Ever since then,
Does that make everything make sense now?
No, no.
Sorry, I had to, because that was the
It just means that Connell's not as inbred as he thought he was. Sorry.
Hey, listen, Rico.
So hey, Jackie, I don't know if you saw my message
Yeah.
a minute ago. You'll never guess who was on the show.
A particular Australian.
Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
No, a particular Australian.
Oh, James?
Yes.
Yeah.
How is that
For
backwards
about a total
bastard?
of,
Like on the
seconds.
screen and everything.
yeah, for 30 seconds, and then he said his internet was too bad and he had to leave.
He hung
Oh,
out
well,
for a
that's-
good hour or
That's
so.
fun.
I haven't seen him in.
It's been over a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, he showed up, he came on, and he only stayed for like 30 seconds on the stream, and then he's like, I gotta go. The internet's too bad.
I'm sure I missed Bo too. Fuck's
We
sake.
did miss Bo
Yeah,
and
Bo was
Bear
earlier.
and Doc Flamingo.
It's funny. I got home. I had to work tonight. I got home. I saw your message. I'm going to hop on. I'm going to go
No, I
hang
saw
out.
you on Bear's show, you fucker.
Bear sent me a meme right when I was about ready to hit yours. I'm like, well, Bear's only going to be on for like an hour or so. And
Yeah, it was weird because I got this message that Bear went live, so I went, well, because Bear had just left, and then Doc left, and then I go and check it, and I'm like, oh, freaking Bear's doing a live stream after he left this show, but he's got you and Doc and Victor, and I'm like, shit, I've been trying to get a hold of Victor for like 2 months now, and I'm like, but you know.
Well, I knew, like I said, I knew Bear was only going to be on for a little bit, and I knew you were going to go on to midnight, and you're like, what, an hour behind me, 2 hours behind me?
He's 2 hours behind. Yeah,
So I knew I could
2
do
a.m.
Bear's show, then bounce over here and still be good.
Sure.
Oh, we're in the
So,
same time
Jackie,
zone. Yes.
How is your Christmas going so far? Christmas Eve.
Pretty good. I mean, other than what I explained, which was an interesting turn of events.
Yeah,
You
but
were
it's
just
just,
blindsided.
it sounds like it was actually fun, you know, and you know, little like, you know, nervous like fun, but still, you know, it's something that would be funny in a movie, you know, like a regular movie, you know, like a family movie. Suddenly, you know, I'm in the choir kind of thing, you know. I can see that being in like a rom-com or something like that, you know.
Oh, speaking of movies and shows, first half of Stranger Things is out. Second half drops here in a few hours.
Mm-hmm.
Let me
Oh, really?
know when you're done watching the second half of it, because we need to do our review.
Jackie hasn't watched any of it. I watched the first half. It wasn't as bad as I was told by certain people, but it wouldn't matter. I was still going to watch it because I love the
The
show.
people you were told it was bad was like boomer slopcon channels. Come on.
I don't know. I don't consider.
High five. High five.
What's his name?
We did it! Yay!
What's his name? I can't even remember his name, but he's pretty famous. I don't consider him slop.
Hey, wait. The
Condor,
whole
were
point
you
is
hanging
that
out with Condor?
No.
No.
He's like an Irish guy, or Scottish who
are you
does
talking
movie
about the
reviews.
critical drinker?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's critical. That's the whole point. Sometimes you just sit back and just want to have fun.
Mhm.
You know, just
I as soon as Stranger Things is available on DVD, I will buy it. You know.
Well, I look at Stranger Things. You know how Bruce and a few other people say there are certain games out there that are beer and pretzel type games.
Yeah.
Well, there are shows that very much fall underneath
Yeah, totally,
that same category.
But I think they call them popcorn flicks.
Yeah. So I still need to watch. I've been since I have an interview with a new client, so I might be. Hopefully, I will not have to be bartending for much longer because I'm about ready to strangle a few people, and I'll be working for another client again. So that'll be nice. But the bartending seems.
Fingers crossed for you, buddy.
So where's your? No, I mean I want to. No offense, Connell, but since Jackie's here, I was kind of figuring that since this is the Shadow and Sun show, we'd hear more from Jack.
Well, he left.
Noel.
I wanted to get a better light so I can actually
There we
see
go.
what's going
Oh, okay. That or you have to turn everything on, so you can get the whole Christmas.
I want
lights.
some enchiladas now.
God,
That sounds
you don't
good.
understand, Connell. I'm on day 4 effectively now of my fast, and I'm going to break it tomorrow morning. So
It's not Lent.
yes, I know.
Advent.
That's why I do this during Christmas, because this is the time of year that I have time off. Where if I get really grumpy, I don't have to deal with
Okay,
human beings.
for a second, I thought this might be some weird Greek thing I didn't know about.
No, it's Advent, right?
I am not fasting for 25 days.
Wait.
No.
You're
I
fasting before you're grumpy. So I take it your son's with his mom?
Oh yeah. Until I'm also hyper because I'm hungry, so I'm hyper right now.
Oh my God. I'm in Tampa and I have a real, oh my God, a real Cuban sandwich.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
So imagine this, if you will, Jack. You're too young, so don't. I had a mojito in the one hand and a Cuban sandwich in the other. It was fantastic.
Is Cuban sandwich like a euphemism for something?
No. It's an actual
it's a
Cuban
real
sandwich. It's a pork with usually they put some mustard on it. I forgot what all the other stuff they put on
Pork,
there.
mustard, pickles, and a few other things on
sounds
large
fucking
bread.
awesome.
It's a certain type of bread that they use.
As
Yeah,
long as it's
large
not
bread.
sweet pickles.
No, they were not. They're
Bill
more
kosher?
like kosher. Yeah, fantastic. I got to go hang out with my aunt, but she has a place on the beach, so the water was way too damn cold to get in. But I had this fantastic view. I had, once again, don't imagine this, Jack. You're too young. Granted, you are down in Mexico. I don't know what the drinking age down there is.
It's like this tall. It's like this tall.
No, that's too high. It's like 7.
Can't drink the water, so drink the tequila. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So Jack is hammered right now, is what he's saying.
So I got to sit, watch the ocean, smoke a cigar, and have an old-fashioned mixed drink. I was having a honest God grown-up moment, which is rare.
That baseball.
No, that's awesome. I first off, it's awesome that you got to get out of Illinois for a bit. So how long were you down in Miami? Or Florida area?
All right. So I was on a time crunch. With my daughter, I won't be. So the time crunch was, let's see, I took off Monday. I got there Wednesday. Wednesday, I was there down in Miami for 6 hours. Then I drove back up north to where my aunt lives, which is a 6-hour drive. Fuck. I thought driving through Illinois is bad. Florida's a whole different creature. Let's see. I was with my aunt Wednesday, Thursday, Friday evening. I drove home, so I was down there for like 4 days.
Okay, well, at least you got like 2 days where you actually got to relax. Is what I was trying to say.
Oh
So
yeah.
at least you got
Oh
something.
God, yeah. I went to this cigar lounge, which was the Townie Cigar Lounge, and talking to the cars that were in the parking lot. I have a fairly nice car, but it's not a Beamer. It's not an Aston Martin. It's not, rich people's car. This guy's like, well, me and my wife are going to fly over to Switzerland for Christmas. Yeah, and somebody's like, how bad were the tickets? Well, first class both ways was $21,000. I'm like, what? What did you just say? Yeah, I spent $21,000 on tickets. I'm like holy
both combined?
What?
Each
or
no,
both? For both.
That's still horrible.
What was this on the Lockheed or something? The stealth bomber took him? What? I mean, that's crazy.
Probably assessment.
But no, he told me he wanted me to send in a resume. So I might be able to play mad scientist in the kitchen for a while.
Fantastic, man.
Yeah. The one thing that you might understand, you guys might understand, because the same thing kind of works in game shops. You'll get this a little bit more, Jack, when you get older. Game shops is a good place to make connections because you get people all walks of life that walk in that want to be a nerd for a while. Cigar shops are the lounges are the same way. The people that you meet in these places could be some bum off the street or some bastard is part owner of a Fortune 500, 5 billion, whatever business.
So my time of going to a cigar lounge, I've only been like once or twice. I found it was that the clientele were fantastic. You had all sorts of different groups. They were all very interesting. My only issue is I don't like smoke. And so I was like, damn it.
Wait. You're telling me because Jack's too young and I'm not going to California. You can't make me. Well, maybe, but she has to be 5'9". It doesn't matter. Anyways, you're telling me if I make it down to Texas, because Bruce is going to eventually get his fucking wish, I'm going to go down there on a fucking one way or the other. You won't go to a cigar lounge with me?
I didn't say I wouldn't go. I said
you just don't smoke.
Yeah, I just don't smoke. but no, it's well. First off, is I already don't like the fact that it dries out your throat. I just can't stand it. I already have enough problems with that. But no.
I know. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that the people I met at the cigar lounge were fantastic, very interesting individuals. And you're right; it's all social classes. It's it's just very, and they had more interesting conversations than what I usually find.
Right. Now, if I do end up in California, close enough where Shadow and Jack we can visit, I don't expect them to go to the cigar lounge with me because Jack's too young and Shadow is a quitter.
Well, I mean,
I don't even know that there's such a thing anywhere within.
There's cigar lounges in Chicago. I mean, not Chicago, California.
Yeah, within 100 miles of where we live.
So Donald,
we don't live too far from.
So there's one in Austin.
It's about 100 miles to LA.
And that my friend who's part of the Masons also has his friends smoke cigars and they play role-playing games. So I know because last time I went, they were smoking cigars for the Dungeon Crawl Classics game. As long as
these are my people.
I know. As long as it was outside, I didn't care. I'm like, look, guys, if you're gonna smoke outside, I can always just move, around the smoke. So,
I told Bruce when I make it down there, I want 3 things: not to stay in a hotel. Well,
okay.
No, I don't want to.
No, I understand.
I don't want to stay in a hotel. I want good barbecue food, and I have to hit up at least 1 to 2 lounges.
Well, that's pretty easy.
Death Angel.
I'm not sure what you're saying, Death Angels. All I said is that my friend is a Mason, and that was.
I want to be a Mason. I want to know things, secret things. I got a question.
Hey, you're Catholic. You can't do that.
I got a question.
Yeah, you can. My friend's Catholic and is a Mason. You just can't be part of the other groups, like the Knights of Columbus. You can't be part of the Knights of Columbus and stuff.
He's got the right of it.
The church has officially changed its policy on that. I'm pretty sure it's a big.
They did.
No. Masons can Mason. You can be Catholic and a Mason. You just can't be part of like the fraternal orders of the Catholic Church and be a Mason. So if you're part like Knights of Columbus and stuff, then they'll exclude you out of there. But
no, that doesn't change my plans when I get back. Still have a couple of cars to deface.
But overall,
yeah. What's her name?
I said cars.
I know. Cars can have girls' names too.
I don't know the name. I just know a sticker on the back.
Angelina.
Christina.
Methany.
We're not bringing that back. Also, you're really good.
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm just letting everybody else, say things. I've been here for almost 4 hours, Sport. I've been here for over 4 hours.
All joking aside, sorry that I haven't been around that lot. My real life has kind of got me by the short hairs.
That's cool, man.
I do miss
As long
you
as you're
guys.
still breathing, that's
Well,
what matters.
no. The whole point is really we want to know that you're doing well, and I know that I think the last time we talked, which was a couple months ago, you said you had your daughter and a few other things, and and that you didn't move down to Florida with your I guess the family that you were cooking for, so. But no, that's anyway, Connell. I'm going to head out.
Yeah.
Take care, Omen. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, because I think that you should have time with your son. And
I
it seems like we're taking up the whole
appreciate
thing.
you coming by. I'll see you Friday night, right?
No, I'll be in Austin with San Antonio with my friends, so I probably won't.
Okay.
I won't be back until probably like midnight. So
okay, well,
you guys
we'll try to have fun without you, and you have fun without us. Give the fam a hug if you see them, and safe travels, man.
Okay, well that sounds good, and we'll see you guys later. I probably will. I mean, it'll just be for the day, but yeah.
Happy Yule.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Anyway, sorry, Connell. I'd like to talk more, but I know that
We'll get together soon. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Jack. Hope you're having fun down in Mexico. And,
Thank you.
And I've noticed that the children have stopped crying, so you should be able to relax a bit more. So.
They probably got the bottle or changing that they needed. That's usually what it is with kids like that age. They're either hungry or they're wet.
Yeah.
Or they need to be wrong.
Or
oh
you know
my
what?
goodness.
Or wait a minute.
Or Luciferian.
Wait a minute.
James.
Or they're tired and they are crying because they need to go to sleep.
Yeah.
And they keep crying because someone needs to just let them go to sleep.
Needs to rock them to sleep.
What's the name for Santa Claus down? What is the name?
James, you know where the link is in my Discord? It's at the very top channel. If you want to come in and say hi to Jackie.
Yep. All right, take care. Good night.
Merry Christmas, buddy.
You too.
And then there was 3.
Yeah. So how's your friends, Jack? You heard from them since we last spoke?
What do you mean?
You know about your upcoming thing.
That's a disgusting camera setup. Don't do it.
What?
Never mind. Not important.
Fix the camera?
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't want.
Oh, you see the chat now. Finally, someone gets it. My goodness.
Yeah, it's DM James.
Yeah, exactly.
I drove all the way down to Florida, and he didn't have the decent courtesy to stick around.
But you were asking me something?
Yeah, have you heard from your friends this evening? How are they doing?
I told you when we were calling that Andrew was in the slideshow and looking at stuff, and he sent a. He said something. He edited this slideshow to say hi.
Okay.
Was James joining or not?
I don't know. I'm trying to fix the way the picture is, the screen for the 3 of us, like we're part of the mod squad or something. I can send you the link right here, James, if you're too tired to go look around on Discord for it.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
taking a big chance on you, DM James. Don't let me down, man. And make sure you got pants on.
I'm not saying anything.
I'm the only person we know who's ever had that happen. How is that the thing? How is that even a thing?
Because you planned it.
I had no, dude. No,
that's what
I was shocked.
I saw his
than
notebook.
anybody else.
I saw his account. I went on his PC. It's the same account. He knows the guy. He was talking to him. It was all planned. He really wanted to see that.
No.
It was all part of the plan, and that's what he doesn't want anybody to know.
No, there was no plan.
It was all predestined to happen. It was all he wanted it to occur, and so it did. He set things up So they would happen exactly like that, and he would have a perfect alibi. It's just a random person. I don't know them. They showed up, and I don't know who they are. I let them in because I was trusting. But really, he just needs.
No, no, that's not at all what happened.
That's
Well, I
exactly
mean,
what happened.
that is what happened, but
I
not
heard him
like
on the phone talking about it like the day before. I didn't know what was going on until after everyone was like, "Oh my gosh,
you lying bastard!"
I have never told a lie in my life."
That's a
Look
lie.
at that face. Does that look like a face who's always told the truth? God,
I'm not walking into
I know,
that.
right? There's something. What happened while you were in Mexico? Did you do
Hey,
a little
hold on.
something?
What happens in Mexico stays in Mexico.
Stop picking your nose.
Especially if he's up in Tijuana.
I am.
No, he's way further south than that.
That's what he wants you to think.
No, I've got a tracker on his phone. I know every step he takes because he's always with his phone.
That's not
That's not true. That thing said I was in the middle of the road for an hour.
I don't know that you weren't
I was
selling
home.
oranges. You were selling oranges.
Strawberries.
Around here, it's oranges. It's
Yeah,
usually-
but he's down in Mexico. It's strawberries.
Oh, maybe.
Well, it was there at the time, but yeah.
Good Lord. You two make me wish that I had a more positive relationship with my father. Wait, that's a lie.
You're right. It is a lie.
Screw you. You got to come home sometime. All your stuff's here.
Well, that's technically not true. I mean, I will, but it's not technically true.
The schnozberries.
The schnozberries taste like schnozberries. Honey, what's a schnozberry? Well, come into the bedroom. I'll show you.
What?
Do you know what schnozberry is?
No.
Jack, do you know what schnozberry is?
I can make an educated guess.
Other than the thing that was on the wallpaper in Willy Wonka's place, I've never heard the
All
word
right, Chadwell and Productions. A schnozberry is the tip of a gentleman's.
Really?
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
And that was in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
That movie was actually a whole lot. There was a lot of clever lines in that one. If you didn't get it, didn't catch them, they were quite naughty. They were like the Bill Cosby back when he wasn't. Well, it kind of was, but before back when he did stand up and was talking about cake and everything else, there's some dirty stories he told, but he cleaned them up quite well. Scenario.
And he used to be really, really funny. I used to have like a bunch of his record comedy albums from my parents. Like the go-kart race, and I had like half a dozen of them. My parents actually saw him in concert, sort of, or not concert, but do a stand-up routine. They also saw,
I get what you're saying.
Richard Pryor and a few other people back in the day.
God, Richard Pryor. It's been a while since I did my Richard Pryor impression.
What?
I have a Richard Pryor impression. Hold on. Where's my box? Tell you what, when you get back up, we'll do when me and your dad does the review. Yeah, that doesn't exactly work the same.
Yeah, because I get the fan on and it's blowing.
Hold on. I found him. I like that picture. What do you guys think?
I'm wondering who it is.
That's a good picture.
That is me, because I'm dead something. I've been told I look like I'm in the mob with that picture. I think that's funny. Ow.
Either that or you are. It looks more like you were like in a punk band or something.
Speaking of punk bands, guess who's touring again?
What?
Speaking of punk bands, guess who's touring again? We'll be touring again, I should say.
Dead Kennedys,
No.
well,
Billy Idol.
he wasn't punk.
He was more punk than the Sex Pistols.
No, he was like one of the biggest posers of all time.
Shadow.
Mm.
I claim you as my brother because I adore you. And your kid is actually pretty damn cool. But don't make me come over there and smack you like the whore that you wish you were.
I've never wished to be a whore, nor have I ever acted like a whore. Well, I can't say
That's
that.
not true. You haven't wished to
That's
be
why
one
I
because you
corrected
already are.
myself.
Every 16-year-old man wants to be a whore.
The term you're looking for is gigolo, and I only got paid a couple of times, so it wasn't professional.
Yes, it was. We all know this. It's public knowledge. What are you trying? Are you trying to erase your digital footprint? Come on, we all know. I mean, I especially
there was no
I've seen the
footprint to be
photo
digitized back then. There was no digital anything back then.
You've talked
Except
about
like
it before. I'm
Casio
guessing
calculators.
probably.
All right. Got my matches.
We all know you didn't wish to be one because you already were. This is common knowledge. It's like the first question they ask you on the quiz, and everyone gets it right.
What movie did you see Shadow fall out of a van? All right.
I think you're referring to Fast Times at Ridgemont High, and that was not me. That was that Richard Pryor.
My Richard Pryor impression.
Because his hair caught on fire, Jackie.
No, not his hair. His entire body caught on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Jeff Angel, come on in.
Mm-hmm. Has James said anything, by the way?
Is who?
No. James.
No, I was like, he's got the link. It's right there. You know, I trust him and shit. And Death Angel, if you're not wearing pants, I will find you.
Yeah, so that's gross, by the way.
Well, he said he was at home drinking and wrapping presents, which might be in code word for something else.
What the hell was that?
A motorcycle.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like one of the farm animals walked into the house or something.
He's in Mexico, not Arkansas, you dumb.
They actually had at one time several head of cattle, like a full dairy farm. Your mom's brother used to have a dairy farm.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Grandma.
You think it's right next to the house?
You want to join us? Hope you're having a Merry Christmas, Grandma.
Jack, this is your dad. Just let it go.
I know the cows are like a mile down the street.
Just saying, it sounded like a you know, like
No,
a cow.
it literally didn't. It sounded like a motorcycle.
Well, over the interwebs.
I forgot. Your ears are getting pretty bad.
Yeah. So all that time in front of freaking gigantic freaking amplifiers.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna call them.
Why am I on a Polish news site?
Oh, you know how you can tell if you're living next to a Polish person? If the front door and back door is on the same side of the house.
Fair, yeah.
Hey now. That sounds like a joke my old man would have told.
It's not a joke. There for a while, Polish people would build their houses with the front door and back door on the same side of the house.
That's not how that works, but
hey,
we're doing wonderful, Grandma. Enjoying a wonderful holiday evening.
Oh, I got a joke.
Oh no.
A knight looks at his squire and says, "Squire, it is time for me to teach you two important things." The squire looks up to him, says, "What's that?" "Well, I am going to teach you how to woo a fine lady and how to properly ride a horse. The squire is like, okay. The knight looks at him and says, we have only one problem. The squire says, what? We only have one horse.
That's really nasty, Crafting Gamer. Deej, how you doing? For those of you folks who don't know, DJ and I met, and right after we met, he went and had a heart attack.
Fuck, I'm going to California now. Fuck that.
Not even kidding. I saw his name, around, and then I saw he was doing a live stream. I went. We hung out for like hours and hours. It was just me and him hanging out, and then I had to crash, and I heard the next day that he was in the hospital because he had a heart attack. So I'm really sorry for that, man. Death Angel.
That's why you don't talk to Shadow.
Hey man, what's up?
Yeah, just chilling, enjoying the Christmas holiday with friends, and I know, but I just felt really, really bad, and
scared. It was. Trust me, I know it was.
Well, I'm so sorry I didn't know to invite you when I had Dave and George on. I'm like, damn it! If I would have known, I would have brought you on too.
Yeah, it's cool. They didn't need me to. I would have just gotten in the way of them doing their thing, and I'm so glad their Kickstarter did as well as it did. But to be honest, it should have done better. Everybody should want Arduin, like I always call it, my secret weapon. Having the Arduin books, up your sleeve, and your players don't know where you're getting these cool ideas from. Mind you, cool ideas that are 50 years old. There's so much great stuff. It's just like hidden, it's like it's literally like like a magic book, or a series of magic books, because there's things like hidden, in the subtext and the ideas that it sparks that you could just really just throw your especially like your newer players, and like newer game players, not by age but just whatever game they're playing. There's so many neat things you could just spring on them, and it was literally like the birthplace of so many ideas and mechanics and rules that everybody else would then adopt after they've passed away. It is really one of the finest additions to anybody's game library. It really is.
I'm waiting. I can't wait till they start shipping. I'm eager. I deliberately did not order because I ordered Secrets of Blackmore, and in fact I'm wearing the T-shirt right now. From Griff's stuff.
Okay.
The one that I think it says Killer DM on it. So.
Okay.
Any rate, but I deliberately did not order
Hey, Bo, welcome back.
Because I know it's part of that package. So, and Dave and George, oh my God, I'm going to have them on again soon.
Yeah, they're going to be on our show because we're doing our 1,000 subscriber giveaway, but it's going to be in February, I think. And they'll be giving us some stuff to give away as well. And Bo just came back after a long family thing. Let me get to you, Bo. It better be you, Bo, and not some weirdo.
Hold on a second. Camera is not on. What the hell?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Testes. 1, 2, 3.
Yes, I've got both of mine.
Your camera is hanging
Both?
way
You're not
too
supposed to have
low.
3?
You can see it my nose. Like J. Scott Garibay.
Yeah, David George are the best.
No. Garibay's here? What?
No, you can see it my nose like I'm Garibay.
Oh. Yeah.
Dude, oh my God. That's one guy I hope I never bump into at a con. Because I know
I like him more than a whole lot of dungeon tubers. He's got an affect, but I don't know. I think he's trolling because I don't think anybody could be that retarded in real life.
But come on, he created the whole religion of the Church of the Platonic Solids.
I
That
thought,
was
well,
Plato, but okay. He's taking credit for that too now, is he?
anyway, no, I just got back from singing Christmas carols with the in-laws,
So did Jackie.
and now I am
Jackie got
back
abducted
to.
into the choir without his knowledge.
Yeah, he got abducted into the choir. By the way, you're singing. How's your Spanish?
I had the opposite. I've been kicked out of choirs before because I've got that face for radio and voice for print.
Print, yeah.
I don't know what
Yeah,
happened.
you don't be in the choir anymore.
His camera's off, but I know he's listening. Being a smart.
I was joking around, singing outside as a kid, just singing because I was an idiot, I guess. And all of a sudden, this guy's like, grabs me, takes me to the chorus instructor's like, "We got somebody else for you." It's like, son of a bitch. Mother of this.
He's got that Irish tenor.
There he is. See, like father, like son. Now he's lurking in the shadows.
Yeah, but you don't have the porn stash, so he gets more points.
All right, Shadow. Another Arduin question for you. Arduin Grimoire, page. Oh, we talked about this. Page 64. Deodance can mesmerize or charm opponents like vampires.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I were going to make that a game mechanic, would I do it like the charm person spell, or like a psionic ability, or I could modify like a cleric's turn undead ability so it actually raises with levels?
None of the above.
No, it would be a glamour.
No, you go to the monster manual, look up vampire, and see how that mechanic is played out.
That's way too powerful for a PC. I'm sorry.
That's what it says.
It's not, I think I think it's metaphorical. It says vampire-like ability, not vampire's ability. I'm not going to let a PC Deodant have the vampire's charm ability at first level.
Wait, hold on. For him to activate this ability, the person he's trying to do it to must drink out a certain type of bottle.
Certain type of what?
A bottle.
No.
I don't have a first. I don't have, and actually, it wouldn't even. This predates 1E AD&D. I'd have to use. I'd have to use like I'd have to use the creature crucible or whatever it's called.
Men and Monsters from White Box.
Men and Monsters has vampires in it. Probably does. And I'm gonna have to. I need to buy a black and white printer after the first of the year so I can print up all this stuff that I've got in PDF.
Oh, and really quick, Shadow will only answer questions if you use chapter and verse.
Well, I do quote chapter. Shadow likes me because I do quote chapter and verse. Per Men and Monsters.
I think it's only a -2 save in the original Monster Manual, but it is pretty much like every round, which is insanely
that's
powerful.
That's too powerful, I think, for PCs.
And put a cap on.
Jack? Jackson.
What?
I'd put a cap. All joking aside,
What?
Okay, you can do this for 1d4 rounds.
So it's max is going to be 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Well, you were like this for like a long time. I think maybe the camera was just frozen.
That's going to be a great mugshot right there.
Yeah, it literally looks.
That's a cover album right there. Wait a minute. I know that Jackson's a teetotaler. Otherwise, I would ask if he was been nipping on the catnip too much.
We can't hear you.
There's too much? What's too much?
When you look like that?
I don't know.
Hooded eyes?
I could probably... I like that, like, nipping on the cat.
Everybody must get stoned
tonight.
Not in Tennessee. That's not legal here.
So, where's here?
I'm in East Tennessee.
I like Tennessee. I live in East
Tennessee. It was one of the most beautiful. Oh, we lost
They
Jackie.
just do the moonshine in Tennessee. It's another state song.
Traveling through the lower states from California to Virginia and Virginia back, Tennessee was most beautiful state that I traveled through.
I live really close to, and I don't know if you guys have heard of it or not. If you're into motorcycles, you have probably, but I live really, really close to what they call the Tail of the Dragon.
Yes.
Okay, it's like about 10, 15 minutes down the street from my house.
I'm not into
You're
motorcycles,
gonna have
but
to,
I have had.
hold the fort down for me. I suddenly have to pee like a racehorse.
All right, everybody, let's see what we can do to get him canceled.
You can just whip it out.
Okay. I was expecting it to be smaller. Why? Because you're Irish. Oh, okay. No, I'm writing a module right now. I'm writing a campaign, and I got the beginning, I got the end. I'm working out the middle and all the bolts and nuts, and it's driving me mad as I'm bartending at the current moment, and people are idiots.
Hey, my wife was a bartender.
I'm sure she did quite well because women tend to do better in that profession than guys do.
She was
Just don't
told,
think that they're your friend.
they're her friend to your wallet.
Oh, that's just women in general.
There are days I miss being married, and other days when I get to buy what I want to that I don't.
Yeah. Hey, why is divorce expensive? Because it's worth it.
because it's worth it.
No, I've married for I can't even easily think of many years. I've been married now 20, 23 years.
I've been married 22.
22 years. Yeah.
See, I was lied to. I was raised by my grandparents who met during World War II, and they absolutely loved each other and were together up until I was 15. So they were together for a long time, and they made it look incredibly easy, right? And I get married thinking it's going to be the same as because we kind of learn how to be parents or partners to wives or husbands via the people that raise us. At least that's my going theory. And it helps when the person you married isn't batshit crazy.
Well, that does help. But
all women are crazy and all men are stupid.
So, Bo, it's been a while. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm working on basically an OD&D campaign right now. Well, and yeah, I want to start running Barrows and Borderlands. And I have got all of the old books. I've got my Arduin Grimoire out. And I've got some other stuff online. I found some PDF copies of The Complete Combatant The Complete Warlock. That's what it's called. But I have a third printing of KOCM's All the World's Monsters from 1978. Monsters that you have never heard of. Guaranteed. What's there?
Is my ex-wife in there?
Probably. Well, no. Let's see. They statted out some. Oh, yeah, the Coachman of Death's Horse. There she is.
Nice.
Look at that.
So, sir, not Bo. Angel, Death Angel.
Death.
Hell.
You can call me Death.
Death. I'm Connell. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
No, I lived in East Nashville for a while. I absolutely love Tennessee.
Yeah, I grew up actually where DM James lives. I grew up.
Oh, really? I'm sorry.
Well, the irony is I know his wife.
Oh yeah.
I never met him, but we had the same players. He knows all the same people I do, and it's just it's kind of weird.
It's funny how that sometimes happens.
It does, yeah. And I do know his brother.
Oh,
I found out Hungar. When I found out Hungar's real name, I'm like, oh my god, we played Shadowrun together.
God, he seems like he would be a interesting person in most situations.
Yeah.
He
does not live too far from me where I'm at now. So
I dropped my oldest down in Florida. I said this earlier, and I don't ever want to live in Florida, but if I could take a vacation down there with somebody else's wallet,
see now,
my
I lived
my
there
humidor
for.
would be very happy.
I moved to Florida in 1982, around this time of year, actually. Like, we packed up the Christmas tree and moved to Florida. And I remember the snow did not start melting off the bumper until we got into Georgia. And
It's funny, as I'm driving from Central Illinois down, I started off with my winter coat on and a hoodie. By the time I got to Tennessee, more or less Georgia, the hoodie and the jacket was off, and I was just in a basic T-shirt. I'm like, this is amazing. As I'm driving back up north, I went from T-shirt back to hoodie, back to winter jacket.
Right.
Oh man, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but when it comes to road trips, especially long road trips, the last freaking 45 minutes of the road trip is got to be the
longest.
dangerous.
It's the most longest. Well, that's true for any driving. Is like technically most accidents happen within like what 15 minutes of your house or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know, but you also do most of your driving within 15 minutes of your house.
Because you let your guard down.
Well, I mean, maybe, but it's also correlation or causality. If I do all of my driving around my house and I get in an accident, by definition, I got in an accident by my house.
I'm in Bloomington, which is 45 minutes from my house. I'm doing I'm too
Oh
damn.
yeah, that's yeah.
I am too damn close to pull over for a hotel room, and I just roll down the windows, turn on my radio. I turn on my music, and I'm like just belting out every Nickelback song and whatever.
Oh my God, you were torturing yourself with Nickelback?
Oh, it kept him awake.
Why would
you see I don't actually mind. Okay.
And the worst part is if you would have gotten into an accident, whoever it was would have kicked your ass for listening to Nickelback.
Yeah, unless you're in Canada, in which case I hear they actually play Nickelback just to deliberately torture people that they've arrested. I heard they play that in the police.
It's in the
Well,
squad
Canada
car.
is a totalitarian state, so that would make sense.
Oh yeah, they are. Yeah. God
one of my favorite
God
people
bless
is
my
Canada.
Canadian friends.
No, I just needed something loud that I knew, because I grew up when Nickelback was first popped. No, I was a young adult when Nickelback first popped, so a lot of their
now I feel old.
earlier stuff. I'm 42.
Okay, well, I got you by 10 years, so
I'm 58, so
which is weird.
49.
In most situations, I am probably of most of my main friend groups outside of the interwebs. I am more or less the youngest person because one of my best friends, a lot of my friends are anywhere from 15 to 20 years older than I am, just how things worked out, weirdly enough. So it's always weird when
hey, Melkor, welcome to the show, buddy.
I'm the oldest person in the group. I'm like, how the fuck did this happen?
Yeah, wait till you get to be our age.
Yeah, and by then we'll all be dead, and he'll be the old fart.
I'll still be kicked. I'll kick his ass. I'll kick his ass 10 years from now. I don't care.
I do have to say, my other big hobby, I'm below the average age for. So my other expensive hobby. Believe it or not, there are hobbies more expensive than.
Hey, picking up women at nursing homes is not a hobby.
What's that?
Picking up women from nursing homes is not a hobby; it's a lifestyle.
Yes, it is.
No, that's a buddy of mine. That was actually my wife's now ex-boss, but he's still a friend of ours. Yeah, he actually just drove to Florida with someone who's older than my wife and I are.
So my mom is 16 years
I'm
old.
so glad you didn't say Shadow's age. I really appreciate that.
I thought you were going to say she farts dust.
My mom is 16 years older than I am. She had me when she was young.
Well, she was Irish, right? I mean, that's
fair enough. Well, yeah, Fair enough.
Totally fair.
No, she's American. In the
Okay.
80s. Anyways. But she's a prude. Oh my gosh, she's a huge prude, which always makes me.
Aside from the teenage pregnancy, she's a real prude.
I think it was the teenage pregnancy that made her a prude.
That'll do it. That or the exact opposite.
I'm at I'm part owner of a cigar lounge here in Peoria.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Mom, and there's a couple other guys there. I'm like, Richard is a former cop, but I've never met a guy as old as he is who's been so fucking sheltered in my life. It is sad. Anyways, I'm like, where are the 3 places you don't want to go if you don't want to catch herpes?
The villages.
That was nursing homes.
I told you I grew up in Florida, man.
No, those old folks, they pass that stuff around like gum.
And I'm like, Australia, because the koalas can give you herpes.
Oh, well.
I said,
Actually, isn't it like syphilis?
Chlamydia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Chlamydia.
You're ruining my joke, you bastards. Anyways.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you were telling a joke.
Oh, I got a joke. I got a
Nice
joke. And it's clean-ish.
Are you just going to recount Shadow's life?
No, his dating life.
That's fucking cold-blooded. Serpent's tooth and all that.
Okay. These 2 Irish guys are sitting on a boat, and they're fishing. The guy in front's like, oh, I think I got something. So he reels it up, and it's an old lamp. And the guy behind him is like, I bet you there's a genie in there. He's like, there's no genie in here. So he rubs it to clean it off to see what's if it has anything. And poof, a genie comes out. He's like, holy fuck. And the genie looks at these guys, and he's old. I mean, he looks like Shadow old.
Damn, that's cold.
And he's like, I'm tired. I want to go back to bed. Both of you guys get 1 wish apiece. And the guy in the back is like, I thought we're supposed to get 3. Do you want your wishes? Yeah, I'll take the wish I get. So the guy in the back gets real excited. And the guy in front's thinking about it. He's like, I know what I want for my wish. And the genie's like, what do you want? I want the entire lake to be nothing but Guinness. And the guy in front of the boat says, you son of a bitch. You rot bastard. I was like, what? It's like, now we got piss in the boat.
That's funny.
Hey, Jack, you want to hear a Catholic joke?
Do I have a choice?
You always have a choice.
This guy goes confession. He says, Father, I've sinned. And the priest is like, how so, my child? I used the Lord's name in vain. And the priest is like, how so? The guy says, well, I was golfing with friends. And I went to tee off and I sliced it and it went into the trees. He's like, is that when he uses the Lord's name in vain? He's like, no. Then once I found my ball, I popped it out of the green and it hits another golf cart and it hits a person and it bounces off of another tree and it gets on to the green. And he's like, is that when you said the Father's Lord's name? He says, no. And he's like, oh God. He's a son of a bitch. Mother, he uses it says, don't tell me you missed. I messed up on that joke. Never mind. I'm tired. I've been bartending all night.
All right, so this is the one I told my 100-year-old grandmother-in-law today. She's 100 years old.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we went to visit her at the home, and she's getting kind of soft in the head. And that's, she's 100. And she asked me if I liked lawyers. And I said, no, I don't really like lawyers. I said, but I've got a joke about lawyers. And she said, okay, tell me. Mine, she's 100 years old. And I said, well, it seems that heaven and hell are right next to each other. And God got tired of various demons and imps wandering over onto his property. So he went to the devil and he said, let's build a fence. And the devil said, okay, I'll build the fence. I've got all the contractors over here anyway. We can put up a fence in no time.
Yeah.
So he gets the contractors out and they put up a really beautiful fence, and it's privacy fence. It's tall. It's immaculate. And God comes out and he looks at the fence. Goes back inside. He gets his deed. Looks at the fence. Looks at his deed. I think the property line is right here. So he goes over to Beelzebub, the great horned one, and he says, "I think your contractors built your fence 6 feet under my property." The devil looks at the deeds and says, "No, I don't think so." And God says, "Yeah, I think your fence is here. It's 6 feet over, and I'm gonna sue you." And Satan says, "Really? Where are you gonna find a lawyer?"
That's true.
And she laughed so hard. And she laughed so hard she coughed. Yeah. He said she's 100, and she's very church going. I don't think she ever said a swear word in her whole life. Anyway, so I hope when she goes upstairs to meet him, I hope she puts in a good word for me.
Yeah.
I was in a car accident earlier this year. Oh, mid part of this year. I don't need to get into it, but I was in a car accident. My neck and my back haven't feel right. And I looked at my daughter the other day and my God, if God loves me, he'll take me soon. She's like, God doesn't love you. You're stuck here with me. I'm like, oh, yeah, that tracks.
You'll be my daughter, right?
My daughter's 15 years old. Absolutely wonderful child. Love her dearly. But I don't know where she inherited her mouth from.
I can't believe you said that with a straight face.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
Oh my God. She was like 12 years old and she's over at a friend's house and she's verbally arguing with the older brother. And the boy, I pulled up and I was hearing the tail end of this. And I'm like, the guy's like, "You're such a bitch." And I'm about ready out of the car. I'm like, no one talks to my daughter like this, you know? And she looks at
You're going to beat up some 15-year-old kid?
I'm not going to beat him up, but I'm going to have words, you know? Put the fear of God back into him. My daughter looks at him and says, "Man, the best part of you ran down your dad's leg the day you were conceived." And I'm like, "Oh, Maggie?" She's like, "What? Get in the car." She's like, "Why?" "Because if he punches you, I can't do a damn thing."
Oh.
That's funny.
We have a young priest. The church I go to has a young priest that came in last month. I cannot wait to have a beer.
I was going to make a really snide comment about that, but we got Jackson here. And
well, it is the Christmas season, and
I'm not making any bad remarks.
He is fresh. I mean, he is right out of. He just got his collar. So I'm going to do my best to fuck with him immensely. I'm going to try to convince him that Santa Claus is really Odin.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Odin.
Yeah, we've got a young priest at our church too, right, Jackie?
Yes.
Yes.
And unfortunately, we've had a lot of different priests at this church over the last year, and it's so hard for me to understand him. It's just like I try so hard, and I'm just like,
what part of the world is he from?
Jackie, where's he from?
No, I don't know specifically, but he's from Latin America or a Spanish speaking country.
This means he's a strict Roman, right?
Yeah.
Aren't they more strict? They're more strict down there in general.
Yeah, they tend to be.
He seems like a good kid, you know. But he is, you know, like fresh out of seminary, and I just
freshly minted priest. Yeah.
Yeah, it's oh my God, it's so hard. It's so hard to understand.
I don't have any problem.
Of course you don't, but I do.
Well, yeah, but you have a hard time hearing someone who's like 2 meters away from you.
Right? It's weird.
You just say 2 meters.
What's a meter?
Now, you know, I already explained to people.
No, I've measured the distance.
James's thing when you talk in meters, I think of frequencies.
That's fair, actually.
2 meters is 146 megahertz.
Yeah, 2 meters is your classic classic high HF band, right?
Which is
No,
really weird because
actually, that would
The
be
VHF.
about 40 meters. Well, anywhere from 10 meters to 160 meters. But did you really want to know that? I mean, I could bore the hell out of you about telling you what band is what what.
Actually, my old man's gun shop, we used to actually do two things besides, sell guns to cops. We also had a CB radio shop in the building. So I like back in the '80s when the CB radio thing was like a big thing.
Yep.
Convoy and all that. I was surrounded by that stuff forever. Um, and
CB radio is basically 27 megahertz, which is 11 meters. I'm a ham radio operator, so.
I wish I could, but we're no longer on speaking terms, Grandma, which is really weird because like my hearing, I can pick out anybody's voice. Like I can recognize voices like so well that one time I was offered a job working for the CIA to listen on like wiretaps to be able to tell who was speaking at the time. But you could, like Jackie said, you could be like talking right next to me and I won't hear it. But if I do hear it, I'll know exactly who it is. Like I was watching something the other day, and I went, "Oh my God, that's Fred Flintstone's voice on Thundar the Barbarian." And I looked it up, and sure enough, that was the voice actor, even though he was disguising his voice.
God, my lower back.
Moist
I didn't
critical
know.
quote.
I didn't know when you're in the 40s it meant to go spend more time with your doctor.
Just wait. Wait till you have
when you hit your mid late 40s, that's when the hypochondriasis starts to set in, and everything you think is like, oh my gosh, am I dying?
Yes, you are, but you've been dying since you were born, so you know.
And then when you hit,
way.
And then when you hit your 50s, it'll be more specialized. It'll either be your proctologist or your urologist. So you got that to look forward to as well.
I think that's a support beam. I'm pretty sure that's a support beam. Where did I put that rope?
Should we talk about
Load
that?
And the cardiologist. Don't forget the cardiologist.
Oh yeah, I see a cardiologist.
That's probably what it is, Grandma.
Dear Lord,
Jesus, take the wheel.
Yeah, God, that's how I felt last Saturday, Sunday morning. Woo.
The cigars don't help.
You can shut your whore mouth.
If I had a whore mouth, I wouldn't be here. I'd be out making money.
The only whore here is Shadwell.
You know what?
You know what the difference is? But you know what the difference between a slut and a bitch is? A slut is a girl that has sex with everyone, and a bitch is a girl that has sex with everyone but you.
Yeah.
Hey,
that's funny.
That's a definition of my ex-wife.
She has sex with everybody but you, huh?
Well,
wow.
Modern day Greek tragedy.
Modern day tragedy.
As though there'd be special tests. Nicely put, Grandma. Just such a class.
Well, Grandma, she's got the link. When she jump in?
Well, why don't you get your butt in here in class to join us?
Yeah, I was gonna say why isn't she here? I know she's not camera shy.
Oh, another thing that I find kind of interesting. When I was younger, I could not stand the show.
I'm gonna put the link in there for you, Grandma.
Yeah. When I was younger, I could not stand the TV show Everybody Loves Raymond.
Okay.
I
kind of ambivalent to it. Kind of ambivalent to it. It's
now I get it. I get the humor.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You know the show I didn't understand?
Friends
was Big Bang Theory until
That's
my
amazing,
wife.
Grandma.
Until my wife called me. She called me Sheldon, and I'm like, I'm not Sheldon. Get out of my spot.
Got the tism. You like trains?
I like trains. What's wrong with trains? We've got
It's
model
more
railroad.
severely autistic.
It's one of the signs of autism. I mean, I'm not judging. It just is.
We've got a bunch of model trains in the laundry room.
I read a study once.
We got the best model train shop up here, Shadwell. You got to come up and I'll take you to it. I'm gonna do a video. of it for my. We'll do video from there one of these days. Get him some press.
I read a paper. I shouldn't say it's a study. It was a paper where this guy who studies tisms. So, really quick, Shadow, are you German?
Probably.
People from Germany, you'll more likely find more people with autism in Germany than you will with anywhere else in the world. He was like naming like prominent scientists and whatnot that were what today would be diagnosed as being having some kind of tism, and they are all fucking German.
That's weird. Like I was
That makes
telling
perfect sense.
off grid, I literally don't know, other than on my mom's side we're supposedly Irish and Scottish, but on my dad's side they never talked about it, and I'll never know because I don't even know my grandparents' names.
Right.
I'm sorry to hear that, Grandma. Losing hearing is right up there with losing sight. Oh man, I can't even imagine.
I don't know. The day after I was married, I was praying to God for my marriage to last. So I was praying to become deaf.
Yeah, I know, Grandma. Yeah. I mean, think of all the great things you won't hear. Not just music. That's what everybody goes to first. But there are things, birds and just little things.
Oh, speaking of birds, Jack, did your dad ever give you the birds and bees speech?
Got it in
I just
school.
figured it out.
Nope. See, I have a version of birds and the bees.
And the
You'll
flowers, the
appreciate it.
trees. No.
Birds, bees make honey, and birds shit on your car.
Yes, they do.
That's my birds and bees speech. Don't give me that look.
I
We were all expecting so much more, and you give us that. It's just
A baby shit in the bed yesterday. It was one of those letdown jokes, right?
Sort of like sex at prom. It's always a letdown. No.
Speak for yourself.
Okay.
He is speaking for himself.
My prom date didn't have a guy's name there, Shadow.
And now you have a how many year old?
I have technically the daughter's my only child, but the other two boys are mine via marriage.
That's all right.
I keep telling Maggie my daughter's real name is Morgana Raven Faye than my last name, and she absolutely loves it.
And you wonder why she's.
Oh, I knew.
You named her Faye?
It's like you were asking for it.
And I spelled it. I spelled
Faye?
Yeah.
Did she steal your soul? Did you give her your name?
Not my full name.
Not your full name.
But will she hold a horseshoe in her hand?
I've actually never seen her hold a horse.
Anything cold iron?
No, I haven't seen her.
That's something I wish I could do, Grandma. I've always I'm not good at it, but there are certain words I can like see. Like for example, in the movie Cutthroat Island, when what's her name, Gina Davis is on the ship, and they're doing the big firing on each other's ship. I actually was able to read what she was saying because you can't hear her voice, and she's like pointing at the other ship, and she says, "Destroy that ship." And I don't know how I knew it, but I watched her. I'm like,
maybe she was saying, "Destroy that shit."
Well, yeah, Dog Brown was a shit, but that's not what she was saying.
I can confirm he's lying.
Can confirm he's lying.
You can't. Go watch the movie. You'll love that movie. That movie.
I'd rather get racked in Menards than watch Cutthroat Island.
Really, I love that freaking movie.
I know you do, but it was like voted like the worst movie of like the 1990s, right?
Yeah, and it bankrupted the studio and everything, but it's like a perfect movie. It literally is.
No. Cocaine Bear is a perfect movie.
Okay, now you're just being mean.
Cocaine Bear, that's like the story of a bear that like died around here. The hell?
Everything you need to know about that movie is in the title. Sort of like Jaws. Everything you need to know about the movie is in the title.
Yeah, and thus the movie could have been 1 minute long and not lost anything.
Cocaine
There weren't
Bear
enough
was
naked blue men in it for him. That's what Shadow misses in the movie.
Fuck up. Now you shut your whore mouth. That's not why I love that movie. That movie is one of the greatest movies ever made, and you know
What,
it.
Cutthroat Island? Are we still talking about that?
No, we're
No,
talking about The
Watchmen.
Watchmen. The Watchmen.
Shadow
Oh
has
no,
a big-
the if you watch the extended version of it, you know, the 9 hour whatever it is, where the one that actually has the comic book scenes in the
Yes.
movie.
Yeah,
That is probably the closest adaptation, for good or ill, regardless of how you feel about it. Probably the closest adaptation of any movie, not just comic book movie, just any movie. It follows the movie pretty well.
There's
I mean, the
literally
comic,
like only one thing that they changed, really, and I think it changed for the better. But everybody else, I hated the idea.
Yeah, the very very ending, right?
Yeah,
the
I
very
hated
ending.
it in the comic book. I was reading it. I'm like, this is. I just hated it. I love the comic book, but I thought it was better. And Bear gave me a big old lecture why it was,
not that long
you know,
ago
it was
that
wrong,
was-
and I'm like, not gonna
Bear
change.
should. Bear should. It's kind of what Bear does, though. I mean, Bear lectures. That's just his
He does
character.
that.
He
He does do that.
Bear's one of my favorite people. I like
we all here respect and
I
admire-
respect him. He doesn't particularly like me, but I respect him, which is fine. I don't have to like nobody.
He's family.
Nobody
He's
has to
one of
like me.
Well,
Yeah, well, you know, I mean,
What was the last movie? I saw a movie here recently where it was almost book to screen. I mean, it was that damn close. It wasn't a great movie, but the book wasn't that great either. So it was just interesting to see.
What was it?
I'm trying to. I can't think of it. Like I said, I'm tired. I can't think of it right now. But once again, it wasn't a great book, and it was sure shit not a great movie. But it was line to line from book to screen.
No, I might
I need
just
more.
watch that
I'm
tomorrow.
out of post-it notes.
Oh no!
Oh no! To nose.
And Office Depot's closed tomorrow or Staples.
Yeah, dude, I know. I can get them at work if I need to. I can always pick up a few post-it notes. I'll never miss them.
You know what? I found that index cards are like my new most used GM accessory, and a good file folder box for index cards. Yeah, I absolutely
just
love it.
dump all my
Oh yeah,
index
I've got
cards
one of
on
those. Yeah,
default
in fact,
today.
I've got to dig that out. I got.
Oh, hey, I was going to tell
card
you,
box.
Jackie. Chewy got a hold of some of your index cards. I don't know how, and he was chewing on them. But I rescued them. But they're a little
dog-eared. They're a little dog-eared.
Was there anything
saw
on the
that
index
one
cards?
coming.
Oh, that was
but he
so
also-
bad.
He also had like a popsicle stick, so I'm guessing he grabbed everything out of your trash can.
Oh,
Hey,
man.
Mike,
Oh.
you're still here. Wow. We got all our California buddies here. I wonder if Cal's still lurking.
I saw him. No, he was just in the Discord.
Mhm.
Good
California,
kitty,
what?
kitty.
I like that place.
Cal's in California. Grandma's in California, and Mike and Jen from Marywood Gaming are in
California Uber Alice?
All right.
Oh,
Look
no,
what
you
I
guys are gonna
found.
You're not going to try and turn me liberal, are you?
Oh, no.
Oh no, I mean
On
that the
that
other way.
note, I'm going to bed.
I'll turn you libertarian.
I'm already a libertarian. That wouldn't be much of a change.
Oh, goodness.
Actually, that's the thing. That's the bad thing about libertarians. You get two libertarians in a room. You get 4 different opinions.
Yeah. Well, that's
Speaking
like
of-
ham radio operators. You ask 3
Modernize
hands
the
and you get 20 opinions.
Quick, change the conversation.
All right. No, all joking aside, gentlemen, it's a pleasure seeing all of you guys. Merry
You too,
Christmas.
Connell. Merry
I
Christmas.
wish I could say the same.
Be sure to like and subscribe. Oh, wait.
You stinky bastard.
Good night.
But speaking of, okay, Shadow, page Bears and Borderlands, page 37. I'm gonna have to change this entire social class and origin chart because the jobs, most of the jobs are dog water, and they like repeat. They're like, you get the same job twice. Like a goat herd and a herdsman are the exact same thing.
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to come up with a new, a new book of medieval jobs. And then page 38, the reaction table. There's got to be a better reaction table than that somewhere in one of the other books. It's probably a better reaction table probably in the first edition DMG, but I'm gonna have to check it. I don't like that reaction table. It's too simple.
Mhm.
Roll 2d12, and on a 2e attacks and on a 12 you get +3 loyalty. I don't know. There's got to be a better loyalty chart.
Well, there's also the whole the hit dice in the same paragraph. It says it's a D8 for hit dice, but then in the example it says this is a 3+1 hit die creature, so you roll 3d6 plus 1.
Yeah, no, that harkens back. That's a typo from the OD&D pre-Greyhawk. OD&D pre-Greyhawk, everything was D6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fighters had D6 hit points. Magic users had D6 hit points.
Everything.
Greatsword did 1d6 damage. Dagger did 1d6 damage. Everything was D6 until Greyhawk. And so what I'm thinking is Matt was probably all along those lines and decided to change his mind and didn't edit it.
What he told me was that it's actually a D8 because everybody in his play groups all play fighters. And I'm like,
Right.
that's not the way. That's not been my experience. You get like 1 in 4, maybe 2 in 5.
I maybe he's doing like a Gary Gygax, just misremembering things selectively.
No. He just says that he runs at D8 because most of his players play fighters.
So he has to make the monsters tougher.
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, that and fighters get a D8, but there's no way I'm giving kobolds and goblins and giant rats a D8 hit points. I'm like, even if they're rodents of unusual size, I wouldn't give them a D8 hit point. Gesundheit.
Bless you.
Do like D8 -2 or something like that.
Just D6. Everything could be a D6, and even if you do have a couple of fighters with D8 hit points, so what? You're going to be outnumbering them 90% of the time.
No, I don't disagree. There are some. I don't think he did that on purpose, though. I think that was a typo.
And the one part was a typo, but
yeah, one or the other. You could pick which one, but
yeah,
it was just inconsistently edited.
Because I was going through it, and I'm like, how do you make that mistake right here? And then the other problem is, if you're going to do the rolling the background, and some of them could be like the equivalent of landed gentry, your landed gentry mom and dad are not sending you out into the wild with 3d6 silver pieces to your name, and that's it.
Not without a great backstory.
Yeah, why you were kicked out of the family and now you're living on the streets.
You're an urchin.
It's because you were gay.
Shaking your money maker down at the Flying J.
Yeah. No, I and he said, well, just do 3d6 times 10. I'm like, yeah, that's more like, that sounds decent. Giving the party a little bit of extra equipment. How's that going to hurt and break your game? I mean, if you're keeping them that kind of poor, I don't want to play the game. You know what I mean?
You're already going to be spending all your money to advance from level 1 to level 2.
Right, exactly. So it's like
you gotta pay off your coach.
Yep.
Your whatever you call him, your mentor or your lord, whoever makes you level 2, your master wizard.
Not to mention that if you use the 3d6 silver piece, no fighter will ever start with even leather armor. That to me is like, then you're not a fighter. You know what I mean? That's part of the whole thing. Even if you're only walking around with like studded leather because you rolled really low, you're still walking in with like studded leather and a shield. You're not literally a fighter with a sword and a belt and pants and a shirt and that's it. You're not going adventuring if that's all you own. You're not. You're going to get a regular 9-to-5 job and save up for it for a couple of years, and then you might go adventuring.
Right.
Or you roll up a thief and you rob everybody in town, and then you buy some gear and get the hell out of town.
Right.
It's just too, and he's like, well, with your first encounter, you're going to, just take the stuff from the bandits. And I'm like, no,
if you live.
The bandits are going to be better armed and equipped than you are. You're You're not going to make it, even if you've got a magic user already successfully cast a sleep spell. The other like 12 bandits are going to wake their buddies up and kill you and sell you into slavery or some shit. Just like no, no, no. Start them out with just think about it. If you were sending your own kid, let your own kid leave, leave the village to go save the village, which is retarded. You'd set them up with a backpack and a mess kit and a bedroll and a tent and water and rope and all that other hiking gear you would take just to go just hiking and camping. And a weapon or two, a knife and a hatchet, a shovel, whatever, maybe even a horse, and why your village has decided to send the youngest people in town to go save the town from the bandits. They're going to let the first level nobodies go save the town when there's probably half a dozen men at arms that are like 5th to 7th level in the village. Maybe first through third, fourth level guys. They're going to send those guys, not these teenagers, to go do the thing. It was just like,
but Shadow, then how else do you start the adventure?
You equip them properly so that they stand a fighting chance.
Right.
But that's lame.
Well, I mean, if you look at equipment from a realistic perspective, obviously they're not going to start with engraved matching dueling pistols and full plate armor, because that would be enough to
But I mean,
break that'd be enough to break
how
a
many
country.
fighters have we all run that had the basic chainmail and shield? You know what I mean? Like every fighter I've ever run literally started out had enough money for chainmail, shield, a sword, and the assorted gear. I mean, it's like this. I mean, if your teenage kid said, "I'm going camping with friends," you would check their backpack, making sure they had a backpack, and made sure they had the basic stuff. You know what I mean?
So they didn't die, like,
Of
as soon as they went
starvation
out
or
there.
or
Yeah,
exposure or you know, yeah.
I get it.
No, not me. I send them off with whatever you're going to learn. You're going to learn one way or the other.
You drop them on the desert island with a Swiss Army knife, and that's it.
Yep. And a broken mirror to start fires.
Not even that. They get the Swiss Army knife. They got to make their own bow drill, and with a vine and a twig, and
Well, that way, when they eat the fat kid, they can also use his fat to burn the fire.
There you go. When they kill Piggy and use his glasses to start a fire.
Exactly.
Well,
Speaking of eating fat people, I have to go.
Grandma, there's no hit point absurdity because your fighters rolling a D8 and you're rolling 3d6 straight down the line, so no one's getting a con bonus, except like 1 in 100 characters, if that.
I think it was on I think it was Daddy rolled a 1. I think he did the actual mathematical probability of rolling up a paladin without any cheating. Just taking 3d6. I think he said something like 3% of the time you would have a charisma high enough, just the charisma high enough to be a paladin, not counting your the strength and dexterity and constitution, but you would need to be an effective paladin. But less than 3% of the time could you ever have the stats to play a paladin.
Well, you could do like Omen does, and he'll roll up 200 characters with the program app, whatever he uses.
Then by definition, 6 of them would have charisma high enough to be a paladin, but might not still have the other stats high enough.
And I told him that's what I call cheating.
That is what I call cheating.
I mean,
that's Omen. Omen's kind of shady. Come on, we all know it.
He's like a Greek, right? They're all shady.
I will tell you
he's got the tism too. I don't know what brand of tism he has, but he's got a brand of tism.
I'm in.
I think you have to be into this stuff.
Death Angel, you were saying?
I was gonna say I'm in a game with who Chubby Funster is.
I've heard the name. I've never met him.
I don't. I'm sorry.
Greg Christopher. So he had done a bunch of stuff he published on Drive-Thru for like 5e and stuff like that. And it got okay traction and so on and so forth. And when Shadow Dark came out, he kind of said, I think this is going to be a hit. And so he started doing all of his stuff to that. So I'm in a game with him on Mondays that we're streaming. Actually, I stream it on my channel too, which is based on Skyrim, kind of a Skyrim, but with Shadow Dark. He wrote his own book called Shadowrim, which is basically loosely based on the Skyrim thing. But that's the first time I've ever done a straight down the line character.
So you've done like what 4d6 drop the lowest?
Our house rule, either when I was a player, most of my time in the past 20 some odd years has been as a DM. So, but it was always 46, drop the lowest, automatic rerolls on 1.
That's the generous rule I used to use as well. And we had this. It was so bad that we actually had this other joke. Was you can re-roll 2s if the GM's not looking.
No, so here's the thing though. As a DM or GM or CK or whatever you want to call it, if you stuck with your bad rolls, I would take notice of that, and I would actually give boons to that character. We had one guy, and James actually knew him, but this guy played. He played. You remember Sling Blade, the movie Sling Blade?
Yes, absolutely.
French fried taters.
Yeah. So
goddamn French fried taters.
Biscuits and
Billy Bob
mustard.
Thornton.
Yeah, that was the character of this guy, and his name was Jim.
Sounds like Bear's character Cal. I think he called him.
Yeah,
but 6 intelligence.
Well, what I did is I added a boon when they started when they went to the tavern doing their typical carousing, drinking whatever, blah blah blah. The more he drank, now his dex went down, but his intelligence went up. So, and he was like a 6 int. I think he was a 6. So he was, pretty low, right? He was like I don't think I want to play that character. But Jim wanted to play this character, and this is my Sling Blade guy, man. This is, him. And so he was, the whole concept of the drunken master, right?
Yes, absolutely.
He was the equivalent, but with intelligence. So the more he drank, the smarter he got, but his dex went down. It was kind of a trade-off. And it was a pretty dude. That was like one of the most awesome characters I've ever ran for. So
I was recently in a Shadow Dark game with RPG Grandma, with OGGM running the game, and I take it serious. If I roll 3d6 down the line, I only get one shot at it. I rolled up a character. Highest stat was 6, and that was charisma. He was a fighter, and his strength was like 5. It was just like the worst character I've literally ever played went numerically down the line. And there was this treasure chest that had treasure in it, but it said do not take it or something bad will happen. And I've got a wisdom of 4, so I'm taking the treasure. I wake up the next morning and my right arm is gone.
Oh shit!
So I asked the GM if I could figure out how to tie a noose with my left hand.
Boo!
And that was the last that character ran, because there's like I literally can't. There's nothing worse that can happen to me but death. I might as well go out on my own terms.
How does that joke go? What did the blind, deaf, crippled, retarded kid get for his birthday?
Oh,
cancer.
Oh, ouch.
Oh my god.
Pick a struggle.
That's horrible.
That is the darkest joke I have heard all day.
Yeah, and he's told some pretty bad ones.
I know, right? Well, with Bo's line of work and stuff, that's all there is really dark humor. Yeah, Grandma, I was just like, I can't do anymore with this.
What are you, a mortician or something?
Night shift nurse.
Oh, well, I mean, next best thing, right? Oh. Yeah, no, but I
Yeah,
like
it's
to
not
tell
bad.
people, it's like I started in '85, right? But
Mhm.
I was only kind of briefly introduced, and we were still kids. We didn't know how the fuck the rules worked and shit like that, right? So we played a few times and whatnot, and then I kind of got into other stuff, and then like right after high school, I got in and I started playing Shadowrun,
Mm.
and I wanted to play Cyberpunk, but all these other, oh man, dude, you got to play. No, you went, because I was like, hey, anybody want to play D&D and stuff, and they're like, this
I would
is
have come
this,
the other
this
way.
is 91, right? 90, 91,
Mhm.
92, right around that era, early 90s.
Second edition Shadow,
Yep.
or whatever it's called.
Yeah,
Shadowrun,
Shadowrun, not to be
second
confused with
edition.
Shadow Dark.
Right.
And they're like, and I'm like, man, I really want to, because I really got into Gibson and stuff like that. Like my nick, if you see my name, Death Angel Shadow,
Mhm.
that's actually from like the video game, the Neuromancer video game. It's one of
Mm.
the characters that tells the, like, if you're when you're playing it, you get like these emails in your thing from Death Angel Shadow, kind of giving you hints here and there. Any rate, so that's where my nick came from. I ran a bulletin board. For those of you that are old enough to remember bulletin boards, my BBS was called the Grid Point, which was like a hangout for the jockeys, cyber jockeys or
Mhm.
whatever you want to call them, depending on what. Any rate, one of my users was Count Zero, one of my buddies that I went to college with him
I
too,
think
but I went to high
is that
school with.
what?
Hmm.
Yeah,
But
me too. Well, they killed me. They didn't traumatize me. They killed me.
yeah,
Freaking Mike.
but yeah, no, so they were like, oh well, so this is like D&D and Cyberpunk mixed together, and I'm like, all right,
With really bad rules, though,
well,
compared to either of the two games.
yeah, I mean, but hey, I
Not,
was itching the game, and we played the ever living hell out of that game.
well, yeah,
I
it
mean,
was like you said, it was like the early '90s. I mean,
hmm
that's what
in
there
fact,
weren't a.
we took stuff from Cyberpunk and threw it into Shadowrun. We called it. I even came up with a. I came up with a character sheet, and it was called Bastardized Shadowrun. Where we took Cyberpunk stuff and threw it
Mhm.
in with Shadowrun and stuff.
I wish I would
And
have never sold my Cyberpunk original copy. I'm not a fan of the genre, but it's one of the few times I ever sold something that I regret. Because Jackie, are you still working on that with your friend? The Cyberpunk game.
No, I talked to him about it, and I think he's busy with schoolwork.
It's just. I mean, I think it's an elegant. Aside from the actual net running, I think it's a very clean and elegant system. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not a fan of the deck,
being a decker, see,
the net running. Yeah, but I mean, other than that, I think that the system is absolutely, the I can't remember what it's called.
was that
What
all D10 based? Was that, am I right? Was it D10
I
or
think
was
I
it?
think it was like a D10 plus your
Yeah,
skill.
D10 plus under a roll
Yeah.
it's D10 plus your skill under a difficulty roll.
Mm-hmm. And see, the thing is I'm an IT guy by trade. I mean, at this point, I've been doing it for almost 40 years because I was a kid when I started doing IT stuff, and I'm in my 50s, right? So I think
Wow.
yeah, I've been at this shit a long time. At any rate, so what I always played, I'm like, oh wait, so this is like fantasy and cyberpunk like mixed together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna be an Elven Decker. So I always played an Elven Decker. That was like, you know how players get that archetype that they always play.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was a regular player, I would always play either an elf or a half elf, like in fantasy.
Same here.
And and I like to be a ranger and a sorcerer, or a ranger and a wizard, whatever.
Fighter magic users or fighter magic user thief if I can get away with it.
Yeah, yeah.
Or
It
fighter magic
depends.
user assassin,
Right, depends on the
or
game.
magic
It
user
depends on the
assassin.
DM, the
Yeah,
GM, whatever.
and your
But
stat rolls.
yeah, yeah. But we always every time I ever played, we always had where you could, you know, place your stats wherever you wanted. You could prearrange stats.
Mhm.
So, but that's why it was such a interesting and different thing for me to just roll straight down the line because I'd never played that way. You know, it's just like I played in a game last Sunday. It was a 5e game. I'm sorry, don't beat me, but it was a 5e game.
The game Jackie's going to be running next month-ish is
Well,
probably
no, it's not
5.
5e. I'm gonna be using an AD&D book, but I'm just throwing in whatever I want, really.
Well, I'll tell you. So the guy who wrote the module had written. That's where he was running it. He just moved here to East Tennessee from like Washington State. He's actually a developer for, I think like a game company. Not like tabletop, but like video game type stuff.
That's what I figured.
But 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 he does have a couple of modules that's published, and he had originally written it for DC-20. But he and I were talking afterwards, right? Because he gave me a copy. He's like, "Oh yeah, here you go. Here's a copy of it." He gave me the printout of the PDF. He's like, "Yeah, you can get it on drive-through for like pay what you want or whatever. But here's a copy." And he said he originally wrote it for DC-20, but we were talking about DC-20, which of course is still not, I guess, officially released yet from Dungeon Coach or whatever. And he's like, "But man, that system is crap."
What's DC? I'm sorry. What's DC-20?
You have to look up Dungeon Coach. It's a system that he came up with, and he's like, it's too crunchy and too, if I wanted to play that kind of crunchiness, I'd play Pathfinder 2, that
The
type of
Roll
stuff.
Master.
Yeah,
The Space Opera.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's fantasy, but it's really crunchy. Yeah. So, and I mean, people. I'm not gonna hate on anybody that's putting out a game. One of the things I think is there's a lot of systems out there now, and I'd like to see more people focusing on adventures and classic type modules.
You're preaching to the choir, man. Setting over system every time. Make a cool world to play in or a cool story to run through. I mean, we're never going to see an end of people making their own game.
Yeah.
But what lasts and stands up the test of time are the cool worlds and the cool adventures.
Yes. It's like I love Faerun. I mean, when I started running, I didn't DM until 3.5. That was my I cut my teeth DMing at 3.5. I never thought, oh yeah, I'm not, I don't know enough. I don't know that, all the typical, self-doubting type questions that everybody says when it comes to being why can't you DM, but our
Anybody can
roommate,
DM.
yeah, our
Yeah,
roommate,
you just it's the fine art of convincing your players you know what you're doing even when you don't.
yeah, oh yeah, it I used to say the same shit about when I worked in the theme park, right? When I worked at Universal, if you looked like you belonged, you could walk backstage in any major theme park.
All right.
I'm not kidding.
You need the equivalent of a clipboard and a hard hat.
Yeah.
No, it's the look. It's the you could spot somebody that like I could probably walk in because I'm close to Dollywood. I could probably walk in backstage in Dollywood and get away with it because I worked for Disney. I worked for Universal. I worked for the biggest of the the big guys. I know what it's like to be and especially if you know where you're going, you know. But it's kind of the same thing. It's all about the persona you present.
Yep.
You know.
Yep. And the confidence.
Yes, that having that confidence level. It's like, yeah. And one of the things that really, believe it or not, helped me is the fact that I did work at a theme park around that time. That gave me that public interaction, that confidence level of dealing with the public that most people get intimidated about, you know. And that's why I'm not afraid to stream nowadays. I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I'll show my face, whatever. You don't like me? Fuck you. Okay. you know? You know what I'm saying? It's like, all right, big deal.
I mean, yeah. I was, kind of nervous at the beginning when Jackie and I started doing this. And Jackie was never nervous at all. It was amazing when you watch our like old videos, watching how Jackie was just like born to do this, and I was like, I had no clue. I mean, he taught me everything I know, about YouTube. It was just like, how do you know all this stuff? I didn't even know what a YouTube channel was, right, Jack? I mean, it was.
Why does your hair look like a squid?
My hair?
Anyways, I gotta go.
All right, Jack. Love you,
It's like
sport.
4
I'll
o'clock
talk to you
back here.
in the morning. Yeah, it is very late for you. Give your mom a hug for me. I'll call you in the morning.
Well, yours is better than mine.
Yeah, he's 2 hours ahead of me, which is 11:30, 1:30 in the morning.
He's in Mexico, right?
Yes, he is.
He must be in eastern Mexico then.
Yeah, he's got family out there, and I'm real happy, Jackie, that you came and hung out with us. I missed him, and we've been talking about his game, which is like a shocker for me. That he got volunteered to run a game, but at the same time, he's got this whole world. He's been doing his own videos for the Fourth Agenda, which is his channel. He's been making this story up for a couple of years now. Bo was one of the voice actors. Bear was a voice actor. Crafting Gamer. RPG Grandma was supposed to, but we'll get her in one of these days. Dungeon Minister was a voice actor. James L. was a voice actor. I actually played 2 parts. In one part, Jackie got to kill me in the video, and I'm holding up a chalt book right before he does it, which is awesome.
Chalt. Up a chalt book.
I got to get my chalt books out. I forgot about that.
Yeah. I'm sitting in this recliner with my hair pulled back and nerd like John Lennon glasses, and I'm reading a chalt book, and I hear a tap at the window, and then the character that I played in another scene he's playing has got this really weird, cool mask that we built, and Jackie does this sort of like Wolverine thing where he sticks his claws in me. Welcome to the show, Bear. I'm amazed you're still awake.
Yeah, what the hell, man? He's like on my time zone, isn't he?
Yeah, I was asleep and then I couldn't. Insomnia kicked in, so
I'm sorry to hear that. You just missed Jackie, who was here for a while.
I was trying to get my shit loaded, but it didn't load fast enough. Sorry, man.
No worries.
Sorry, I can't see the names of who all's here. I know I saw Bo's face, but because you have that despite the rules changes up, it doesn't tell me the name of the other guy. Who's the other guy?
That's Death Angel Shadow.
What's up, Bear?
Oh, hey,
what's up? Seen him a million times over on DM James's site. And I was just explaining, how you and everybody else has been a voice actor in Jackie's little movie, and the great scene where he kills me. I don't know if you saw that one.
Yeah, I saw it, dude. You were amazing. Don't give up the day job.
Well, the amazing part was of that scene where he kills me is we only had one big bottle of fake blood, right? And we wanted this scene to where the blood like sort of flows out from my body. And what you couldn't tell is that in the scene I'm using a squeegee with one arm pushing the blood while like pretending to be dead, so that we got the blood to like ooze out from me. And it ruined, not ruined because the blood washes out, but we had to do it in 2 takes, so it took 2 nights because I had to take the shirt off and wash it.
Wash it, yeah.
and let it dry and everything. But
next time, use Peter Jackson's trick: maple syrup and red food coloring.
Yeah.
Do it in black and white and do Hershey's chocolate syrup like Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah. You're kicking it old school there. That's that was
that's a bit too old school. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Back in the day, we used to have this thing called the vaudeville.
Yeah, or Real Blood. Like, it was this Mad Magazine. Mad. The lighter side of like kung fu movies, and it's like we save a ton of money, and it's like what on fake blood? No, real swords.
So you want to hear a funny fucking story? The Hong Kong guys back in the 90s shot a movie in the West Edmonton Mall. And one of the things in the West Edmonton Mall is they have this giant tree that's like, 4 stories tall in the middle of the mall type thing. Yeah. And my buddy was there as a stunt coordinator and working with the Hong Kong guys. And they basically have this guy climb up the tree to like, maybe the 2nd story. And they throw down some coats on the floor. And the guy jumps out of the tree, lands flat and all that, gets up, and the director starts yelling at him, wanting to go higher, higher, and the guy refuses. So he waves that guy up, and he calls over another guy and points higher, and the other guy goes up to maybe another 10 feet higher than that guy, jumps off, lands on the coast, and the director's happy. And remember, these are Hong Kong, they're Chinese, these are not white people. And my buddy's the stunt coordinator he has to be there for union rules, walks over and he goes, dude, aren't you worried you're going to kill one of these guys? And the Chinese director looked him dead in the eye and said, why am I worried? There's a billion more look just like them.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Oh.
Intense.
Wow.
That's racist.
That's cold-blooded. And I'm sorry, Grandma. I thought for some reason that you weren't able to do the voice lines, but so everybody we know has done some work on Jackie's project. Go check it out, the 4th Agenda, because he really works hard on that. And considering when he started and how young he is, I think.
Oh yeah.
Man.
I want to. If I can get both of you guys on my show, that would be awesome.
Happy to be there. Just like I said, now we're connected.
Yeah. Well, it's so the Babylon 5 show is different than the show.
Oh, now I know what we're talking about. Okay, now I have an idea who you are. My God.
Yeah.
Sorry for that.
Sorry.
It's late. Don't stress.
I'm the one who threw the YYZ comment out in your stream earlier. Well. Yeah. You thought it was humorous. Yeah. Well, Toronto Airport.
Oh yeah, about Toronto. Yeah. Cute.
I like that song because I know Morse code. I know CW.
That was on James's channel, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that was on my stream. Yeah.
And it's Rush. I mean, they don't really have like, up until I'll say Power Windows or maybe Hold Your Fire. Up to that point, I don't know of too many songs that I'd say that like sucked.
Yeah. Well, I remember. So when I was going to college in 1990. At the ripe old age of 17, I turned 17 on the first day of school. That semester when I was going to school at DeVry, or as we called it, Defraud Institute, to take my money.
DeVry, wow.
Yeah. Well, I only went there for a semester back then. I did go back later on when they opened up a campus in Orlando and got my couple other courses out of the way. But at any rate. They were doing their Presto tour,
okay.
and all the DJs were laughingly referring to it as the Master of Rabbits tour. So
the last concert of theirs I saw was Roll the Bones.
Well, that was that album. Roll the Bones was one of the songs on Presto.
I'd have to say, for me, like, I'm not a huge Rush fan. I don't hate them. I don't love them. I'm indifferent. I like most of their stuff. I like some songs. A lot of songs I don't like. But
I do love the trees, man. The trees
The trees is nice, but I'm a huge, massive, giant fan of Time Stand Still. Like that
That's a good
song
one.
just
Yeah,
speaks to
that's a
me.
good song.
And the
Well,
older
I
I get, the more it speaks to me. You know.
I love
Force
Spirit of
Candle's good.
Radio. Spirit of Radio talks to me
Spirit
all the
Radio is
time.
amazing.
And that's
New
because
World Man is great.
I'm a you know I've got a lot of friends that are in that are engineers in radio or DJs or whatnot that I've known throughout the years.
Well, now you know another one.
Well, see, it comes with the hobby, right? Being a ham radio operator, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that I know that are. Everybody's like, oh, amateur. Amateur means because we're amateur radio
Lover
operators, right? But amateur, yes. Thank you very much. Most people think amateur means
unprofessional.
Unprofessional.
I was going to say, by definition, amateur radio operators are really professionals because they are licensed and subject to bylaws of an organization. That's two of the definitions of a professional right there.
Right. Except we can't make money off of.
Well, but professional doesn't necessarily mean make money.
Exactly.
Professional means licensed.
Technically, professional also means employed of or making a living off of, right? That's professional.
But
it's
I
your
know
profession.
Right.
Right. But if you're not licensed, it's a vocation, not a profession.
That's fair, but in Canada we don't have to be licensed to work on the airwaves, so I was a professional.
No, but if you're the engineer that's responsible for the transmitter, you do have to.
Well, the station in Canada has to be licensed.
Yes.
Sure, and that's what an amateur radio license is, really a license to the station. You're the sole proprietor of the station.
I talk on the radio. I have to make sure that my antennas are within compliance for exposure to other humans and blah blah blah. So
so here's a fun thing. Back before the 3G network came into existence, what were cell phones? Cell phones were on an FM license, right? It was a 1 watt FM transmitter or whatever, 0.5 watt. So in Canada, when you signed your cell phone agreement with whatever company supported you, you were also signing a license to broadcast with the CRTC, the Canadian Radio and Telecommunications Commission. So technically, everyone with the cell phone was a licensed CRTC transmit person in Canada at that point in time. Isn't that fucking stupid? It's so fucking stupid.
I mean, it makes sense for the time and the.
Yeah, but it.
But yes, it was stupid. I get
unbelievably stupid. It was so like we were in radio and we're reading these contracts and we're like, what the fuck? We don't even have to do this, and we've got 100 watts. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, I got a buddy of mine. His name is Tim. He actually
Timmy.
Timmy. Well, he's a little bit older than that, but he works for University of Tennessee, and he's like
Go Vols.
Go Vols. Yeah, he's their engineer, the audio engineer. Yeah. So he's the one that's responsible for all that. He also happens to own a whole bunch of radio transmitters all over East Tennessee for both amateur radio, GMRS, which is
Grandma.
And he does commercial repeaters. So for like EMS and that type of stuff. So that's a side business for him. His real job, he works for UT. And he does anytime like the football team or the basketball team or the women's basketball team is on the road, he's got to travel with them to do all the audio setups for whatever stadium they're in, or if they're in town and they're at like a local bar or a local type of thing, where they have like the coaches, hour or whatever, that type of thing. So he does all that stuff, but
So I'm in Montreal, and we have a bunch of English radio stations, FM, AM, and we have a ton of French ones. Mm-hmm. And back in the 90s, there was this. It's still there. The station out of Plattsburgh, New York, called 99.9 The Buzz, And the Buzz, when they became the Buzz, they switched from the station started in 1960, but whatever they became before that was irrelevant, because when they became the Buzz, they started basically doing sort of like 90s alternative rock. It's like the first time I heard Cake was on the Buzz, things like that.
Yeah.
And they had been upgraded by the FAA or whatever it is in the States, or the FCC or whatever it is that handles that, the FCC, to a 100,000 watt signal.
Oh, they were a powerhouse, man.
Yeah,
we got them in Montreal. Yeah, we got them in Montreal. And after they hit the air, they were playing such great goddamn music. Every ratings book that would come out would have all the local stations listed. Then it would have this thing at the bottom that was other, right? And other was anything outside of what was Montreal.
Normal genres.
Our area.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, like other stations that weren't considered part of our local area.
Okay.
And it didn't take long. It was like 2 books in before people realized this was the Buzz. So everybody in Montreal, all the radio programmers, started trying to get the CRTC to lighten up the regulations so they could play more music like the Buzz and get our local audience back. But the CRTC are assholes about that. There's only one place in Canada where Canadian broadcasters are allowed to play whatever the fuck they want. They don't have to follow CanCon rules and all that. And that's Windsor, because they're competing directly with the Detroit market, right? So they get a pass to be able to sort of compete with that market. So suddenly you'd be listening to the Buzz, and all these ads for Montreal businesses, Montreal restaurants, and things like that would be playing on this Burlington station because they were getting more fucking listeners than the Montreal stations. You know what I mean?
Right.
Crazy stuff. Great station. So good. Their program director was a guy who was a kid who was calling himself Picard. And he was like a graduate student from like Columbia or something like that. And he was the guy who changed their entire program around and then had a show on top of it. Great stuff. Radio used to be this magical fucking place. I quit right at the right time. I got out just as it became corporate,
I honestly, I really, and maybe this is, the old school guy in me or whatever, but I want to see a resurgence of local, real DJ run, independent radio.
Never happened.
None of this clear channel. No, I see. Now, I think some of these corporations are kind of in trouble though, because of the internet and all that stuff.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I've been seeing a lot of YouTube videos. I don't watch them because I watched a few of them a while ago about like pirate radio stations and things like that. And I noticed that when Stranger Things, that one character was working, as a DJ at the local radio station. I wouldn't be surprised if, there might be a little bit of a pickup on that. And
I mean, they're not going to be powerhouses. We're not talking about 100,000 or 50,000.
I could see local areas,
but a 5K station, even a 1K station.
Oh, less than that. I mean, if you're running like AM at night, you can transmit really far, even just 50 watts, really.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. However, you with AM, you're not going to get your stereo unless you're.
Oh no, you won't.
But you're not going to get an AM license. You're not going to get an AM license. The fucking bandwaves are cracked up on AM. They're so
well. Yeah, but how many shortwave stations have gone off the air in the past 10 years?
But
true.
It's still the thing is I agree with you on that, but there's the problem of signal burn, right? If I'm on FM, I go 97.7, I hear the channel 97, I go 97.8, there's nothing, it's dead air, right? That's a free, clear place. Right. When I grew up, we used to have this place in Bathurst, New Brunswick, 1420, and they, 1436, 35, you're picking them up, like there's a whole bandwidth you got to deal with there on that range. Yeah. And they used to tell me, I used to know one of the DJs there. It's what got me into being a DJ. And he said they had forgotten one night to turn down the tower to a better signal. And they were getting calls from Tennessee asking what the fuck a Moncton Blue Hawk was. Which is, I think is hilarious, This whole idea that they're announcing local sports and like these guys in Tennessee are like, what the fuck is this?
Well, that's because so the AM broadcast band, at least in the States, and I presume it's probably the same for Canada. You figure you're talking 500 megs to maybe 1300 megs, right?
Yeah,
or
it's not
or
big. It's not a lot of
something like
Right.
that.
Yeah.
Or
1500. Yeah. 1600. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, it's not
so
huge. Yeah.
so yeah, it's not broad, but
Bounces off the stratosphere real nice at night, though.
it does. It
You hear
does.
great propagation. It's true.
Yeah, well, that's what that's what we call so the ham band. There's a ham band at 160 meters, right? That's why I was joking earlier about when I hear meters, I think of frequency, not of measurement.
The distance. Yeah.
And really, the truth is there's a formula that says a certain length of antenna for what they call a dipole.
I know
antenna.
you're still here, crafting. Thanks for
dipole.
Yeah, a dipole. A certain length of a dipole, is based on it's like I know the formula
half wave, quarter wave. Yeah.
Half wave dipole 468 divided by frequency in megahertz. I memorized that damn formula when I was 16. I'm 52 years old and I still remember.
Nice.
But you're talking really 160 to probably 180 meters, something like that. Is where the AM broadcast band is. And
so what they need to free up, sorry to cut you off there, is they need to free up the military band, because the military band is where they lock down so many frequencies and so much room that you could do independent stuff in that frequency, right? Because the military's not even using those frequencies anymore for the most part, but they still own them. That's where you could put stuff in.
But there's a caveat to that. See,
go for it.
What happened was, with the whole conflict between Russia, the U.S., and NATO, and whatever
Warsaw Pact,
yeah, right. So, and China especially.
China.
China.
Whenever you say China, you got to say it like Trump. China.
Yeah, China. So what's happened is that they have started developing satellites that will attack other satellites and stuff like that, and can attack the frequencies, because the U.S. military had predominantly shifted over to satellite point-to-point type stuff. And suddenly you've got Russia and China and God only knows North Korea, whatever else, that are like, oh yeah, we could just target their satellites and take out their comms, right? Yep. And so now the military has kind of done this 180, and they're like, oh shit, maybe the old technology works pretty well. So because one of the things I've done as a ham is we do what we call interoperability. And so I've actually been to like a National Guard unit locally here in Tennessee, where we worked with them to establish comms between the base or their post here and Nashville, for example. This is a National Guard unit, but and we're using what they call shares frequencies, which are frequencies that hams have access to, but also the military has access to. And so it's a what they call, again, an interoperability frequency range. Not getting too nerdy. I probably already have
too late for that, brother.
Yeah.
Your ship has sailed.
We're deep into fucking diodes now.
Hey
yeah,
man, I
didn't,
but at any rate, yeah. So, and one of the recent rulings that the FCC just made is they determined, they followed the ITU, which is the International Telecommunications Union recommendation. So they created what they call the 60-meter band, which has already been banned in other countries, but in the U.S. we only had like 5 discrete channels. Well, hams hate channels. We don't do channels. We're not CB radio operators, right? We hate the concept of being stuck on a specific frequency. We like our VFOs. We want to be able to go off frequency if we want. And so they just did that. Unfortunately, they set it for 9 watts PEP, and we're like, 9 watts? What the fuck is that? Meanwhile, you guys up in Canada, your equivalent of the FCC is like, yeah, you could do 100 watts on that band, and we're like, what the fuck, man?
Well, it's because our military isn't as fucking omnipresent as yours is.
I know.
It's just the way of the beast. I mean, it's not so it isn't, but a lot of people don't understand how radio works. They don't understand that FM is a direct line. They don't understand that if you put a building between you and the FM signal, you're not getting that
It'll
FM
block
signal.
it.
It's just that fucking simple. They don't understand. I mean, it's a beautiful, clear signal, and you can do amazing things with FM. Help. They're now transmitting, song data to the receivers. So if you have the right receiver, it'll show you what they're playing on the air at that time as a scroll. And it's all very neat and nice and fancy stuff.
It's a data channel. That's an adjunct channel.
Exactly. There you go. But the problem is, and I say this as someone who still has friends who work in the industry, radio is dead. Radio died. YouTube, MP3s, all that shit killed radio.
Satellite radio.
Years ago. Satellite radio's dying too, because people just listen to YouTube. They listen to podcasts.
You're not wrong.
They listen to Spotify. They listen to
that's
Apple
literally
Music.
what Jackie and I do. Like every Sunday or anytime we're in the car together, we take turns playing YouTube, music videos, because it's just too easy to find, what we're looking for.
Well, it's the Netflix of radio.
Yeah.
But it's the Netflix you control, unless it's a Spotify subscription. Then you have your fucking playlists, right?
Satellite radio, the niche for satellite radio. I mean, if you go out to some place like Great Basin National Park, on the Nevada-Utah state line, and there is no radio signal, and there is no cell signal because there are no cell towers out there.
Right.
You can still use satellite radio.
Right.
But that's really the only thing that satellite radio. If you travel rural, and I mean rural, you still get satellite. But other than that,
I agree with you on that, but it is a niche market within a niche.
Oh, it's 100% niche market.
But
it's sad.
Because the downside is like you get a lot of people, especially like, look, if a disaster happens, what are people doing? They're turning in. They've got their radio, so they're going to tune in their radio. So you need that terrestrial radio stuff because they may not get that satellite radio, or they may not.
I agree with you, man. But this is
what satellite radio is not local. By definition.
Things like YouTube, things like Spotify, they killed community, and that's what we lost when we lost radio. And now we're doing with local TV stations are the same problem. We're losing community, and the more we lose community, the more we rely on things to.
Did you hear? By the way, Bear, since this kind of is an adjunct to it, you heard that it became official now that MTV is shutting off the U.S. stuff too. After about 40 years.
I don't even think I've uttered the words MTV in like 20 years.
When they stop playing music, they stop being MTV.
Oh yeah. That's my opinion too. I mean, when the Real World came out,
someone were to bring back
the Real World killed it.
Listen, I
Rock
guarantee
and
you
Jock
right now,
softball
with the Gen X generation being what it is, if someone were to have a channel
back,
online, right, like a YouTube channel or something where they had the rights to play old videos, they could get and secure those rights, so they could play them without being, fucking struck. That channel would make $1 billion fucking in 10 years.
Oh, easily.
Because if you look at anybody on YouTube, like here's the top 100 songs of the 80s, or here's the 10 best videos of the 80s, or whatever it is. Those guys always have 30, 40, 100 million views.
Yeah.
But
the fucking
insane.
The record companies are shitting their britches, and they're striking people that aren't even playing entire songs that like legitimate. I forget what the one guy is, but there's another YouTuber that I discovered.
Professor of Rock.
Yes. Okay.
Yep. He gets hit all the time. I got hit. I did a reaction to the top video, the top song of every month for the 80s, right? So they were playing less than 5 seconds of the song.
Yeah.
And I did a reaction video to it, and I got 5 copyright strikes on it.
And it's fair use.
It's
fair use in the US. It's fair use.
Yep.
I don't know what Canadian law is, but
We use the Digital Millennium Copyright Act just like you guys do, which is
Yeah,
one of the
yeah,
most god
I
awful
think
things
the
ever
DMCA
created.
is bullshit. I don't think it's legal. But then I don't think EULAs are legal either. But I'm an IT guy, so you know.
No, legal is what the lawyers say it is.
Yeah,
Until the
well,
courts strike it down.
that's the
Sadly.
problem. Is until a court strikes it down, until especially a higher court, a really high court, hopefully the Supreme Court at some point, because not a single fucking soul has read the goddamn EULA for anything that they've ever installed. You know?
Oh yeah. And
they
user license
hide
agreements.
illegal
And the whole everything is licensed or subscription. There's no right to repair.
You don't
That's,
own anything. You
you
don't.
know, you'll be happy.
You will
Yeah,
own nothing, and you'll be happy. Yeah.
that's all related.
But the thing is the EULA they put absolutely illegal shit in there, waiting to see if they get caught.
Mm-hmm.
That like they do that on purpose, which is really sick.
Oh yeah.
But I think this is something I've tried to explain. Like these kids today are so fucking lost. They're all anti-capitalist now. What they don't understand is they're not anti-capitalist. They're what the same thing we are, anti-corporatist.
Yes.
Right.
And anti.
There's a huge difference.
Yeah, anti-crony capitalism.
Crony capitalism is
corporatism. Absolutely, 100%.
Every time I see one of these posts, I'm like, no. Corporation is not a problem, because your mom and pop store down the street is a corporation, most likely. They're probably an LLC or they might be
S
Corp
or something, right?
or something like that.
We don't have those in Canada, sadly.
But you know what I'm saying, right? They're
They're
probably.
I envy you guys for the LLCs.
Yeah, and actually, I've got to get one starting next year because I'm going to put.
So do I.
Here. I'm going to put it on a con. At some point, I'll get you down here, Bear. We'll get you to visit.
I will never live in the States.
No, I'm not saying.
The only way I'll ever wind up living in the States is if I move to Alberta and they join America. Otherwise, never by choice.
Yeah. So my co-host on the Wednesday night show where we talk about Babylon 5, he lives in Alberta. So.
Oh yeah.
So
he'll be an American soon enough.
And he's part of the. I would say he's more aligned with we should be an independent country that allies with the U.S. as opposed to we should become part of the U.S. crowd. Because there's apparently a couple of things, but he says.
Oh yeah, there's a huge bunch of them.
The first thing he's like, no matter what, we need to be unified in Alberta, and maybe grab some people from Manitoba and the decent part of British Columbia, because other than from what he said, other than the what is it?
Interior. The interior.
Yeah, the interior of BC is.
But you got to have the Lower Mainland, because if you don't have the Lower Mainland, which is the hippie part, I lived there for 8 years. You have no port access. You need the Lower Mainland for the port access. Right? Port of Vancouver is huge. But so you got Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, and even parts of Manitoba, and probably all of Manitoba. Then that is easily a very prosperous nation.
Yeah,
it's all unified together.
Well, they've got oil. The U.S. will deal with them, and you know what?
They grow food. Yep. They got mining. You got the port on the Pacific. It could be a really great thing. Problem is we have a thing in Canada called the Laurentian Club. And the Laurentian Club is basically something that was created by Pierre Elliott Trudeau, so Justin's dad. Well, Justin's supposed dad. It was basically his stepdad.
Yeah, because we all know Castro was his dad.
Anyway, the point of
I'm not with them.
Was to keep Ontario and Quebec on top of.
I just got back here, man. I just got back.
And they funnel money into the Maritimes to keep the Maritimes happy, because the Maritimes, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, PEI would not survive without these transfer payments.
Right.
They would die. They just don't have the industry. The fishing's, they gutted the fishing in the 70s, all that kind of stuff. Right. And what they do is they keep the West down. And I lived out West, and I didn't know it until I lived out West. But when we have a federal election, because we have a first past the post system, the saying out West is, by the time the polls close in Ontario, we know who the prime minister is, and now all we're doing is voting for who our local members of parliament are going to be, our local MPs. And that's just the way it is, right? So they have an actual gripe out there. They deserve more seats. Like, they need to add another 50 seats and give them to the West and stuff like that. Right. But they're never doing any of that shit because of the Laurentian Club, which is made up of politicians, businesses, all these assholes who want to basically keep Toronto on top of the world and Quebec in Confederation. Right. Quebec's going to leave Confederation. They're not going to stay here forever. It's going to happen. Once that happens, Canada's dead as a country. Because if you have to ship through Quebec to get to the Atlantic, right? Like trains, trucks, boats, whatever the fuck it's going to be, you're going through a foreign nation to get out to the international market all of a sudden. They're unwilling to open up the James Bay area for, and this is one of the things Pierre Poilievre is always arguing with me about, is if they put an LNG port on James Bay, Churchill, somewhere like that, they could literally just sail up around Quebec and out into the market, or over to China, or wherever the fuck they need to send our natural gas out to the world. But they want to do that because that would upset the natural order and all this bullshit that they go through, which is all just horseshit to keep the power centered in Toronto. They fucking hate Calgary.
Yeah.
They despise Calgary. You know, for the longest time, they despised the city I'm in, Montreal. They despised it because it was an international city, and they hated that about it. They want power. This is the one problem we have in this country, is that our central Ottawa basically wants so much power over our lives. But like you guys, that's not how Confederation works. You guys use the state system, we use the province system, and our provinces are meant to have superior local authority. Whatever they want to do in their province is up to them.
Right.
So with the right now, they're trying to push through all these new gun bans.
Yeah.
Because they've gotten ridiculous with the gun bans. It's insane how many guns they've banned in Canada.
Well, and
Alberta told them go fucking pound sand. We're not, like, the police in Alberta said, we're not going to take these guns away from people.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, and that's what Snob is. And Snob served in the military, so he was like, he's like, this is bullshit. You know, that it's stupid that, you know, they keep on trying to take our shit away from us on the federal level. And yet, you know, we're the ones, they don't even know what it's like to have to deal with, you know, you got a bear coming in your, you know, in your house. You need.
Hey, I don't go in people's houses. Come on now, I'm nice. I know.
Not you, but
yeah, and I've got to be invited in. So
you know, you got to be able to protect your shit.
Damn Faye.
All right, look, listen. I have been. So I was a bodyguard, bouncer, private security. I did the whole run of being a big boy that protected people, and I have been in exactly 3 firefights in my life, and each time none of them were involving people using legal guns.
Right.
So what the fuck do I care about gun registries and fucking, you know, banned guns when
you see the
2 of the 3 were illegal guns?
And with Bondi, you know, and what I forget what territory that's in, but they were like.
Sydney.
They're trying. Yeah, they're trying to impose even stricter gun laws, and it's like the people.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine what would have happened if that Bondi situation had happened in like Texas or Florida?
Well, that dude would have fucking.
Can you
been dropped
fucking
in
imagine?
Like 5 minutes.
Like 4 or 5 people would have been shot, and then those 2 fucking guys would have been dancing like rag dolls.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
They'd have been dead. They would have been full of lead, because that's the same shit here. It's like my buddy, he's another ham radio operator, but a buddy of mine. One of the things first of all, we have what they call open
carry,
open and concealed carry without a permit. You don't need a permit. You don't need a license or anything like that to carry.
In Florida.
No, I'm in Tennessee. I grew up in
Tennessee.
Florida. Yeah, I live in Tennessee.
Sad.
Okay.
But you know, I can go right now. I can go buy a handgun, and once I get approved, I can have the handgun and take it with me. Not a problem.
How many days are you looking at that?
Horses.
No days. It's like right away.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's no delay.
Yeah, I heard recently that there's something going on where they may even cut that off, like nationwide, the waiting period, because technically they have the ability to scour the internet in like 8 seconds and verify you. You know, it's like pointless.
So you guys remember in Predator 2 when they're on the subway in LA and the barrio bandito guys pull out their guns on the couple, and like everybody on the fucking subway pulls out a gun, and the 2 cops, you know, Bill Paxton and Marie Conchita are like, okay, everybody be cool now, because like everybody's pulled out a gun. That's the fucking world I want to live in.
Yes. Do you know what?
That's
I went
I want to be.
An armed society is a polite society.
I went to the local convenience store down the street earlier today. Walked in, and there's a guy who's got open carrying right on him. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Not a, I know
You don't fuck
European.
around when you see 5 guns in the room. You know
Well,
what I mean?
the problem is
there's 5 you
the-
see, and there's probably 10 you don't.
Well,
we're
there
so
you go.
desensitized. We're in the U.S. We're so desensitized, to the notion of liberty, that if you say someone, until the national firearm was passed in 1933 in the United States, in 1933, you could buy a 1927 Thompson with a case of ammunition and a pallet of magazines, and have from the Montgomery Ward's catalog, and have it shipped to your house COD. A real submachine gun, no registration, ordered through the
45
mail.
caliber submachine gun, by the way.
A big, heavy, the Chicago typewriter.
Yep.
COD.
Yeah, my old man, when he was 16, he was born in like 44. So do the math. By the time he was 16, he owned 20 broom handle Mausers and 20 all matching serial number Lugers.
Yep.
He got all through the mail.
Yes, until 1968 in the United States. Until 1968, you could buy any other firearm that was not controlled by the National Firearms Act 1934. Again, through the mail, through the Montgomery Ward's catalog. Until 1989, you could buy a semi-automatic rifle manufactured in another country. Chinese, Norenko, Kalashnikov semi-autos.
Yep.
But now that's all cut off. And so every time someone says we need to compromise on gun control, I said, well, what do I compromise means? I get something.
Yeah,
I'm not getting anything from these guys because they don't understand what we've already lost. Now they conflate semi-automatics with full automatics because they don't understand what semi-automatic means.
So hang on. So to touch on that, Bo, in the 70s when I was a kid, I remember seeing we get the Sears wish book, the Sears Christmas wish book. There'd always be the section with all the fucking shotguns and rifles for hunting in there, right? And there was always a couple of pistols. By the 80s, that was gone, but in the 70s, you could buy those. But here's the other thing: I've worked in protection services. I know how long it takes the police to show up on a call.
Right.
I want a gun. Because the police are not there to stop the crime; they're there to do the paperwork after the fact. Minimum
and
20 minutes.
Technically, in the U.S., that's their job. Their job is this whole moniker up to protect and serve is a bunch of bullshit. Okay?
Yeah, it's not been the case for.
Well, it's not bullshit.
That's not their job.
No,
their job
they
is to go after people who have committed a crime. Not to stop people from committing crimes, but to go after people and apprehend those. They are part of in the U.S. Law enforcement is part of the executive branch. The executive branch's job is to enforce the law, not to stop people from breaking it, but to go catch people that have broken it.
Well, I would argue that they do protect and serve. What they protect and serve is the status quo. What they protect and serve is an environment that is conducive to commerce. They're tax agents, they're revenuers by definition. And it's not a dig or an insult. Their job is to make sure that the environment is peaceful enough that the stores stay open.
So I used to work with this guy. It was a black guy I worked with, and he and I got to talking one night. And I said the only difference between, because he was going on about slavery, and I said the only difference between then and now is they don't have to take care of you anymore, and now they've added white people to the pool. And he goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "We're slaves too, man. We got to go to work every day. We got all these laws we got to obey by. We got to get permits, but at least when there was like slave owners, they had to provide food and housing and all this other stuff under the law. Now they don't even have to do that anymore." He goes, "Yeah, but we're free." And I said, "Really? Step out of line and tell me how fucking free you are before they sick the dogs on you, call the police.
Yep.
Tell me how free you are." And he just sat there staring at me because he'd never even thought about it before.
Right.
And once he started thinking about it, he's like, "Oh man, we're fucked." I'm like, "Yeah, we're completely."
Yeah, what was it that Franklin said about giving up freedom for security?
Anyone who would give up freedom for security deserves neither.
Yep. Yeah.
And that's where we are.
And that and that's why
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Yeah.
Hey, Speaking of Christmas, I've been holding off. It's officially where I live, Christmas, and I got a present here. I gotta open because I've been dying. It's been here for days.
Do I need to go look at my screen? I'm gonna go look at my screen. Yeah. I want to see you. I want to see you open something.
And I think Bear is like the only person who will appreciate what I got for myself because
swear to fuck if it's another chill set, you can go fuck yourself.
No, it's not. It was an auction that I swooped in because that's what I do. I look for because auctions are for suckers on eBay. I've said it a million times, and it's always true.
So you're a sucker? Is that what you're saying?
No. The other guy was a sucker for putting what he put for such a low price around the holidays, thinking that there was anybody who was gonna, like bid war on what I got. And it's
anyone else gonna laugh their balls off if someone sent them a box of rocks? Because I will.
Oh, that would. Oh, nice picture. No, it's not that. It's just like I'm probably the only person besides the guy who just sold this who gives a shit. And Bear might appreciate it. I paid less than $20, including shipping, because the guy said free shipping. And it's a couple of books. 1, 2, 3, 4 books. They're comic books. They're comic books.
What do you got? Let's see. What do you got?
Speaking of markets, the markets dropped out at the bottom of.
Well, that's why I buy omnibuses these days, and that's what most of these are, or trade paperbacks or whatever.
Even the issues, comics aren't comic. The comic market's dead.
Well, yeah, but okay. The first one is War Zones, Guardians of the Galaxy.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's all right. I don't care for it, but that's all right. What do you got? Come on.
Star-Lord.
Yeah, that's the old stuff. That's good.
Yes, it is the old stuff with the original first cover, so I don't have to go looking through my Marvel Premiere magazines.
Okay.
Then Guardians of the Galaxy, Earth Shall Overcome hardcover.
I'll take another one.
Nice.
And then another one, Guardians of the Galaxy. This looks like the more modern stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely the more modern stuff. Yeah.
But all that for $20.
Nice deal.
The only one I'm really this one, and of course the original Star-Lord, because this is the first appearance cover of Star-Lord, like the first appearance ever, and every time I like even look at that original magazine, it goes down like $1 in value just because it's so freaking ancient, and it's all the classic, or most of it's the classic black and white Marvel Premiere magazine stuff.
The epic line.
It's one of my favorite,
good stuff, man.
One of my favorite superheroes, Peter Quill and all that. I wasn't really a big fan of the movies. I got it. I understood why they did it, but I was that one old man yelling, "That's not Star-Lord," because I grew up where, Star-Lord was like way different and cool and ridiculous and no way, shape, or form believable, but that's what made it fun. So now I got something to read.
Did you see what Marvel's doing? They're releasing a
going bankrupt.
A new series of Captain Marvel, so Carol Danvers, called Dark Past, and in it she travels to the past and meets her old 70s and 80s costume self.
Oh, the good one?
Is Marvel.
The good
one? And guaranteed, if that thing sells like fucking hotcakes and they get great response on it, they're gonna fucking abandon this super dyke thing they've been doing with her. I promise.
No, they should. They'll send her back in time to lecture herself about how a red flag is inappropriate.
Marvel is changing and DC are changing. They're watching all of their fan base go over to manga, and their sales are dropping. Talk about the bottom going out of a market, and they need to make money again.
I agree with you in principle. The problem is, Bears, it's hard to fire those people once they're entrenched.
Oh, it's easy to fire those people in comics. That's the thing you don't understand. Comics, you can get fired in a fucking heartbeat in comics. Like you can get fired with a contract in comics. They got great ways to get rid of people. Hey, your numbers aren't good. You're out. And there's no legal recourse against you because you're expected to sell. Right? That's the nice part about it. So Heather Antos is the perfect example of this. Heather Antos is this dumb feminist bitch. She's the Milkshake Squad, if you ever heard about them, which was from about 10 years ago. She got fired from Marvel. She went to DC. She got fired from DC. Now she's over at IDW ruining the Star Trek line, and she's about to get fired from this place. The only reason this bitch keeps getting jobs is because she's mildly attractive. So, comic dorks, they want to fuck her. So they're going to try and give her a job so they can get some pussy. Problem is she's about to hit the wall. And we all know what happens when women hit the wall. They're no longer fuckable. They're no longer going to have those great benefits they used to have. You know what I mean? Like, those benefits vanish real fucking quick. So the only thing we can hope for in comics is that, like things like Netflix buying Paramount, buying Warner Brothers gives them DC as well. And then hopefully we'll start seeing stuff turn around. Because I know one of the things Netflix has openly said they want to do is they want to get rid of the James Gunn DC stuff and bring back the Zack Snyder stuff. Now, I'm not saying the Zack Snyder stuff's better. It's just different. But the point is at least it's not woke. You know what I mean? At least it's not fucking...
Look, I liked the new Superman.
I did too.
I did not find it to be woke.
I didn't see it, so...
I was happy. To me, it's the best one since maybe Superman 2 from... what was that, 79, 80, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was basically the best thing since Superman 2. It was not up to the level of 78. I'm not going to say that. But I liked the way it was. I thought, I was like, okay, this is cool. And it interweaved enough of the thing. Now there's, can I find shit to nitpick at? Yeah, oh yeah, sure I can. But I'm not going to give Gunn a hard time because of it.
No, I liked it. I thought it was nice to see Superman be positive.
Yeah.
I think he over course corrected on the Superman saving people thing. Like, it was almost a meme by the end of the movie. But that was a course correction based on the Zack Snyder stuff. But the thing is that I liked the Brendan Ruth Superman Returns, or whatever the fuck it was called.
Yeah.
I liked that movie because it was a love letter to the James Donner films, right? And the James Donner films are the best Superman.
Sure.
Films, hands down. That first one, God, what a movie. What a movie. 78. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I have the box set. Oh my God, I love those.
I
movies.
actually
Anyway,
picked that
listen,
up.
Comics are fucked.
I've got that in my upstairs. I got the whole set. I don't know if it's DVD or Blu-ray or what, but
what?
That's why I'm such a big proponent of the omnibuses, because you can actually, get the stuff that was great when it was great in a format that isn't, so fragile that you don't even want to touch it, like my actual comic books. You can grab a hardcover book and enjoy the actual experience of reading it, and the added bonus of when you're done with that issue, there's the next one right there. Mind you, they're a little expensive, on average, between $25 and $100 and something dollars, but you're getting a quality hardcover book that will last for generations. And you can get, back when I was a kid, I could actually read the first like 10 issues of Spider-Man. Mind you, it was in a paperback book, and I also got the reprints that were in the Times newspaper. I got all those, not for resale, reprint comic books, but other than, those rare things, if you wanted to read like the original first, 20 issues of Fantastic Four or Silver Surfer or Spider-Man or Iron Man, you can't, other than digital.
Okay, Boomer, calm down.
Dude,
I've told you before, and I'll tell you again, instocktrades.com.
I can't do, like Bo and I were talking earlier. I there's almost very little that I can read as a PDF and
No. Instocktrades.com. Jesus.
Oh, that website you told me about?
Yes, they have trade paperbacks, and they usually sell for 40 and 50% off of what the fucking current market prices are.
That's not bad.
And they're brand new. They're great.
I've got that actually.
They don't ship to Canada, otherwise I'd use them.
Yeah, I think I've got it right here. One of my notes from one of the shows. Yeah, here it is. In stock trades. I'm just so spoiled with eBay because the protection I get when it comes to receiving what I ordered, in a timely manner, and if there's any issue with damage or not showing up eBay's got my back. Otherwise, it's a whole process.
Really, that's why I've been afraid to buy anything off of eBay in like 20 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
the
have not.
customer is always right when it comes to buying on eBay. You are the man. They value because I sell as well, and if you have the slightest complaint, you'll either get your money back or something. There's something at
Shadow, look at the link I just sent you in the private chat, Shadow.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
Look at the price on that.
So we.
Oh, it's out already. Oh my god.
Wow.
$152 down from 100. Hardcover.
$52. Wow. Oh.
In stock trades, brother.
Holy shit! That's like that was my number one book for next month because I am like tapped out from this month. Holy shit! That's like Omen sent me the PDF, digital comics of the entire run, which I kind of have somewhere. But he gave it to me like 2 years ago. I read up to issue 2, and then I went like, I got stuff to do, and
well, there you go, man.
That's cool.
That's one of my favorite comic books of all time.
And I'm not a comic guy, right?
No.
I've never.
Thanks,
I
Bear. Merry Christmas to
never
you.
got roped into that, man. So.
Oh, I love comics.
Same here. I
wrote comics, for fuck's sake.
I was reading.
Published my own.
And I've read them. They were really good. I was reading comic books before kindergarten because my parents would just, grab one here, and
Here you go. Entertain yourself.
Yeah.
I learned to read was the comic books.
Yeah.
And ever since then, especially like with gaming, with dungeon mastering, I learned more from running superhero games than I ever did with any other role-playing game, etc. There was so much to pull from a comic book in the way of creating challenges that weren't always combat.
Right.
How to develop stories and real life things and situations that were just as important. All the things that like Peter Parker went through when he was out of costume was just as compelling as the super fights with the Lizard or Green Goblin or whatever.
Yeah.
Because they knew how.
There's a good comic from the 80s from a company called Innovation called The Hero Alliance, and basically when they wrote it, there's maybe a dozen issues. Didn't do well. Died for the indie market death, but the whole purpose of the comic was what happens between the fights. We're not going to show the fights. We're going to talk about what goes on between the fights. It was so interesting. It could have been better, but it was, it was what it was. It was pretty good.
Well, I mean,
things like that interest me.
You'll learn the backstory, right?
Well, no, but the idea was also you learn like this. People tend to forget that comic books, superheroes are, it's like wrestling. It's soap operas for men.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to sometimes remember that. It can't all be Lobo, shooting people in the face. It's got to have a little bit of something else to it, too, to make it a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's all good. That's why, like, if you look at my superhero games, like you've seen my live play, Shadow, what do I focus on? The combat or what's going on in the politics?
The combat is like, there's like one combat in a 2-hour session, and it's you follow kind of the rule I use, which is like 1/3 for fantasy anyways, 1/3 exploration, 1/3 investigation, and like 1/3 combat. Obviously there's no exploration.
That would be 4/3.
I thought it was 3. Combat, exploration, investigation.
Shadow went to school in California. Give him a break.
Hey.
Yeah, exactly.
My reading
Andy's wearing a beret like he's in a Prince song.
What are you talking about? It's a freaking Santa hat.
Raspberry?
Oh, it's the Santa hat. Oh, okay. Sorry, you're leaning back and you had a raspberry beret.
No.
The kind you find
in a secondhand store.
I was waiting.
Love that. Love that album.
Sorry.
Really, I was never a fan of him. I could never get
Purple Rain.
I couldn't do it.
I am not a Prince fan per se, but man, I do respect him as an artist.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything bad about him. I just never like oh, this is for me. It wasn't for me. It was just
Yeah.
Okay, boomer.
Okay, boomer.
Dude,
I am not a boomer. My parents were.
Yeah.
Not you. This one.
Yeah. I was born. I'm Gen X. You know that.
You're born in 60 what?
7.
There you go. He
Yeah,
squeaks in
you're,
under the
you're
radar.
late. You're early Gen X, late stage boomer. So yeah.
See, I was born in '73, so I'm like smack dab Gen X.
No, I'm 70. I'm smack dab. I am the middle point of fucking Gen
You're
X.
my
It's
wife's
crazy.
age. What the fuck, dude?
well, we're just better. What do you want us to say? Those extra 3
Yeah.
years meant something.
Yeah. But
My sister, my eldest sister, I have 4 sisters. The eldest is 10 years older than me, born in 1960. And every year for her birthday, I do 2 things. One, I call her a boomer because you gotta.
Yeah.
And 2, I send her this thing from Obvious Plant, which is basically start an exciting new career as a bog witch. I send her this every year in an email like, here you go, Steph. It's not too late. You can start your career out. You can eat children. Come on. It's career opportunity.
That's funny.
So now I got the nieces and nephews doing it too, so it's just too much fun.
Wow.
Fucking boomer.
I just
Rude.
I every time I follow somehow I get all these suggestions on Facebook for all the Gen X people now that are posting, and they're all, of course, they're all reaction videos to like some stupid shit that some millennial or
Thanks for being here, Crafting. You know what? Yes was an amazing band. But if you're a fan of them, Grandma, have you ever picked up the? I don't know if there's more than one, but the first Anderson, Bruford, Wakeman, and Howe album. Oh my God!
Which yes, weren't there like 16 different incarnations of that band?
Well, they were a super group.
Yeah,
Oh
well,
my God, have you ever seen them live?
No, I have not. I have not. And yes, I do know. Yes is something that would be. I'd love to see ELO too, but
Oh, dude, that's one of my top.
Oh, please, yeah.
Oh.
So I live in Montreal, which was the
Jeff Lynne
76
was a
Olympics,
freaking
or whatever
god.
it was. And do you guys remember Emerson, Lake and Palmer?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You remember Fanfare for the Common Man?
Vaguely. It
So
wasn't.
this
It
was
wasn't
their
a
big
big.
song.
You know.
It was huge, sir.
No, on
And
my
it
radar,
was,
it wasn't like
on your radar, but it was the music they used officially for the Olympic Games in Montreal.
Mhm.
So for most of my adult life, even my high school life here in Montreal, every metro, as the cars would pull out, would go bam 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 as they were pulling out. It was the sound they played. And everyone always thought it was just me. And then one day I saw Emerson, Lake and Palmer on Much Music, and they played the official video from the Olympics, and it has that bam 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 bam, like it just builds from there. And I realized our fucking metros were playing Fanfare for the Common Man, the first 3 notes as they were pulling out of the station. I was like, what the fuck? That is beyond cool. And then the 90s, they got rid of it. Like, fuck the 90s.
Well,
sucked.
when
the 90s was the fucking just
Yes.
blandification of Western culture.
Did you see what my comment earlier on? I think it was on your stream or whatever, or on James's stream. I said, well, music kind of died around mid '90s.
Oh yeah,
that's my opinion.
I honestly, that was when I stopped listening to the radio and I tuned out like a lot of like everything. I was doing other things.
I was a huge Metallica fan. Like I would have for years claimed Metallica as my number 1 band, right? And after the whole seeing Lars Ulrich doing his Napster blah 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 bullshit, and the thing that pissed me off the most about that whole testimony about Napster bad and all this shit was I had seen Metallica play in Orlando.
I can do you one better. I had Metallica in my house back in the early days of Huntington Beach.
Yeah.
And they were dicks. They're absolute assholes. They kind of trashed my house.
Let him finish his story.
I still paid good money to see them open for Ozzy Osbourne, Bark of the Moon, Master of Puppets tour. And that was it. It was like, yeah, I'm done.
Well, the thing that pissed me off was because I saw him at the Orlando Arena, which has since been destroyed and rebuilt as the Amway Center. I mean, literally, they tore down the building and built a new facility. But I remember when the fucking the one I went to was brand new, right? I think this was like 92. I want to say it was 92. And one of the things that Hetfield had said was, "Who in here does not have the new album?" Right? And raise your hands. Raise your hands. Who does not have the new album? Right? He's looking around, and he's like, "Why don't you have it?" He found somebody raised their hand. He's like, "I can't afford it." He's like, "Fucking steal it." It wasn't even like 3 months later that testimony happened, and they were bitching about people on Napster, grabbing the album, and I'm
Stealing their
like,
music.
how fucking what the hell? Seriously, you're literally contradicting yourself
Mhm.
because you told people that if they can't afford it, to steal it. Now they're stealing it in a quasi at that point it wasn't not there was no DMCA and shit like that back then. They're listening to it on they're getting it through Napster, and now you're bitching about them taking it on Napster.
Mm-hmm.
What a
Well, it's
bunch
because
of
they
bullshit.
didn't make because they don't make money off of sales in record stores. So right, they make money off the sales to record stores.
What
So basically, once the record store sells it, they get none of that sale from the record store.
Yeah.
The record store already paid for the fucking album. Napster, they got $0 off of Napster, so that's why they were fucking being cunts about it.
Mhm.
You understand? That's the difference.
Yeah, but what are they getting now off of record
No,
stores?
fuck them. That's why all these fucking tours are so expensive now. You remember you used to pay $25, $30 for a ticket.
I
It's
paid
because
$12
they made their
for
money
two
off
tickets
record
to
sales.
Twisted Sister, Lita Ford, and Y&T back in the day. So yeah.
Yeah, now how much is a fucking concert ticket?
And I couldn't even buy a beer for $12.
Dude,
yeah.
When I went and saw Guns N' Roses,
Because that's what they make their money on right now. Is they make it on concert tickets.
When-
That's how they make their
when I took my wife, so I saw Guns N' Roses with Metallica back in, I want to say it was probably 92.
I saw that tour.
Okay,
What a horrible show. How much ego can you put on
And
one
when there was
stage?
we skipped out
Guns
early.
N' Roses?
We watched Metallica and we left. We didn't see Guns N' Roses at all because they stood us up for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and it was like midnight and they hadn't even come on stage yet, and we just left.
Was
We
Axl
didn't even watch Axl Rose because he was a prima donna and wouldn't come out on stage.
Yeah.
Metallica was great.
Yeah, so
look up Montreal and Guns N' Roses someday, and you'll understand.
Oh
why
no,
Dave
no, no!
Van Zandt will never
I
play
know
this fucking city
exactly
again.
what you're talking about.
They caused a riot. He
Yes,
sat
they
on
did.
stage and turned his back to the audience and sang the songs with his back to the Montreal. You don't fuck with Montreal audiences.
Yeah.
The Who loved Montreal audiences. Pink Floyd The Wall was written because Roger Waters was looking at the fucking Montreal crowd trying to figure out how these fucking metalheads were his audience. Like, it's crazy. This city is like just a fucking insane city for bands.
The only problem with Montreal
hey-
is all the fucking French there.
No, it's not. It's not a problem at all. It's actually a great thing. In Montreal, we have an expression, bonjour hi, which is when you look at the person in the store, you say bonjour hi, and they'll answer in the language they want to speak to you. And they've been trying to cut that. The government's actually, the Quebec government's been trying to fucking ban that shit and say you can't say bonjour hi anymore. It's like, it's ridiculous. Quebec City is the fucking problem. Quebec City is the weirdest fucking city you'll ever go to for this, because during the Carnival in February and in the summer when all the Americans come up to visit, everybody in that city can speak fucking English.
Yeah.
Because that's the money time. Outside of those things, nobody suddenly can speak English anymore. They all suddenly become unilingual francophones.
I thought it was cute when I went up to, and this was, oh God, what year was that? When I went to Ontario.
Ontario sucks.
Probably 91. I went up there, and you know how it is, right? You got the hots for a girl, and she's like, "Hey, I want to move back home." She was from a place called Lockport, New York. You ever heard of Lockport?
Nope.
So I got stuck in Tonawanda. They had money to get me up there, right? They were like, "Oh yeah, we'll give you money to get back home." Yeah, guess what? They didn't have money to get me. They didn't have money to get me gas back home. Anyway, so I was stuck there for a month in Tonawanda, which is a suburb of Buffalo. But I did drive all the way from Kissimmee, Florida, all the way up to Tonawanda, and then went from, we unloaded their shit, and then after that, I'm like, okay, I got to go drop off this trailer at U-Haul, and then I'm going to go to Canada because I've never been. And back then, all you needed was just your regular, U.S.
driver's license. Yeah.
And so I went up across the border, and you know what I did? I went to a fucking Denny's. It was cute. It was just a Denny's. It was like, okay, look, it's a Denny's. They just had steak fries with, you could order steak fries with gravy and shit on it. And I'm like, what the hell is that?
So poutine was when I went to college in Ontario. Was 1991 was when I went up for radio school, and I remember we were at a restaurant, and I asked if they had poutine. They're like, "They give me a look like I grew a second head," because it hadn't become a Canadian, Canada-wide thing yet. It was still a Quebec Maritimes thing.
Okay.
And they're like, "No, we don't have that." I said, "Okay." I said, "Do you have French fries?" "Yeah." "Do you have gravy?" "Yeah." "Do you have mozzarella cheese?" "Yeah." "Cool. Just give me all that on one plate." "No." "What do you mean no?" "Just give me all that on one plate." "No." That was like the weirdest thing. I'm just like, I was the weirdo from Quebec at school in Ontario. It was so fucking stupid.
That's
funny.
Was it
Now
like
McDonald's has poutine.
was the sun still up kind of thing?
No, back then we didn't have a sun.
Sun? No, it was we call that age the Canadark. Anyway,
Well, I mean, if it was like before like 7, 8 o'clock, I could see why they'd say no. But once the sun goes down, I find that restaurants will do whatever it takes to get your money.
Canada versus the U.S., brother. You got to always keep that in mind. Our cultures are not the same. It's just the way it is. But no. I mean, listen. This is the nature of the beast. The town I was in is called Belleville, Ontario. It's not far from Buffalo. It's actually closer to Rochester. And I went to college there at Loyalist College. And I remember my buddies asked me what it was like. And I said, it's like being in chapter 2 or chapter 4 of a Stephen King novel. What do you mean? There's lots of weird things here. And there's lots of strange people. And if we made it into chapter 5, the bodies would start piling up. But we're stuck forever in chapter 4. Years later, I'm working in a call center, and one of the supervisors is from Belleville. And I'm like, oh my God, I went to Loyalist. He's like, really? And he goes, what'd you think of Belleville? And I told him that theory, and he was just like, yeah, that's my hometown. He just nodded like, yep, that's exactly what it was like. It was insane. It was insane how creepy.
You guys are making me hungry, or it's just ground is making me hungry.
Yeah, wow.
So we eat
for steak fries with brown gravy.
Even that sounds good right now. Yeah.
Have
you ever had? Okay, who here has had poutine?
No, well, I don't like gravy anyway. So.
Americans look at poutine. You guys go, ew, that's gross. And
I would try it.
Everyone did that.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Taste it, you just kind of go, oh my God. Especially if you get like the proper one with the squeaky cheese, the
curd,
cheddar curd.
Yeah,
it's even better. It's even fun.
I do like cheese curd.
I like all the ingredients, and I don't do gravy a lot because I don't do turkey. So there's no other real and I don't do mashed potatoes really. So, but it all sounds like great ingredients. Put them together. Now, if like for me, the fries would have to be kind of crispy to start with, so they don't turn into just soggy.
So I'm the same way. You do what I do, which is really simple. And any restaurant in Montreal do it. You say, yeah, I'll get a poutine, blah, blah, gravy on the side, please. Mm-hmm. So then you get your fries super crispy with the cheese, and you get your gravy on the side, and you put it on fresh, and then you eat it that way.
That makes sense.
I actually, what I do, what I do is I say, can I get the fries well done? Just leave them in another 2 minutes in the oil, and then make them.
Hey, just say crispy. Everyone knows what crispy means.
No,
I had chili cheese fries.
Yeah,
in Canada they do.
You put a lot of faith in people.
Yeah, I live in California, so sometimes they don't even speak English.
Well, I had chili cheese fries 2002 for the first time in my life when I was in Santa Monica, and I was blown away by how good that was. And then I was like, and I was also blown away by for $5 how much fucking $5. I was expecting, like a bowl of fries with chili and cheese, and it'd be great. No, I got a fucking platter.
For $5.
And I'm like, what the fuck?
Okay, Grandma, you've got to explain taco fries. Sounds really good, but I've never heard of it before this moment. So please, recipe, or come in. I'll send you the link again, Grandma. You've been here all night. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
come on in, Grandma.
class to join up.
The water's fine. Come on
Here
in.
they do
Grandma, because she's probably my peer. So
carne asada fries.
people
sounds
keep
good,
on
too.
saying I should be
Carne
old
asada.
enough to be a grandfather. I'm like, nope. I'm only 52. I'm way too young to be a grandfather.
I'm gonna have to correct you on that. Technically, you are more than old enough to be a grandfather.
I know because I remember my grandfather being 50 years old, and I'm so jealous that my grandfather was retired before he was 50.
I know what happened with our generation. Was it all the preservatives? You know, I don't feel almost 60.
What's really funny, the best part about Gen X is someone said we were 13. We were 30 when we were 13, and we never got any older. We're still 30 ever since,
Yeah.
which is great. But I was watching this fucking video because everyone's, are always bitches. They go, "Oh, you made a movie or a show about high school kids, but everybody looks like they're in their 20s." Yeah. Did you not look at the film of us in the 80s? And then I saw this one thing on YouTube. It was like a reel where basically it was just like the 1987 yearbook video that they had made for this one random school in the States. And every fucking comment was a millennial going, "Why do they all look so old?" It's because we grew up fucking fast in the 80s because we were outside, we were doing shit, we were running around, we got weathered, but then we fucking stalled out. Like we just, pop, boom. And until we're 60, we're gonna look like this. It's just the way
Hey, I'm almost 60.
Yeah,
And I go on
Yeah,
I go on DM's James show, and everybody says I look younger than James. You know,
well,
You
that's 'cause
do.
James
You do
is
look
a hair
younger.
farmer. Come on.
I will tell you.
Jesus Christ, that fucking beard of James is like he should be saying Allahu Akbar half the time. Come on.
Yeah.
You,
He does have that rode hard, put away wet look.
Shadow, you do look like you're maybe like 2 or 3 years older than me. So, and I'm 52. So James he looks like he's about 10 years older than me, and he's only what?
Yeah, but also remember,
a year.
James went to war. James was a firefighter. He's lived a life.
He's been weathered by life. Yes.
And
he rode hard and put away wet. Exactly. Yeah.
Whereas I have been retired since 35.
Shut the fuck up. No one likes a bragger.
Oh,
No.
Did you
I've
retire
had
at
I've had a
35?
very blessed, easy life for the last 25 years. So there's been no stress, no.
That's why you still have hair.
I want to retire. God damn it! My grandfather was retired before my age.
I'll never get to retire. So.
All he had to do was.
I'm gonna have to work till I'm dead. Why do you think I'm fucking hustling so hard to make my products and get them out there and build something? Otherwise, I ain't getting retirement till 75.
Yeah, my grandfather lost a pinky toe in a fucking mill accident, and suddenly he's disabled, and I'm like, I've already had a heart attack.
Really?
Yeah, I had a heart attack in my 40s.
Oh wow.
Ooh, brother, man, that sucks.
Yeah, I don't recommend them. I highly.
I'm avoiding them. Well, I don't go to the doctor.
Well, I wasn't really in the market for one, but now that you say you don't recommend them, I'll certainly take them off my.
No, and I will tell you from experience, because we all grew up about the same time, right?
Mm-hmm.
You remember Red Fox?
Whoa! I don't know that I grew up. I did get older.
Oh, okay. But you remember watching Sanford and Son and going, "Oh Elizabeth, this is a big one." Yeah, no, nothing.
Take me now. Yeah,
not a fucking thing like that, because that's what I was expecting, and I'm like, I just don't feel good, baby. I was telling my wife, and I'm like, why don't you take me to the hospital, right? I just kind of want to.
You're scaring me, man, because I feel like that all the time.
My father had 7
hospital.
heart attacks, and the 8th one got him, right? But that's because he wouldn't take his meds and all this shit.
Yeah.
I even told him, I said, "Listen, Dad, you don't get a free coffee at 10. Like, just stop fucking having heart attacks. It's not a good idea." I was home visiting him for Christmas one day, and I wake up in the morning, and the phone's ringing off the hook, and I answer. It's my eldest sister. So she's like, "What the fuck? Why are you home?" And I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" She's like, "Dad's in the hospital." I'm like, "What?" And I go look in his room, and he's not there. This son of a bitch had a heart attack in the middle of the night, got up, got in his car, and drove himself to the hospital an hour up the road.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that generation, like the fucking, not the boomers, the ones right between like the greatest generation and the silent generation.
Yeah.
Those fuckers were just born tough. You know what I mean? They came out of the fucking womb covered in leather and nails. You know, like Jesus Christ.
Oh.
But anyway, so when he died, I said, listen, let's get his headstone to say, here lies, his name, his dates. He didn't get his free coffee because all my sisters knew my joke about the coffee.
Yeah.
Only one of my sisters was like, that's great, let's do that. The one closest to me, like she's only a year and a half older than me. The rest of them are like, no. And I'm like, come on, it's funny. He'd appreciate it. And Mom, who's right beside him, she'd have loved that one. Come on. People are so fucking weird.
Oh, yeah. See, I'm, I'm the kind, something happens to me, I want somebody to do some funny ass shit.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I want, for the longest time, but now it wouldn't make sense. But while we still had videotapes, I wanted my tombstone to say, be kind, please rewind. But, no one would get it anymore now. That joke's wasted, so I got to think up a new one.
Do you remember, Bear, going to I'm guessing you guys had Blockbusters up there, right?
Yeah.
So you remember going to Blockbuster? Remember when the DVDs took over the VHS shit, right?
I had the greatest VHS collection because of that.
Did you?
I just go in and look in the fucking $5 bin and just be like, yep. Here's your $20. Thanks. Bye-bye. And then go home and add them to the shelf. And then eventually I went to DVDs, and then my rule was if it was $10 or less, I'm buying it. Doesn't matter what the fucking movie is. $10 or less, I'm fucking buying it. And then Blu-ray came out and all the DVDs became $5. I'm like, well, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, because there's just
DVDs.
too many that are like under
too many at that point.
But that's how Shadow is. Shadow will buy anything if it's in a physical format. If he can own it, he'll buy it because he's got that boomer mentality.
Well, he's a hipster. He's a hipster boomer. He's the worst thing possible you could have. Right? Hipster boomers.
Yeah. By the way, Bear,
this is my show, with a touch of hoarder. It's got that little bit of hoarder.
Just a little bit. Like he's not enough to be on Hoarders, but
but he's got that. You can smell it. It's that whiff.
Well, you gotta understand. I know that physical media is king, and there will come a point. If everything works out right, and Jackie gets to do what he wants, but still, own this house or own another place elsewhere, which he already kind of does at his age. Having these things that are mine when I'm gone will save him a crap ton of money and provide him with, an unlimited source of information and entertainment for him and his family for generations.
Yeah.
Or it'll catch on fire and you'll be stuck and not be able to escape for the sea of the compartmentalized garbage.
Or one day they'll be walking around and say, "Anyone seen the cat?" And then they'll move the DVD pile and find the cat skeleton.
Yeah, exactly. Some desiccated cat remains.
Well, yeah, but you remember when they first made that transition over, right? They still had remember they had the security tags that they stuck in the movies, and the security tag said "Be kind, please rewind." Mm-hmm. But this is in the DVDs, right? So you're like, how the fuck do you rewind a DVD?
Because it was a security tag, right?
Yeah, it was just a little IR code,
Listen, I said this on Facebook today and I stand by it. Going to the Blockbuster, wandering all the shelves to find a movie, picking up snacks, going home and watching it was still faster than trying to pick a fucking movie on Netflix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, you just described Friday night.
Yeah.
When my wife and I were dating.
There you go.
That was
Friday night. No matter
night.
what you rented, even if it was shit, you finished it because you rented it. How many times have you been on Netflix, started a movie, and within 5 minutes gone, fuck this, and gone back and looked for something else?
I don't watch anything anymore. I can't remember the last time I finished a movie.
Earlier this year, I would spend I'd go on either Netflix or Roku or Tubi or whatever, looking for all the things that I was wanting to watch while I was on the treadmill. And it got to the point where I couldn't find anything I wanted that wasn't behind a paywall. Like, Hill Street Blues, Miami Vice, all these old movies, everything I wanted to watch that I knew nobody else gave two shits about behind a paywall. But some brand new piece of crap movie that just came out free all day long. I'm like, what the hell is this,
During COVID, I had a really nice treadmill that I got just before COVID. Sadly, it eventually died. It was a secondhand one, but it was a nice one. And during COVID, on the treadmill, I watched a shit ton of 80s films like Action Jackson and stuff like that. Stuff I'd forgotten about. That I was like, I found this on a download, so I'm going to go watch it. The entirety of Kolchak the Night Stalker, the entirety of Hill Street Blues, the entirety of Miami Vice. Like I'd just be like, I'm trying to do my hour on the treadmill.
And no sooner had I
Yar.
As soon as I gave up that idea of doing those two things,
high seas,
using my tablet to watch just regular YouTube, which I was going to do anyways, I went to a Walmart during Halloween. They had the entire Night Stalker set for like $10, which was cheaper than it would have been to rent it on whatever it was, like Amazon, I think it was. I'm like, and I was like, yeah, I'll come back and grab it. And I totally forgot and didn't get it. But I know next Christmas it'll be out in one of those, or next Halloween it'll be out in the Walmart special edition holiday, black.
No, Walmart's getting rid of physical media, brother.
Nah.
Really?
Yeah,
they're
getting rid of physical media.
That's where I'm buying all of my physical media.
They're getting rid of it. Within a year, they're going to have no more physical media. They already announced it.
Why? What are they going to? What?
Where'd you see this?
They're just
takes a space.
All over. It was all over.
That's where I'm buying it. That's where
I'm getting all my
get all your
Merry Christmas, nerds.
Because they're carrying LPs again.
2 o'clock in the morning here.
All right, man. Merry Christmas, man. I'll see you Friday. Yeah, I'm going to shut the show down in 10 minutes myself. I'm getting all my stuff from eBay. I got the entire Battlestar Galactica
classic, the original.
Yes, $20 with shipping.
All right. So I'm a huge BSG original over.
And I've told you.
One fan.
Okay, hold on.
When you have that on your show, when you guys move from Babylon 5 to Battlestar Galactica, I will happily come on.
Can you guys wait just 2 minutes and I'll show you something?
I'm gonna get Shadow on. I gotta get Shadow on here before we finish. Okay, everybody.
Here are my 2 latest additions to the collection.
So, Buck Rogers. I need to get Buck Rogers. I want to get Buck Rogers, especially in light
this
of
on Amazon Canada was $17, complete DVD set, and this was $20.
So Sci-Fi Snob, which is that's the channel that we do the and you, by the way, if you ever want to get on there, I know people. I'm not on his. He does a show on Sunday nights, so my show is on my channel.
No, he's got his Colonial Warrior jacket. Look at him.
Oh, look at that!
Fuck off, Shadow.
I have a buddy who actually he's part of the SCA and all that shit. He created he recreated the complete Colonial Warrior jacket, including the what was it? The
clusters, yeah.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, the patch is wrong, but I actually found. Where the hell did it go?
He found the pins from what there. It's it's an actual U.S. department.
Yeah. It's I can't remember what it is, but yeah, you're right.
That's original 78, but this one is. I don't know what the hell it is. It's off. But you can get the clusters for the shirt and the jacket on Etsy for like $20, and you can pick your rank.
Remember in the show they'd play Pyramid and they'd have cubits, those little gold things.
Saw those two.
Look at the fucking buckles on the jacket. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the what was the other thing? I saw the cards for Pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Grandma. But they wanted like $50 for the deck of
wait
50
till you try
cards.
And wait till you try and buy a helmet.
Oh, I know, $300 is like.
Or find the original boots.
Oh, that's $750.
The
shirt is $40, which is not bad. The pants I haven't seen. The holster without the gun is like $250. So
you can 3D print the gun.
Yeah, but there's some really nice ones that have come out in the last 2 years with sound and all that gay ass shit. But the holster
Gas.
itself, well, you know, I mean, you're paying, you know, $250 for a freaking battery powered ray gun. I mean, come on.
Yep.
You know.
Yep. Nerds. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yet, I could pick up a freaking 40K plasma gun for like, well, this one was sent to me for free, but you can get one of these for like $20. That's the way it should be. Why the 3D printers haven't done the Colonial Blaster? Probably because it's so old, nobody remembers it except us. But yeah, I fucking love.
I
Galactica.
fucking hate the new Battlestar Galactica, by the way.
So I like the mini series.
I like the miniseries, and I like the first episode of the series, 33.
Yeah,
that was really good.
Yeah, the one thing that I liked about the miniseries over the show is they took the whole military. It was a military. It basically felt like it was
Space Above and Beyond.
Coming back.
To me, it was like this. A Battlestar is effectively an aircraft carrier in space.
Sure.
Okay, and
So like
it
Baba
had
Black
that
was the space?
feeling. It had that feeling, and it embraced it really well. Where they got weak was when they started bringing all the fucking drama into it. That's when it started losing
But
me.
listen, I'm going to be running a Battlestar Galactica 78 campaign starting in the new year, and
you let me know.
I'm mining. That's going to be on my channel.
Yeah.
I'm mining the new series for ideas, because
Sure.
there are good ideas in the new
Oh,
series.
yeah.
Like when they found Cobalt and they go into the temple and there's the beings of light and stuff like that.
Right.
That was cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was good shit.
Mhm.
But beyond that, like you just cherry pick stuff. I'll show you something really. You want to see something really fucking cool?
Yeah.
I was thinking to myself, and I was talking to a buddy, and I said, imagine if they had a raptor in the classic show, right? What would it have looked like? What would it have been? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I wound up making this using AI. It's not 100%. I got to find a 3D modeler that can help me. I'm going to share it, Shadow. Hang on a
I'm
second.
waiting.
There you go. But I wound up making this in 3D. And I'm not going to call it a raptor. I call it instead a Talon. But the whole idea of having that support vessel that can go out and basically do long range shit and stuff like that is a really neat fucking idea. And it worked out well. I was really happy with how the design came out. There's some changes I want to make, which is why I need a 3D modeler. But fuck, overall, I was really happy. I can't wait for this campaign. It's going to be so much fun. Gunstar Invictus. I even have a theme song for it, for fuck's sake.
I know our hobby in the last like 5 years has really taken a kind of exploded.
It's become good.
With
all the crazy
peripheral
ideas in our head, we can bring them to life, which is why when I see people sitting around whining about AI art and AI music and all that, I'm like, can you please stop?
Well, I think the whining is coming mostly from people who don't actually, participate in this hobby, or they're
in the hobby. It exists in the hobby. I've had to deal with the brunt of it when I suggested doing an AI edition of Heroic just so we could get it out and then make money to pay the artists, and I got attacked by people for saying that. The problem is that either they are mediocre artists who are complaining because new technology is hard, whereas the really good artists are already adapting AI to serve their process to make their jobs better, just like when Photoshop came out or digital photography came out or all that kind of stuff. Or they're fucking beta cucks who are trying to fuck an artist. That's all I can figure. And they figure by showing themselves as an ally of the artist that makes them more desirable.
Ask any other person who's called themselves an ally how far that got them.
Yeah, exactly.
Just, all the way back to,
Hence why Valorous uses fucking AI art, and Final Age will use AI art, and everybody wants to get up my ass about it. I'm going to put the exact statement in it, which is, don't buy it. Move on. There's other shit for you.
Yeah,
this is not for you.
I had Miguel and Sylvie on, and every book I've bought from them except one has been 100% AI art. And if I didn't know that, I would have looked at it and went, "This is awesome. This is great art."
I'm gonna show you two pictures. I'm gonna show you two pictures. and you tell me if these are AI art or if an artist created this, because people who tell me
Never
I
seen
can
them
spot
before.
AI art right away. All right, you tell me then. Is this AI art, brother? Here's the first one.
Okay, hold on. I got to do the button thing. I've seen this now,
Yeah.
but
Does that look like AI?
is it not?
Look at that.
I'll say no.
It is. It's 100% AI art.
Is it?
But look at it.
Okay.
You tell me, oh, that looks like AI. Fuck you. You can't tell AI by looking unless the person didn't take their time and put the effort into making it the way they wanted, right? Which is the thing. And then this is the one you've seen before, Shadow, which I fucking love this.
I saw that one with the show with Nerds and Mr. Max. That was
well, I made that because for Nerds because she was bitching so much. But this is the one I
Yeah.
love. This one's fucking amazing.
I saw that one too.
I love this fucking picture, man.
Yeah, that one I could kind
You
of
can make
see.
the case, but at the end of the day, who cares? It still looks good.
Right. That's the whole point is,
And the last thing I'll show you, because I love showing it off because it looks so fucking good. Hang on. Is
the cover?
The cover. Yeah, the cover looks so fucking good. I'm still like, I'm blown away by how fucking good this cover looks. Hang on a second, and I just got to share it. I'm really happy with how this came out. I put a lot of work into this. Yeah, that's badass. You saw that on a shelf, you'd stop and take a look. You'd be like, what's this?
Yeah.
What's this? Might not be your cup of tea, but you'd stop and take a look, man.
Yeah,
the
biggest throwback for me would be that it says 5e.
Well, I want money.
Well, if you want money,
you can have all the high-minded ideals you want. The OSR does not make money for people unless they just do another fucking BX clone.
But I'll tell you what you should probably do. I hate to say this, Greg Christopher, he hitched his wagon to Shadow Dark.
I will not touch Shadow Dark. I want nothing to do with Shadow Dark. I don't like Shadow Dark. I know Kelsey gets all the fucking praise for having pulled off amazing, but it's $80 for the fucking core game, and it's this fucking thin. Please.
No.
No, they just put it on sale for $60, dude. It just went on sale.
Hold on. How thin?
Compared to it's not that thick, brother. I'm selling Valorous, which is 257 pages for $20 on Amazon.
And trust me, you're on my list, but
yeah, that's not the edition I had. When I got Shadow Dark, it wasn't that thick.
This is the core. This is the generic core book.
Yeah, all right. Well, I remember it being thinner, but it wasn't that. That's not $80 worth of book.
This
black and white.
Well, it's
$80.
It's not $80 though.
It was when I bought it, and then I gave it to a old geek at ColorCon 2 years ago. I'm a Canadian. You have to remember, I got to pay fucking import and exchange and shipping. I got to pay all kinds of shit.
I get you.
Yeah, Bear needs to eat. My cats need to eat.
It's 325 pages.
There you go. It's still a piece of. It's not for me, man. It's not the game I'm interested in.
So
for that price, no way.
Let me tell you what I feel like I got screwed over on.
What did you get screwed over on? Arduin?
No. I haven't got that yet. I'm still waiting for that one.
That was just for Shadow.
I know. And I got to tell you, I've seen the art that they're paying money for, and the cover that you did is on par.
Oh, I would never buy that guy's stuff.
Yeah,
look at that. Look at that. This is Nave.
Ben Milton.
Now look at the difference.
Same price?
So basically,
is that the one put out by Dungeon Delver?
Ben Milton.
No, this is Ben Milton.
That's Ben Milton.
So this is Nave 2. This is second edition.
I've heard of Nave, but not the name.
Look at that. Look at me. This Kickstarter. I feel like I get ripped off on. The Shadow Dark one. I do not feel like I get.
Okay, so here's what I don't like about Shadow Dark. I'll boil it down real fast. I already had BX, number one. Number two, I'm not paying for fucking torch mechanics, and I did, sadly, but I gave it away to the old geek.
Sure.
And three, I hate the way leveling works and the way classes look in that fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand them. They're like, ugh, they're so boring and stupid. Oh, it's a new level. Roll for a new special ability. Oh, like, fuck off. No.
Yeah,
I get it. 16 billion fucking people play it, and if I was to produce material for Shadow Dark, I'd make a ton of money. But no.
But
Yeah.
it's
hold on. Let me.
It's the like you said, the torch mechanic to me is like one of the most gimmicky of rules that has come out just to do what to like ruin the way actual spelunking would be. I mean, I've been down in caves and mines and sewer tunnels and all that crap, and it's really not that hard to carry enough light source to last you like a good long time if everybody does their part and carries, 5 or 6 candles and torches.
Or you know what? Here's a crazy idea. Fucking lantern.
Right.
Anyway.
Well, I have a lantern.
What's this?
And my character. Now, so this is Shadow City by Greg Christopher, also known as Tubby Funster. And like I said, he had published stuff on 5e, and it got moderate traction on drive-through. Once he changed and started rebundling his stuff and saying Shadow Dark or whatever, and he's taken Shadow Dark and done. So the game I'm on Monday nights is called Shadow Rim, which is based on Skyrim.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a Skyrim based off of using the core Shadow Dark rules that have in turn been modified to fit the Skyrim universe.
Yeah, but I'll tell you the same thing I told OGGM, who does the same thing. Attached his wagon to Shadow Dark since the beginning when he was already writing for the Red Room, but they didn't get along, so whatever. Then he started writing his own stuff, which is got a market. He's got talent. He's worked in movies and TV and GURPS and all kinds of crap, but instead he's working for Kelsey when he should be working for him freaking self. Everybody should be working for themselves.
So Greg doesn't pay anything to Kelsey though.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's while making his product, he's promoting somebody else's product. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he is, because he's like, well, we're using Shadow Dark. It's based on Shadow Dark, So
every time he instead of selling a book for Shadow Dark, he could be selling his core rule book instead.
Well, here's reality.
But the problem is there's a lot of
publishing
out there.
Here's the reality of publishing. You want to make money, you got to attach it to something. The two biggest gorillas right now are going to be Shadow Dark and 5e. 5e being the bigger gorilla by a long
shot.
So 27, and then it'll be Arduin.
No one's going to be playing that. Anyway, the point being is that you're not going to make money. You're just not going to make money. It's just the fucking nature of the beast is you don't make money anymore. And the reason you don't make money is because there's just a ton of shit out there, and everybody, the new generation of gamer, even the old generation, the OSR guys only want to touch OSR stuff. So yet another fucking BX remake. Who gives a shit how many fucking BX remakes there are in the world? Oh, this one has torch mechanics. Oh, this one has damage reducing armor. Like, okay, we get it. It's BX with your house rules. Beautiful. Mazel tov. Right. Carry on. OSE ate that pie. OSE is that pie. That's the way it works now. 5e, there's still room to play around. There's still things you can do in 5e, and there's still a market for it because there's a lot of them out there that are trying to learn and get other stuff, so that's great. Shadow Dark is lovely. It's got a huge fan base, but they are not the kind of fan base I want to tap into, because they're the kind of fan base who, if you put AI art in your product, they're going to fucking shit all over you, because they're that crowd. So I have friends who are in that crowd who said to me, I can't promote any of your material because my fan base will not accept AI art, and as a result, it'll make us look bad. I'm like, I get it. That's fine. I'll do what I've always done, which is fight for my spot and take it my own way. But I'm just like, I can't publish for any group of people who are going to try and fucking poo-poo me for doing stuff to make money and make my product better.
Right.
Because I didn't go fucking hire some fucking way. How much money we spent on art that we never get to use because it's all shit for Heroic? We lost so much money to artists. We lost over $7,000 to artists.
Damn.
Because they either couldn't produce what they showed us. Like they'd give us their portfolio. We go, yeah, this is great. We'll get a piece from you. We'll buy a piece. And then they all want their money up front now because they've been burned so many times. So we were like, you know what? That's fine. You got a name. We'll pay you up front.
They burned you.
And then they delivered us unusable art that looks nothing because they rushed it. Right? There. You know, and it's like, okay, well, Mobius could go there and produce art. You can't, buddy. So I'm just done. I'm done with it. I don't care. There's about 4 artists I'll still work with because they're reliable, dependable, and they deliver.
Right. But you know what? You're also establishing those relationships with artists that now you trust. So your next project, you're gonna go to them first, right? Because
I can't afford to pay for art anymore. I'm broke. I'm paying for Heroic out of my pocket. Every month I buy a little bit of art from some of the guys that for the Heroic project. So things like Valorous, which is still not broken even because I had to pay $500 for the covers, the front and back cover. I haven't sold $500 worth of books yet, so I'm still not even on that one.
You know what?
Final Age and Valorous 5e are going to be AI art, because I'm not paying for it, and all the money that I generate from them goes 100% into Heroic to pay artists, and that's just the way it has to be.
Yeah, well,
it's just the nature of the beast.
What I would love to see is, and maybe at some point in the future, if you're ever open to this, I would love to see you and Greg Christopher kind of hashing out kind of the back and forth about that, just because. No, I don't think it would be a combative thing. I think it would be a creative, collaborative thing, like comparing notes between what he's run across and what you've run across. You know, that type of thing. So
it's funny. I literally have talked to half a dozen, maybe 10 creators that have all, and of us, 2 have not had our experiences.
Yeah,
the rest of us are all like, yep. And then the guy did this. Yep. Oh, you mean the guy who took the payment in the Philippines who you've worked with 10 times before, and then the 11th time he fucking takes the money and runs.
Yeah, and see that shit is the type of stuff that interests the hell out of me, because I want to know, I hear this bitching from all the artists about, oh, if you use this and that and the other. I mean, we heard it all before anyways with the whole, oh my God, digital tablets, you're not using pen and ink and, or whatever, and blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, this is, yeah, it's I hear the same shit.
It's stupid. It's really stupid.
The bottom line always wins. And the bottom line is AI art is going to be the cheapest solution for not just, RPGs, but for everybody universally who wants to produce anything. When you can do it that quick, Bloodworth wanted me to make an avatar for my character for his Dragon Slayer game. I typed in, 20 words describing my character, and on the first freaking try, I got a freaking amazing. I'm like, that's what I wanted. That's exactly what I wanted. Send it over to him. He's like, okay, cool. I can now make your token for the VTT. And I'm like, that's my character in a nutshell.
Wait, how much did it cost you?
0. Not even 1 minute of time. I use Night Cafe. It's a free AI program, and I've racked up like 6,000, almost 7,000 credits, which means I can make 14,000 images with a lot of new bells and whistles for fucking free. Just by playing their little games every day, I make 1 image, and every 5th day I get, a bonus amount of credits for running a streak, which is creating an image every day for 5 days, and I get a bonus. So every month I'm getting like 100, almost 150 credits, which is 300 free images, and I only make 30 a month. Just to keep doing that until I need images for like the module I'm writing for the Red Room. I needed some images, so I could literally spend 500 images to get it right, and then send it over to Miguel. He'll put it in the module, and
Man, this topic is such a great topic too. I'd love to hear from you. Like I said, I'm in a game with Greg on Mondays, so we're playing this game. I'm having fun. I'm not a Skyrim super fan or anything like that. I bought it and then I was like trying to go back to school to finish up my degree before I turned 40. If that tells you any time frame when it was, because I'm 52 now. So, but I bought it and like I think I played maybe about 40, 50 hours or something like that. And the other 600 and something hours is all my kid. So, my stepson was playing it.
Well, it's not like our friend George, Rooster Games, George
Mm-hmm.
Bergerog, over on D and James show. He made some of the greatest isometric maps I've ever seen for a campaign. In short time. If you remember the old Dungeon Master's Guide, Dungeoneer Survival Guide, the Wilderness Survival Guide, that had those really great isometric maps in the back that none of us could ever figure out how to get the perspective to draw
Right.
it. He like that for a Star Wars game, and I'm like, oh my god, you could just do that all day long and pump those out and throw them in a book, of your isometric maps, for people to use in their games, and throw it on Amazon and freaking make some money because it's
Yeah.
system agnostic. Anybody could use it, kind of like those books where it's gridded out maps that they use as like take along map boards. You've seen those with the dry erase laminated pages where each page is a different map and you can fit miniatures on it and crap like that. You again? What do you want?
Well, gents, as much fun as this has been, it's 4:15.
I've been doing this for 7 hours, 15 minutes, and just past 15 seconds. So
Bear, you have a
I'm going
great
to say
evening,
Merry
and
Christmas and good night to you all.
I am.
What needs to go pee, I guess.
Yeah. I'm gonna get both of you guys on the show at some point in time or another. If you're up for
I'm
it.
always there for Buck Rogers or Battlestar Galactica.
I just got Buck Rogers in the mail.
It's
It's downstairs waiting for me to open tomorrow morning. Because I told the story, Bear heard it, but I ordered the Buck Rogers series, Gil Gerard, and then 15 minutes later or something like that, I heard he passed away.
Yeah, it's sad news.
Yeah.
I sadly I have no children and no family, so tomorrow morning I get to open my eyes.
Oh man.
I'm going to sleep like 10, 12 hours and not have to worry about it.
Dude, I'm not.
Well, yeah.
I ever since my mom died, Christmas means nothing to me. Ever since my mom died, she was the one who held us all together a lot.
But
and
hey,
when she passed in 2009. That was the end of Christmas.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Anyway, I got to get some sleep, guys. Don't worry about it. I'm good. Peace, love.
Everybody
Your
who's
grandma,
watching
prepare
this
yourself.
like later, which blows my mind that anybody would watch this later. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Everybody who showed up tonight.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much. James L. showing up tonight, an old friend I haven't seen in a year. Possibly the best Christmas present I got tonight. No offense to anybody, but you guys know he's an old friend, an old dear friend, and I'm glad he's doing well. Everybody out there in TV land, don't forget what this day is all about. Merry Christmas. And if there's somebody out there you haven't talked to in a while, make today
Talk
that
to 'em.
day.
Yes, talk to them because you never know, man. They might be just kind of my wife did that
Let's just say
earlier.
struggling.
Yeah,
That's what
they
this
might be
show was
struggling.
all about. When I told everybody I was going to do a really long live stream, because I knew there were a bunch of friends out there who might very well be spending the evening alone, and I didn't want that to happen. And if we made you laugh or made you think, or like Grandma made you stay up late talking with a bunch of old gamer farts, I'm glad I could help. And I will see you guys all in the funny papers.
All right. Take care, everybody. Have a great night. Merry Christmas.